Chapter 940. Outside the Island of Darkness, Ying Tianmo sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea. Whoosh! The space cracked open, and two figures rushed over. One was a sharp sword aura, and the other was a dazzling golden light. Ying Tianmo's pupils trembled, and he said in a low voice, "It's you too. Ying Tianmo? You old ghost, you're actually injured." Lian Wanjin and the sword saint of the Qin clan were shocked. This old man was stronger than them, and now he was seriously injured. "Mph, that's what the Dark Horse Gang has done. I've already called the other saints of my secret pavilion. That Lin Chen is the target of my secret pavilion. You'd better not meddle in other people's business." Although Ying Tianmo was injured, he didn't retreat. Lian Wanjin's expression was particularly interesting. How could the Black Horse Club have a trump card that could injure Heavenly Demon? What was Lin Chen's background? Lian Wanjin, who was as cunning as a fox, instantly realized that something was wrong. "You're more cunning than anyone. You're seriously injured, but you're still here. It seems that I've made the right choice." Lian Wanjin laughed and rushed into the Island of Darkness. Ying Tianmo's expression changed. The sword saint of the Qin clan, Qin Zhentian, hesitated for a moment, and also turned into a sword light and escaped into the Island of Darkness. Damn it! Ying Tianmo gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to act rashly due to his injuries. In the south of the Island of Darkness, the surroundings were gloomy. The south was filled with the smell of blood, and countless ferocious beasts had fallen. 5 silhouettes flashed across the sky, moving through the mountains like rainbows. They were the 5 sages who had entered the island to capture Lin Chen. "We've searched everywhere, but we can't find him. What's going on? Considering that he's seriously injured, it's impossible for him to escape from our pursuit. Was he swallowed by a ferocious beast?" "No, all the ferocious beasts we encountered were all disemboweled. None of them swallowed a human. If we continue forward, we'll reach the Taotiez territory on the Island of Darkness. This big guy is not easy to deal with. This is its home ground. If it's not easy to deal with, let's search it. I don't believe that the 5 of us can't deal with it." The 5 Saint Realm experts charged toward the territory of the Daotai Holy Beast. Inside the palace's secret chamber, Lin Chen's clone was grabbed by Daotai. His aura made Daotai intoxicated, and it burned with desire. The Dragon King's heaven-raising spear was a weapon only possessed by high-level dragons. The Long Kingguo had the pure aura of a dragon. Although it was a sacred healing item and a sacred body-refining item, it had an even more important use. Those who consumed Long Kingguo for a long period of time had a certain probability of obtaining a powerful weapon like the Dragon King's heaven-raising spear. Dragons were lustful creatures, and powerful dragons had more than 3,000 harems. Lin Chen had taken a large amount of Long Kingguo, which had transformed his body into a powerful dragon. In addition, he had 2 great dragon bloodlines, so obtaining the Dragon King's Heaven's Raising Spear was just a matter of time. It could be said that everyone in the Black Horse Club had this divine weapon. Moreover, Lin Chen's physique and aptitude were excellent. Daotai was a saint beast, and it loved to eat humans with great potential the most. Therefore, to the Daotai, the young man in front of her was a choice whether to eat him in bed or not. However, just as Lin Chen was about to fall into the young woman's hands, his eyes sharpened, and he activated the Stealing Omen talent. Consumed 2 mid-level talent points. Stolen Omen talent obtained, 50,000 high-level health points. Boom! Lin Chen's pure strength increased by 1.2 million dragon power points. At the critical moment when he fell into the young woman's hands, the clone smiled. Super-dimensional teleportation. Consumed 1 mid-level talent point. Host activated super-dimensional teleportation and teleported to Space 6. Whoosh! The clone disappeared. The Daotai was stunned. Teleportation? How is that possible? How can someone use teleportation in the space of Dark Island? Just as the Daotai was about to explode in anger, she realized that the young man's aura was still in the palace. She couldn't help but grin and sweep her scarlet tongue. "Little baby, no matter where you come from, you can't escape from my hands. Is this the Taotiez Palace? A palace made of grade 7 ores. How extravagant." Mph, There's a high chance that Lin Chen has fallen into her hands. Let's just force her out. The 5 saints arrived outside the palace and looked around. Suddenly, the blue-clothed saint trembled, and he was overjoyed. I feel it. I've detected that young man's aura. As soon as he said that, the young man's laughter echoed in the palace. Come and catch me. If you catch me, I'll let you. He tilde smack, smack, smack tilde. The 5 saints' faces darkened. Damn it, how dare this young man be so carefree? Bang! The blue-robed saint blasted open the door of the palace with his palm and rushed in with the 4 saints without saying a word. In the palace hall, a naked young woman was pressing the young man to the ground. She didn't even have time to eat him. Oh, madam, it seems like someone is going to disturb our fun. Lin Chen smiled coquettishly. The 5 saints' mouths twitched. No wonder this young man barged into Dark Island so fearlessly. He had hooked up with the holy beast Dao Tai of Dark Island. The young woman was stunned. She shook out a few snow waves. She was charming and hot, but her expression was solemn. Lin Chen, die. One holy beast Dao Tai can't protect you. Rumble. The 5 saints' aura surged. Their holy light was like rainbows, and the entire palace shook. The 5 saints instantly aimed at Lin Chen's clone and the young woman. The underground altar was shaking non-stop. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. They've started fighting, but I didn't have time to lure the Dao Tai out. If she immediately gives in to the 5 saints and hands over my clone, she might return here at any time. I can't care so much. Save the people first. At Lin Chen's command, Little Shadow rushed out of the peach blossom plant pouch, turned into a black cloud, and shrouded Lin Chen. It passed through the space barrier with a whoosh. The moment he deactivated the innate shadow spell, his figure appeared. The 2 women on the altar froze. Lin Chen? Lin, young master Lin Chen? As the 2 women exclaimed, Lin Chen removed the 1000 illusion mask and released all of his clones. The clones held the azure moon and the sky-raising sacred sword. They activated the ultimate moment. Sword Fury Sky. Mirror Moon Imperial God. Whoosh. The orange sword slashed furiously. The Mirror Moon sword whistled and cut open a gap in the red altar's flames. Kai. The other 2 clones used the dark step and rushed into the altar through the gap. At that moment, the clones were burned by the altar's special flames. Before they were burned to ashes, the 2 doppelgangers launched a furious kick into the green light barrier, sending the 2 women flying out from the center of the altar like kicking a rubber ball. Whoosh. The clones were burned to ashes in half a breath's time. The 2 women were shocked. The altar's flames were very special. They could even burn the holy power of a saint. Lin Chen's clone couldn't even last a breath's time. Fortunately, they had rescued the 2 women. Chapter 942. The little fairy wanted all the techniques in the treasury. Rank 8 sacred ores, 1 for each person. In terms of weapons, Lin Chen only took the saber mooncutter and the sword destiny, 2 peak rank 7 weapons. Due to the high value of the odd crystal fragments, Lin Chen compensated the little fairy with 40 bottles of clear jade dew before she let him go. Fortunately, the clear jade tree produced enough clear jade dew, otherwise, there would be not a single drop. Just as the 2 were about to leave, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. At the end of the cave, there was a strong blood-red attribute light. There are high attribute values over there. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately rushed over. The little fairy looked forward to it and followed Lin Chen closely. In the underground world below the palace, Dao Tai Holy Beast and the 3 saints were at loggerhead. Dao Tai grinned sinisterly and said hoarsely, I don't know this kid, are you looking for death? Are you deliberately finding trouble with me? The clone was frightened. Sister, how can you not recognize us after pulling up your pants? That night, you clearly said that you liked my specialty and even said that you would help me deal with 10 saint. The 3 saints' faces became gloomier. But seeing the anger in Tao Tie's eyes, the 3 saints were puzzled. What was actually going on? This Dao Tai really didn't seem to know Lin Chen. Could it be that Lin Chen was using them to kill each other? But if Lin Chen didn't know Dao Tai Holy Beast, how could he, who was seriously injured, dare to step into the territory of a rank 8 sacred beast? If they let Dao Tai go, What if she and Lin Chen were in cahoots? Dao Tai was more familiar with Dark Island than them, and if she escaped with Lin Chen, even if the 5 saints worked together, it would be extremely difficult to find her. Mystery. It was all a mystery. As if they had fallen into an endless swamp, the 3 saints were hesitant and had doubts about whether they should advance or retreat. This was the effect that Lin Chen wanted. His phantom clone had always been the trump card of his trump cards, and this time, without Ying Tianmo's blood seal, he could play with the 4 saint. I don't know you, Dai. Dao Tai smashed the clone with her palm. See, I have nothing to do with this kid, get lost. Seeing that there were 5 saints on the other side, Dao Tai suppressed her violent temperament. But the 3 saints didn't move. Seems like you still don't intend to admit it. Forget it, ferocious beasts will always be beasts, even if they have cultivated to a level close to ours. Let's beat them until they tell us. The 3 saints' choice was to kill the wrong person. Cicada Saint and Fog Saint were still outside. They did not believe that a heavily injured Lin Chen would be able to escape. Instead, they had to get rid of Dao Tai. Bang tilde tilde. Fierce explosions echoed from outside the palace. Dao Tai squinted his brutal eyes. That direction was his cave. So you want to touch my treasure? Humans, you're courting death. Roar tilde. Dao Tai holy beast Dao Tai roared angrily, releasing grey light that could swallow the wind and clouds. A primordial species was born. Its body was like black iron, its claws like a tiger, its tail like a cow, and its body like a horse. Its limbs were covered in scales, and its whole body was covered in grey light. It looked extremely ferocious, and its mouth was covered with thousands of sword-like teeth. Its body was like a mountain, standing in front of the 3 saints, and its murderous aura was like a dragon's. If it was in the space of the 9 states or other mortal worlds, this primordial holy beast would be more than 200,000 feet in size, and its claws could shatter the earth. It was a genuine primordial species. Clang tilde. The moment Dao Tai holy beast Taochie's body appeared, the blue-clothed saint raised his palms, and his saint power surged out as if it had collided with hard metal. He couldn't help but frown. What a hard body. I'll swallow you all. Dao Tai holy beast Dao Tai shot out dozens of devouring light beams from its mouth. The 3 saints used many battle techniques, and the 2 sides started to fight. While the battle between the Sage Realm experts was in full swing, Lin Chen discovered a shocking secret in the cave. The skeleton of 1,000 feet tall was engraved with mysterious bone patterns, and it was surrounded by high-level vitality attribute light balls. This is the skeleton of a Dao Tai that was about to break through to rank 8, but it was eaten clean before it died. Not even the beast core was left behind. The little demoness saw through the secret with a single glance and clicked her tongue in wonder. No wonder that Dao Tai woman could become so powerful. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. This one might be her husband, or he might be her relative. But the female swallowed the male, and only then did the female step into the realm of an 8th-level sacred beast. This skeleton couldn't be stored in a storage ring, so the young Dao Tai lady piled it together with many other treasures. Received 3,580 high-level vitality, 2,999 high-level vitality, 5,000 high-level vitality. Lin Chen put away all the high-level vitality attribute light balls, and gained a total of 90,000 high-level vitality. The influx of vitality energy forced Lin Chen to use the Dragon Emperor to share the burden. The Dragon Emperor that swallowed the Dragon Prince absorbed another batch of high-level vitality energy, and its pure strength rose to 69 million. The Dragon Emperor's true strength was even stronger than the golden armored dragon guards that the Dragon Prince brought along. Decomposed 11 odd crystal fragments, consumed 44 intermediate heaven path points, elemental attribute gained, 7 high-level fire energy, 8 high-level earth energy, 6 high-level wind energy, obtained special attribute gained, 25 million thousand suns fire, consumed all special attribute points, 105 intermediate heaven path points, starting to create a high-level blue rank sure kill skill. Lin Chen's thoughts were extremely fast, and the moment he obtained the attribute points, he decomposed and created a sure kill skill. All in one go. Bang! The space barrier outside was severely attacked, and the little fairy smiled at Lin Chen. A saint found this place and is attacking the space barrier. Lin Chen grabbed the little fairy and smiled. Let's go. Host activated super-dimensional teleportation, carrying target +1, consumption doubled, consumed 4 intermediate talent points. The two of them flashed and disappeared. Rumble. The space barrier shattered, and Cicada Saint stepped into it, his expression changing slightly. Where are they? This old man clearly felt that there were 2 other people here. Swish. The 2 of them returned to the courtyard of the palace, and the little fairy was once again amazed by Lin Chen's mystical means. He was actually able to use space transfer on Dark Island. Hey, if I return this to you now, can you kill all of them? The little fairy took out the war god wristband and shook it. Lin Chen smiled. I should be able to. The little fairy smiled charmingly. I don't believe you. I'll return it to you after you're done with me. Lin Chen? An angry voice was heard, and the middle-aged man stepped on a mist dragon and arrived. When he saw Lin Chen, he immediately pointed his finger, and the mist pierced through Lin Chen. Bang! Mist Saint's finger flattened the entire courtyard, creating a terrifying pit that was hundreds of feet wide. Lin Chen and the little fairy disappeared into thin air. Where did they go? Oh no, was that the original body? Mist Saint's expression changed. He crushed the sage seal in his palm and immediately informed the other 4 sages. Lin Chen used the innate shadow art and had already escaped with the little fairy. This was the reason why Lin Chen had entered Dark Island. On Dark Island, saints could not seal the space and restrict his movement. The innate shadow art was like a fish in water here. Chapter 943. Phantom Doppelgangers, spread out. Lin Chen activated the level 6 Phantom Rune and ordered all his doppelgangers to use the innate shadow art. After eliminating their auras, they rushed to the 4 corners of the palace. This could greatly disrupt the Sage Stage's vision and avoid a direct confrontation with the Sage Stage. Lin Chen could not replicate the results of the God of War Gauntlet. To be able to severely injure Heavenly Demon and kill the 3 sages in one move, it was largely due to the 3 ultimate skills and the strongest level 6 delaying rune that he had used up all his rune energy. The power of the 2 trump cards had delayed the 4 sages, giving them no chance to retreat. Otherwise, Lin Chen could not control the pain and struggle while wearing the God of War Gauntlet, and the Sage Stage would be enough to kill him. Although Lin Chen had ultimate skills, he only had 100 points of high-grade rune energy. If he did not have the means to delay the sages, even with the God of War Gauntlet, it would be difficult to hit the Sage Stage. Oh right, system, can my blank attributes be exchanged for high-grade rune energy? Suddenly, Lin Chen asked the system. He had more than 1 million blank attributes. If he could convert them all into high-grade rune energy, he would not have to be afraid of the 5 sages. Blank attributes and high-grade rune energy are of different levels. If you forcefully convert them, your blank attributes can be converted into 11 points of high-grade rune energy. Would you like to convert them? Lin Chen said. Goodbye. While the Island of Darkness was in chaos, the Mystic Domain and Xuanyu were spreading shocking news one after another, shocking the geniuses of the 2 domains. The Black Horse Club appeared out of nowhere, defeated the Extreme Heaven Pavilion, and killed the Dragon Prince. Won the team martial arts competition. All the geniuses in the Black Horse Club are suspected to be Stage 8 alchemists. They have more than 1 orange-grade ultimate skill and have the potential to become a 5th-grade sect. Their deputy director is only around 80,000 on the genius ranking. He dared to challenge the Dark Pavilion's patriarch and was surrounded by 16 sages. Countless pieces of news spread out, from the Mystic Domain to the Xian Domain, and even to the other 36 domains. The name of the Black Horse Club shook the genius rankings. In a certain area of the sacred boundary, in the vast expanse of clouds, a beautiful and gorgeous crimson-colored palace stood in the heavens and the earth like an immortal miracle, and it burned with brilliant divine flames. A beautiful woman in a red robe was sitting in the backyard of the god palace. She held the gold roll in her hand and quietly listened to her subordinates' report about the Black Horse Club. Behind the beautiful woman, there were a few handsome and beautiful geniuses on the genius roll kneeling on one knee. They were all extraordinary geniuses ranked in the top 30,000 of the genius roll. Fight the saints and win the assembly. He destroyed many geniuses on the genius ranking, single-handedly established the Black Horse Club, and all the geniuses are suspected to be quasi-tier 8 alchemists. He killed the dragon race's crown prince. Interesting. The beautiful woman flicked her sleeves and sent her subordinates away. A small head popped out from behind the screen in the courtyard and looked around curiously. The beautiful and exquisite body stretched, showing off her exquisite curves. Her beautiful lips parted and she smiled like a flower. Little girl, instead of cultivating, you came out to play. The little girl hiding behind the screen stuck out her tongue and skipped to the side of the beautiful woman in the red robe. She asked curiously, "Big sister, did my master come to the sacred boundary? I heard his name just now." The red-robed beauty scratched the little girl's nose with her jade-like finger and said with a smile, "Master, master. How many times have you been calling him master since we came here? Our divine flame palace has so many Saint Realm experts, and all of them are better than that stinking brat. Why do you keep talking about him? Even I am envious." The little girl shook her head and shook her tied ponytails. She muttered, "I don't want them to be my master. The other elders all teach long stories, and they don't teach as happily as master. H. Those stinky little brothers and sisters bullied me in the name of testing my combat skills. After I beat them up, they all became obedient." The little girl's pink and jade-like face showed a trace of truth. She fiercely clenched her small fists. "Master taught me that if anyone dares to bully me, I will beat them up." "That's right." The beautiful woman in the red robe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl was really bewitched by that brat. You awakened the martial god's bloodline and suddenly joined the divine flame palace, so you occupied a lot of cultivation resources. The brothers and sisters must be dissatisfied. However, the rule of our divine flame palace has always been to only cultivate the strong. You used your strength to conquer them. The beautiful woman in the red robe rubbed the little girl's hair lovingly. The geniuses who were kneeling on one knee beside her were shocked when they heard this. His mind exploded with a bang. Martial god's bloodline? The bloodline of the strongest god's bloodline in the legends. The bloodline of the martial god that was said to be comparable to the Son of God. What kind of godly background did this little girl have? The little girl's big eyes flickered and her voice was like a mosquito. "That, big sister, can I go out and look for master, you?" The beautiful woman pinched the little girl's white and tender ears. She shook her head and laughed. "Forget it. I'll give you 3 months to go out. However, you must always carry the divine flame starstone I gave you. If necessary, crush it. I'll rush to your side." "Yay. I knew big sister was the best. I can go and look for master now." The little girl kissed the side of the beautiful woman's face, then happily trotted away. "Oh, right. Remember, if you meet any geniuses who are below the 40,000th rank on the genius ranking, you are not allowed to fight. If you kill them, no one will help you." The geniuses who were kneeling on the ground twitched their mouths. "Get up. Since the information you brought is acceptable, you can go to the divine palace to get your reward." The beautiful woman in the red robe flicked her sleeve. The geniuses who were kneeling on the ground were overjoyed. After sending everyone away, the beautiful woman in the red robe gazed into the distance. In the distance, there was an eternal flame like the sun shining on the divine flame palace. The beautiful woman in the red robe muttered to herself. "Lin Chen, little fellow, can you catch up? Just based on your current performance, it's far from enough. Your opponents are not the ants on the genius ranking. A few first-grade Saint-grade alchemists can't make up for it. On the island filled with dark fog, there was a glorious and immortal divine palace. The divine palace's appearance was like a phoenix flying with its wings spread out. It had a garden of peach blossoms and many pavilions. The divine palace shone brightly as if it was the residence of a saint. "Is this the Phoenix Palace?" Lin Chen stared at the huge object in front of him and clicked his tongue in wonder. After he and the little fairy passed through Dao Tai's palace, they crossed the space barrier and rushed here at full speed. The 5 saints were still circling around the palace. Especially when Lin Chen's 5 doppelgangers appeared one by one and escaped, the 5 saints were having a great time catching them. Little did they know that Lin Chen's real body had already arrived on the other side of the dark island. I've sensed the location of the treasury. Let's go. The little fairy's charming face was filled with excitement and excitement. With a wave of her hand, the two thief kings sneaked into the Phoenix Palace. Dark fog filled the air and enveloped the entire sky. A ray of sword light flew straight and appeared in the sky. The young man stepped on his sword and came over. His face was cold and arrogant and his face was pale. The most handsome thing about the young man in white was his golden eyes. They were like eternal starlight and his pupils were like 9 stars hanging upside down. They contained the sword Steely, sword realm and sword world. At this moment, he covered the bloodstains on his chest and stepped on his sword into the dark fog. His pair of golden eyes saw through everything as he muttered to himself. The experts of the demon race are indeed quite capable. This seems to be the Dark Island and it is said that a sacred phoenix lives here. Extract its blood marrow and phoenix feathers to heal my injuries. The young man entered the dark fog. At the end of the dark fog was an island shrouded in darkness. This young man in white was Lin Xingchen, who had destroyed the Star Splendor Palace with one sword. At this moment, he was heading straight for the Dark Island. Chapter 944. Inside Phoenix Palace, a handsome man wearing a phoenix sun and moon robe raised his cup and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, come, beauties. Let's drink until we're drunk. No one can leave first today. Saint for 10,000 years. His Majesty is mighty. A group of graceful and agile women danced. Their clothes were like gauze and the snow-white waves were clearly visible. It caused the handsome man to embrace a few beauties and fondle them wantonly. This life is really happy. There's a palace, a group of beauties, and 100 million. It's simple and unadorned. I like it. Someone Lin, who was quietly passing by, clicked his tongue in wonder. He was currently in the state of innate shadow art eliminating aura. The man in the phoenix robe in the palace did not notice him and the little demoness. That handsome man was most likely the owner of this phoenix palace, the Grand Flame Sacred Phoenix. You can also run in and join them now. I don't mind. The little demoness wore his God of War braces and chuckled. It was like the mist in the spring mountains in March. There was a dangerous charm amidst the haziness. Of course, I'm just saying. How can these women be compared to my little demoness big sister? Shameless. Who's yours? You're dreaming. You're dreaming. What? I was just thinking about you and you actually said I was daydreaming. How can you scold yourself like that? Big sister demoness, a girl must cherish herself. Looks like not only are you daydreaming, you're also itching for a beating. The two of them bickered along the way. In front of an inconspicuous loft in Phoenix Palace, Lin Chen saw an attribute lightball's aurora. What a dazzling light. It seems to be the attribute light of a cultivation technique. Lin Chen licked his lips. Just as he was about to enter with anticipation, the little demoness stopped him. There's a hidden spatial restriction here. Once we trigger it, that big fellow will discover us. The little demoness pointed at a spatial talisman outside the loft. It faintly emitted spatial energy, forming dense spatial threads that enveloped the entire loft. As long as one touched a spatial thread, it would attract the sacred phoenix's attention. Lin Chen released Little Shadow and pointed at the loft. Little guy, can you handle it? The fairy also looked at Little Shadow. She nodded, then shook her head. Purple lightning gathered above Little Dark Shadow's head. You can enter alone. You can't bring anyone with you. The two of them looked at each other. Lin Chen said to Little Shadow, then I'll leave it to you. Go in and move the things out one by one. Remember, pick the most valuable things first. If you're done, I'll reward you handsomely. Little Dark Shadow's eyes lit up. He dashed into the void and wandered around the space crystal walls, passing through the thin space threads. The two of them stood outside the pavilion, ready for battle. Not long after, Little Shadow brought out an 8th grade Saint Or. The little demoness said anxiously, Little guy, it's not this. First, find the phoenix feather in the box. It's this. She took out the scroll and showed it to Little Shadow. Little Shadow looked at Lin Chen. After Lin Chen nodded seriously, Little Shadow dashed in again. Little Shadow rummaged through the secret room, and among the piles of silver Saint Origin coins and treasures, he finally found 2 green boxes. Inside the boxes was a purplish-red feather. It was very beautiful. Little Shadow's black cloud-like body formed 2 claws and grabbed it excitedly. Just as he was about to move it, clang, one of the spatial threads broke. Little Dark Shadow was shocked. Only then did he realize that there were 2-dimensional threads connected to the bottom of the green box. If he moved the green box too much, the dimensional threads would break. But he didn't notice it. He miscalculated. Inside the Phoenix Palace, the great flame sacred phoenix, who had transformed into its human form, had a fierce look in its eyes. Its entire body was burning with purplish-red flames. It was no longer drunk and was filled with murderous intent. How dare a thief sneak into my palace? How dare you touch my phoenix feather? You're courting death. Outside the pavilion, while Lin Chen and the little demoness were still guarding, the little demoness' expression changed. Oh no, that big guy has been alerted. Rumble. The purplish-red flames turned into a sea of fire and rushed into the clouds. A man with purplish-red wings flew over quickly and said coldly, "Who are you? Come out." The great flame sacred phoenix raised its hand and tore. Its claws were like hooks with purplish-red flames rolling. It was sharp and hot. It swept out a claw that was hundreds of feet long and attacked outside the pavilion. Let that little guy hide first. I'll delay this guy. You help me get the thing. The little demoness pushed Lin Chen away and revealed herself. Her slender hands were covered with crimson lotus flames. Her fingertips flicked and tore apart the pavilion's spatial restriction. At the same time, a red lotus flew into the sky and collided with the great flame sacred phoenix's claw. Bang tilde tilde, rumble. A flaming tornado swept across the sky, and the sacred flames burned high in the sky. The great flame sacred phoenix was shocked and then laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, what a delicious and peerless beauty. Since you're here, don't leave. Stay here with me. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Saint Realm? This little demoness is also a Saint Realm cultivator? Damn, how can I accept this? It seems that everyone on the island who can fight is a Saint Realm cultivator. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. The little demoness secretly sent a voice transmission. Go quickly. I may not be able to stop it completely. The spatial restriction had been torn apart by the little demoness, and Lin Chen dashed straight into the treasury. Rumble tilde tilde. The sky outside was dark. The little demoness and the sacred phoenix were fighting. The Hongyang sacred phoenix decisively revealed its true form. It transformed into a huge purple phoenix with 3 feathers on its tail. Its entire body was filled with domineering saintly aura. The moment it appeared, it brought out its true strength as if it was determined to capture the little demon. Every step she took was like a lotus flower. Her body was slender and graceful, and when she moved, she could dodge the sacred phoenix's attacks every time. Lin Chen barged into the pavilion. At this time, Little Shadow was at a loss and panicked. When it saw Lin Chen enter, it quickly returned to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen grabbed the 2 green boxes and rudely tore apart the spatial thread. The sacred phoenix outside turned pale with fright. There's still a thief. Rumble. The finger seal suppressed the sky. With a boom, it exploded on the sacred phoenix's back and knocked it down. Your opponent is me. If you don't want to die, focus on fighting me. The little demoness giggled and stood in front of the sacred phoenix. At this time, the little demoness and the sacred phoenix did not notice that a sword aura was moving across thousands of miles. It was moving at an incredible speed. In the pavilion, Lin Chen took the 2 immortal phoenix feathers and looked around the pavilion. It was filled with silver Saint Origin coins, 10 pieces of 8th grade ores, and many treasures. Lin Chen opened the peach blossom plant pouch and took it all. If it was an ordinary expert, they would not have the space to store so many treasures. However, Lin Chen's peach blossom plant pouch had a huge space. As for his system space, only the items produced by the system could be placed in the system space. For example, the God of War braces. Otherwise, other items could not enter the system space. Lin Chen collected many treasures along the way. When he reached the top floor, there was a bright orange attribute light ball. This was a cultivation technique attribute light ball. Lin Chen's heart was filled with excitement as he grabbed the orange attribute light ball. Host has received a cultivation technique attribute light ball. After absorption, you will receive a half-orange movement technique, Dragon Flash. Chapter 945. Half-orange grade movement technique? Lin Chen was shocked. His strongest movement technique now was the +13 infinite dark steps. With this movement technique complemented with his mental cultivation method and ultimate moment talent, he could unleash the speed of a purple grade movement technique. But a half-orange grade movement technique was completely different. A purple grade movement technique and a half-orange grade movement technique were two different concepts. Moreover, in Lin Chen's hands, if the half-orange grade movement technique was strengthened with his mental cultivation method and ultimate moment talent, it would be infinitely close to an orange grade movement technique. The only regret was that the charging rune could only be used on offensive techniques. Otherwise, Lin Chen would definitely be able to unleash the power of an orange grade movement technique. I have one more life-saving method now. I have to find some time to learn this movement technique. Lin Chen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and hurriedly left the pavilion. With a flash of movement technique, he rushed out of the pavilion. The next moment, Lin Chen saw the scene outside. Lin Chen was in disbelief as his pupils trembled in fear. The humongous sacred phoenix fell to the ground and collapsed. The blood of the sacred phoenix formed a long river, its body and blood scattered into purplish-red attribute light balls. That was the brilliance that belonged to the bloodline attribute light balls. Its phoenix flames gradually extinguished. The sacred phoenix race, which was known for its strong vitality, actually died on the spot. Before it died, its eyes were filled with disbelief as it muttered to itself, "Such a domineering sword. Was it the little demoness who killed it? No, it can't be. Who was it?" When Lin Chen saw the remnant sword aura on the sacred phoenix's head, he was shocked. On top of the sacred phoenix's body stood a young man in white. The white-clothed young man pulled with one hand and fiercely pulled out the blood essence of the Hongyang sacred phoenix, pulling out 100-meter-long purple-red energy essence condensed from the blood essence. The little demoness had fallen into a cliff. She, who had a beautiful appearance and temperament, was now deathly pale. Her robes were in disarray, as if they had been cut open by many sword slashes. Her jade-like white skin was revealed, covered in bloodstains. "Lin Chen! Hurry up and take the immortal phoenix feather and leave." Lin Xingchen seemed to have sensed something, and his gaze turned towards Lin Chen's location as he said indifferently, "I didn't think that there would be another ant." Lin Chen was shocked. This person could actually see through his innate shadow incantation. He removed the dark calamity battle chi from his body and revealed his true form. At this moment, the two fated gazes of 1,000 cycles of reincarnation locked onto each other. Lin Xingchen stared at the silver-robed youth in the distance, an extremely strange feeling surging in his heart. A few strands of sword chi appeared in his golden pupils, and he was puzzled. To the current him, this young man was extremely weak. But for some reason, he couldn't afford to underestimate them. He didn't have the aura of a weak ant on his body. Instead, there was a kind of aura that faintly threatened him. The young man in white had a strange expression on his face. "I'm afraid of this brat. Why would I be afraid of an ant who hasn't even reached the sage realm? What a joke." Lin Xingchen felt that it was absurd, and he laughed coldly. He was a peerless genius of his generation, and he looked down on countless geniuses of the sacred boundary. He didn't even put the entire sacred boundary in his eyes. He was a true natural-born sovereign, and he shouldered the glory of the god realm's aristocratic families. Someone like him would be afraid of a war emperor? What a joke. Lin Chen's shock wasn't small either. He pulled open his shirt, revealing the 9 star-like birthmarks on his chest. Were they actually flickering with a faint light? These were Lin Chen's birthmarks. When Manager Su of the Divine Martial Sect picked him up, it was on a moonlit night. In the night, Lin Chen was only wrapped in a tattered robe with the word Lin on it. At that time, Lin Chen was an infant, and the 9 birthmarks on his chest flickered with a faint starlight. From then on, Manager Su named him Lin Chen. The word Chen originated from the reaction of the birthmark to the stars. The word Lin originated from the tattered robe on Lin Chen's body. In Lin Chen's memory, these 9 birthmarks would only emit a faint light when facing a full moon or a starry night. They were useless. Lin Chen's bloodline was no different from a mortal's. Today, it actually reacted to the white-clothed youth in front of him. "Ant, you walked out of the pavilion. I believe you're here for the immortal phoenix feather. Hand over the immortal phoenix feather, and I'll spare your life. You can scram immediately." Lin Xingchen thought highly of himself. He actually asked Lin Chen to hand over the immortal phoenix feather, and he would spare his life. This was his arrogance. His arrogance to the extreme. He had never put any of the geniuses of the sacred boundary in his eyes. If he killed a war emperor here, it would prove that he didn't have absolute confidence in his own potential and future. It would create a huge obstacle for his state of mind. Would he, Lin Xingchen, be afraid of a war emperor? What a joke! Lin Chen used the silent step and rushed to the cliff. He stood in front of the little demoness and hugged her. The beauty's beautiful face blushed slightly. Lin Chen held the little demoness' slender waist with one hand and smiled faintly. "If I hand over the immortal phoenix feather, I don't know if I can take her away." Lin Xingchen sneered. "She offended me and will definitely die. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? Oh, you're very arrogant." Lin Chen smiled and searched the little vixen's body from head to toe. "Hey, what are you doing? Where are you touching?" The little demoness scolded coldly. "You dare to take advantage of me? TSK, my Yuechi and sister Ruoyon are much prettier than you. Don't flatter yourself. I'm taking back my big treasure." Lin Chen searched and found the battle god's wrist guard. He praised in his heart. "It feels so good. You're really a demoness. Only Sister Yuechi's figure can compare to you." Even though he was heavily injured, Lin Xingchen still crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking down at Lin Chen with arrogance in his eyes. "Ant, don't tell me you want to resist me. Don't fight with him. You're not his match," the little demoness said anxiously. Lin Chen pulled her to the side. "Women shouldn't interfere in men's business." Lin Chen's domineering attitude stunned the little demoness. He could have left if he handed over the immortal phoenix feather. Why did he have to stay here and risk his life? Lin Chen held the battle god's wrist guard and smiled evilly. "You look very arrogant. You knew I didn't intend to hand over the immortal phoenix feather, but you didn't stop me." Although the little demoness had used him to steal the immortal phoenix feather, it was a fact that she had saved him. After using the battle god's wrist guard, Lin Chen was like Little Shadow. They were both at the end of their rope. If not for the little demoness, Lin Chen would have become food for the ferocious beasts while he was unconscious. In his bottom line, there was no abandoning his savior, because you and I are different. You're just an ant on the ground. No one cares about what an ant wants to do. In my eyes, you're all a piece of cake. Lin Xingchen's eyes were so cold that it made one shudder. Lin Chen laughed loudly. "Thank you so much. In my eyes, you're the same. It's the same no matter who I face. I don't care about life and death. If you're not convinced, just fight." Lin Chen stuffed a large amount of Longqingguo into his mouth. His domineering smile was overflowing with arrogance. The next moment, Lin Chen put on the battle god's wrist guard. Boom tilde. Divine light shone, and golden light floated. Lin Chen's eyes shone with a divine light that illuminated the world. An invincible aura that could dominate thousands of worlds erupted from the battle god's wrist guard. Lin Chen's body was bathed in divine golden light, and he looked like a battle god who had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, Lin Xingchen's expression suddenly became very interesting. An unexpected duel. Lin Chen versus Lin Xingchen. Chapter 946. Boom. 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 10,000 rays of golden light surged out from Lin Chen's body. His hair danced in the wind, and his silver robe fluttered loudly. He released a dazzling divine light that illuminated the world. His entire body was covered in divine light illusions. He was like an armored god of war, his battle prowess dominating the heavens. Almost instinctively, Lin Xingchen gripped the sword at his waist tightly. Lin Chen's aura had increased by more than 100,000 times in an instant. He had leaped to a whole new level. What is this? Lin Xingchen stared fixedly at the war god's wrist guard on Lin Chen's arm, his expression solemn. So that's how it is. Is this the reason why he threatened me? I didn't feel anything strange about this item just now. Splat. Lin Chen's entire body turned into paste as blood flowed all over his body. He still couldn't control the god of war bracer. Lin Chen was already prepared. He activated the ultimate moment, 7 transformations. He used the ultimate convergence talent repeatedly. With his previous experience, Lin Chen was no longer obsessed with punching. His entire body was covered in blood. He clenched his fists tightly and made a snap motion. A sense of danger enveloped Lin Chen. He was about to move, but Lin Chen seemed to have predicted his reaction. He suddenly shouted coldly, "Damn you, you coward! Weren't you acting cool just now? Why are you running now? Are you a coward? If you have the guts, take my snap." Lin Xingchen's cold and arrogant face was instantly filled with anger. Even though it was such a low-level provocation, it had still stimulated his extremely conceited heart. A mere ant dares to talk back to me? Die. Clang. The divine sword was unsheathed. The sound of the sword reverberated through the heavens and shook the entire island of darkness. What sword is that? The little fairy's eyes trembled. The sword in Lin Xingchen's hand was extremely mysterious. From the hilt of the sword, there were dozens of veins that were connected to Lin Xingchen's arm. It was extremely strange. It was as if the sword was a part of him. It was more like a living thing. That's right, that's how it should be. Cowards can't beat me. Lin Chen grinned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Countless rays of golden light condensed at the tip of his finger, and he suddenly flicked his finger. A beam of golden radiance shot out explosively, almost instantaneously like a flash of light. Bang tilde. Rip tilde. The peerless divine power that had shattered the falling crystal wall was condensed at a single point. Extreme strength and extreme speed condensed into a streak of golden radiance. Wherever the golden divine radiance passed, it tore apart the spatial crystal walls of the island of darkness, furiously crashing into Lin Xingchen. Lin Xingchen raised his sword and stood upright. His palm pressed against the hilt of the sword as he moved at lightning speed. Breaking dawn. Boom tilde. The wind and clouds gathered to form a speck of starlight. The extreme sword radiance illuminated the dark fog of the entire dark island. The tip of the sword was the sharpest sword radiance. Clang tilde. Bang tilde. The moment when the sharpest point of the sword light collided with the golden radiance that contained hundreds of millions of dragon power points, the entire space in the sky shattered. History converged at this moment. Boom. 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 An indescribable spatial hurricane came crashing down, crushing the entire Phoenix Palace into smithereens. The mountains exploded, as if they had exploded. The faint golden radiance and sword aura scattered in the air. It's this power. I wonder if the power he used to instantly kill the 3 saints that day is effective against this monster. Little Fairy's mind was extremely tense. This youth was a real monster. He killed the sacred phoenix with 1 strike and defeated her with 2 strikes. Among the monsters she had encountered, there was no monster with such heaven-defying power. What was even more terrifying was that this person seemed to be heavily injured. Finally, Phut tilde. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Xingchen's mouth. With the addition of new injuries, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. Because of Lin Xingchen's injuries, more than 10 extremely high-quality attribute light balls rolled down from the sky. At this moment, Lin Chen wasn't much better than Lin Xingchen. His body continued to crumble as blood spurted out. He was on the verge of death. Lin Chen didn't hesitate at all. He gritted his teeth and gathered strength with great difficulty for the second flick of his finger. Not good. Lin Xingchen was shocked. Die. Lin Chen roared and gathered strength for another flick of his finger. The second ray of golden light shot into the sky. Phut tilde. Rip tilde. The golden light tore through the void. The stronger the power, the faster the speed. Lin Xingchen didn't have time to dodge at all. He raised his sword, which flowed with vast starlight and contained the sun and moon, and slashed apart half of the sword rainbow. Bang! The golden light, which was condensed from pure strength, smashed apart the remnant light in the sky. The entire Phoenix Palace's foundation was shaken until it cracked inch by inch. The earth-shaking wind rushed into the clouds and dispersed the endless dark fog that shrouded Dark Island, allowing the moonlight to shine down from the outside. A dazzling 5-colored supreme treasure chest appeared. It was another 5-colored supreme treasure chest. Whoosh tilde. The starlight shuttled, carrying the sacred phoenix's blood marrow and escaping through the void. Brat, I'll remember you. How dare you injure me, Lin Xingchen? I'll make you pay for this blood debt in the future. Just as he finished speaking, the starlight had already disappeared. Lin Chen knelt on one knee and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and the bones in his body were cracking. Little Fairy hurriedly supported him and quickly removed the R's wristband. She said anxiously, Lin Chen, are you all right? Don't scare me. Lin Chen glanced at Little Fairy and didn't even have the strength to speak. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Damn it, I didn't expect that I would die here, Lin Chen sighed in his heart. He used the second flick of the R's wristband, causing his body to shatter from the explosive power. Even his heart and battle chi fate wheel were showing signs of shattering. There was nothing he could do. But if he didn't use it a second time, he wouldn't be able to defeat such a strong enemy. He just said that his name is Lin Xingchen. Just like me, his surname is Lin. My strange birthmark also reacted to him. Could it be that he is related to my background? It's a pity that I'm going to die here. My background doesn't matter anymore. Damn it, his entire body has been destroyed by that power. What should I do? Little Fairy was burning with anxiety. Suddenly, she had an idea. She said excitedly, Lin Chen, don't die yet. Where did you put the immortal phoenix feather that you stole? It can still save your life. Lin Chen didn't have the strength to speak. When his body shattered, Little Shadow hurriedly took out the 2 green boxes from the peach blossom plant pouch. Little Fairy was delighted. She immediately opened the green light and placed one of the immortal phoenix feather on Lin Chen's chest. She activated a trace of battle chi and the immortal phoenix feather burned. Lin Chen was bathed in the flames of the phoenix feather. However, before the little demoness could rejoice, her expression changed again. Damn it! His life force is still collapsing. The immortal phoenix feather's recovery ability can't keep up with the speed of his collapse. He has entered a state of death. Little Fairy's heart was filled with regret. She didn't expect that Lin Chen would die because of her. She had always been bold, but she didn't expect that she would cause the death of such a young talent. A seemingly miraculous power was about to erupt from Lin Chen's body. At this time, the flames of the immortal phoenix feather burned Lin Chen. Although it couldn't save him, it sucked in all the purple-red elemental balls around the sacred phoenix feather. Woo-woo, Lin Chen, don't die. Little Fairy cried for the first time in her life. You could have run away just now. Why did you turn back? Wouldn't you have been able to leave if you had handed over the immortal phoenix feather? You're so stupid. If you had kissed me again, I might have come back to life this time, Lin Chen's voice sounded. Little Fairy wiped her tears and said, if I had kissed you again, would you have come back to life? Chapter 947. In the south of Dark Island, the 5 sages and the Dao Tai were fighting. Then, the Qin family's sword sage, Qin Zhentian, and Lian Wanjin had infiltrated. Bang! Bang! 2 earth-shattering sounds reverberated in the sky, attracting Lian Wanjin and Qin Zhentian's attention. What's that sound? It's coming from inside Dark Island. Something's not right. Even a second stage sage might not be able to create such a terrifying commotion in Dark Island. The situation has changed. Let's go inside Dark Island to take a look. The 2 sages focused their eyes and rushed into the depths of Dark Island. Stupid Lin Chen, you dare to lie to me. The little demoness raised her hand and wanted to slap Lin Chen, but he immediately said weakly, Hey, I'm a wounded person. If you hit me, what if you kill me again? The little fairy then realized that Lin Chen was bathing in the flames of the immortal phoenix feather, and there was also a wisp of purple flames. What is this? The little fairy was bewildered. She had just confirmed that Lin Chen's injuries were too serious. Even the immortal phoenix feather couldn't save him. Looks like I have another opportunity. A beam of red light spread out from Lin Chen's back, and the phoenix wings that were surrounded by a faint red light began to evolve. Lin Chen opened the system screen. As expected, after he absorbed the Great Flame Sacred Phoenix's attribute light ball, the system kept popping up screens. Host has received 120,000 Great Flame True Phoenix Bloodline points, 100,000 Great Flame True Phoenix Bloodline points, because the host is in a special state of burning the immortal phoenix feather to repair the body. The Great Flame True Phoenix Bloodline and the True Flame Purple Phoenix Bloodline have merged. His True Flame Purple Phoenix Bloodline had merged with the Great Flame True Phoenix Bloodline. Under normal circumstances, the True Flame Purple Phoenix Bloodline was inferior to the Great Flame True Phoenix Bloodline. The former's growth limit was a beginner stage 8 sacred beast, and it was rare. The Great Flame True Phoenix Bloodline's growth limit was peak stage 8. Its ancestor was the divine beast Taisha Flame Phoenix. Although they had the same ancestor, they had different branches. But Lin Chen's body was in a state of collapse, and with the burning of the immortal phoenix feather as an opportunity, he merged the Great Flame True Phoenix's bloodline with the True Flame Purple Phoenix's bloodline. The rebirth of the twin phoenixes had pulled Lin Chen back from the gates of hell. Mother **K. Using this war god bracer before reaching the Saint Realm is suicide. The second flick of the finger shattered my life force. This time, I have the immortal phoenix feather and bloodline fusion. Next time, I won't be so lucky. Bloodline fusion and immortal phoenix feather were constantly healing Lin Chen's wounds. When he was unable to move, he discovered that the white-robed youth had dropped a 5-light supreme treasure chest. As for the attribute light ball, it was absorbed by the god of war gauntlet. Every time Lin Chen looked at it, his heart would be stimulated. The attribute ball of light no longer belonged to him, Lin Chen. In the future, if there was no need, he really couldn't take out the Ars bracers. Lin Chen summoned the Dragon Emperor and put away the 5-light supreme treasure chest. When the system screen popped up, his expression gradually became sluggish. His mouth was wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Why is your mouth so wide open? If we don't leave now, those saints will find us. The little fairy curled her lips in annoyance. Clearly, she still held a grudge against Lin Chen for making fun of her just now. Lin Chen ignored her. His eyes were glued to the system screen. Host has opened the 5-light supreme treasure chest. Orange tier passive talent fragment, Supreme God Possession, 1/4. Orange tier passive talent, Supreme God Possession. Without any consumption, without any conditions, the power of the host's orange tier combat skills will be greatly increased, applicable to combat skills, not applicable to special cultivation methods and mental cultivation methods, range of increase, unknown. Please collect the missing talent fragment to learn all the information about the passive talent. Orange tier passive talent fragment. Lin Chen's mouth trembled. The supreme treasure chest dropped by Lin Xingchen actually gave him an orange tier passive talent fragment. He didn't even dare to think about this in the past. If this talent can be stacked with the recharge rune, I wonder how much the increase will be. Lin Chen didn't have time to think. The little fairy immediately pulled him away and said to him, "Some saints have already passed by the Taotia's territory. We should go." Lin Chen was stunned. Go? Go where? Out of the Great Flame Sacred Phoenix's territory, of course. As long as we reach the southern region, these guys won't be able to catch up with us. The little fairy took the remaining immortal phoenix feather and returned the Ars bracer to Lin Chen. She carried him and flew quickly. She knew the dark island like the back of her hand. Phut tilde. Along the way, the little fairy spat out blood again. Blood stained her robe, poignant and enchanting. She was hit twice by Lin Xingchen's sword. The sword aura invaded her body and caused great damage. Just relying on the silver and gold Saint Origin coins, as well as the 7 long qingguo that Lin Chen gave her, was still not enough. It wasn't easy for a divine body to recover unless Lin Chen gave her all the long qingguo produced by the long qingshu. However, this would delay Lin Chen's plans. He had another choice. Eat it. Lin Chen, who was bathed in the flames of the immortal phoenix feather, took out a sealed jade bottle. Even the little fairy couldn't help but be moved by the pills in the bottle. A first-grade divine pill. Why do you have this? This was an 8th-grade divine pill. Even with her status, it was difficult for her to enjoy it. Lin Chen was just a genius on the genius roll. How could he have an 8th-grade divine pill? Don't think that I have nothing but my handsomeness. I have a few 8th-grade alchemists working for me. Lin Chen grinned. The little fairy stuck out her tongue and said, "Don't blush when you brag." The little fairy looked deeply at Lin Chen. She wasn't a pretentious person. She took the divine pill and swallowed it. Whoosh! Her divine body glowed with nourishment. Her wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The meridians and saint origin energy that were torn by the sword aura were quickly repaired. The power of a divine pill was extraordinary. If Lin Chen consumed it, his body wouldn't be able to withstand such a huge amount of energy. Lin Chen gave her such a precious pill, proving his trust in her. Their trust in each other increased exponentially. As the little demoness supported Lin Chen, she stuffed something into his arms. "Here, this is my Purple Cloud token. If you have time, you can come to the Purple Cloud King Valley in the southern region to find me. My name is enough to let you live a good life in the Purple Cloud King Valley." Lin Chen smiled and said, "So awesome. Then I'll go in 2 days. I want to find the prettiest girl there to accompany me for a few nights. TSK, the prettiest girl in the Purple Cloud King Valley is me. Then you'll come? Dream on. No way." In 2 hours, the energy of the sacred elixir allowed the little fairy to recover while she hurried on with Lin Chen. The two of them arrived at the end of the sacred phoenix's territory. The dark fog dissipated slightly. This was the route that Lin Xingchen took to kill his way into the Dark Island. Lin Chen, who was still bathing in the flames of the immortal phoenix feather, suddenly asked the little fairy, "Oh right, there are so many forces in the sacred boundary. Which force is in control of the sacred prison? Is there a way to enter?" After Lin Chen arrived at the sacred boundary, the most powerful person he had come into contact with was the little fairy in front of him. Maybe he could get some information about the sacred prison from her. Lin Chen couldn't forget the Orange Rank Heart Sutra, Tai Heaven concealing technique. The little fairy was surprised. "Why are you asking this? Do you want to go in?" Lin Chen scratched his head. "I have a friend who doesn't want to work. He was caught stealing a car. I want to find a chance to visit him." The little fairy, ? Chapter 948. The holy prison doesn't belong to any force. To be precise, it belongs to the gods. The fairy's words were shocking. The holy prison specializes in imprisoning the most vicious criminals in the sacred boundary, but the gods are rarely seen. Throughout the year, there is a holy prison tribunal that replaces the gods. Their existence is the most independent existence in the sacred boundary. Lin Chen's expression was solemn. "I heard that there was a prison break in the holy prison. What happened?" The fairy shook her head. "That was an exception. Other than that, no one in the history of the holy prison was able to escape. It is said that the female demon appeared in the holy prison out of thin air. It seems that even the holy prison tribunal did not know where she came from. She killed her way from the 19th level to the 1st level by herself, releasing countless criminals. It's said that she even took away some hidden experts. Even my master's expression changed when he talked about this matter. I only vaguely remember that my master once revealed that the female demon had fought with the gods of the holy world. As for who won or lost, I don't know. Is that so?" Lin Chen pretended not to change his expression, but his heart trembled a few times. Damn, that black-clothed woman had fought with a true god. To be able to break into the holy prison alone and force the gods out, then she was very likely to be a god. I've been targeted by a god. Damn, what kind of luck is this? Lin Chen broke out in cold sweat. He thought that after cultivating to the saint realm, he could at least contend with that mysterious woman. Now, it seemed that the saint realm was not enough. The little fairy gave Lin Chen a stern look. "If you really have any acquaintances who have been captured and sent to the holy prison, I advise you to stop thinking about it. That is an eternal hell, and no one can come out. Similar upheavals like before have already made the holy prison even more heavily guarded. The only way to enter is to be captured and sent in. I'm just asking. Don't worry, I'm not someone who likes to court death. Lin Chen smiled. The little demoness rolled her eyes at him charmingly. Who knows? Some people look weak, but when they fight, they don't care about life and death. If they don't accept it, they'll fight. Lin Chen had to go to the holy prison. The 9 great demonic eyes of the 9 prefectures still needed the 9 karma nail unique to the holy prison to suppress them. Otherwise, the 9 prefectures would definitely be plunged into chaos 100 years later. The Tai Futian scripture would determine Lin Chen's future. An orange tier mental cultivation method would be his most powerful asset when fighting against many powerful warriors. Maybe I can find that mysterious woman. Back then, she entered the holy prison all by herself. Maybe she has some special method to enter. Lin Chen looked at the faintly discernible devil seal on his palm and smiled bitterly in his heart. Boom tilde. Space shook for a moment, and Lin Chen's bloodline was suddenly reborn. The host's True Flame Purple Phoenix bloodline has fused with the True Flame Phoenix bloodline. Bloodline energy value, 47, 5 million points. Bloodline fusion complete. My phoenix wings have also evolved. My and the Dragon Emperor's battle power has also increased. In terms of speed, there shouldn't be many who are faster than me at the same level. Lin Chen put away his purple phoenix wings and arrived at the end of Dark Island with the little demoness. A ray of sunlight pierced through the surface of the sea. This place was surrounded by the sea, and the sea was vast. The dark island behind them was covered in a dark fog. I still have important things to do. Take this with you. I will be able to sense your location within a certain distance. The little demoness handed him a jade scroll. Lin Chen accepted it, and the little demoness said with a smile, "You are my type. I, the little demon empress, will make you my friend. I will protect you from now on." Lin Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alright, ha ha ha. The little demoness was also his type. As the little demoness stepped into the air and left, she smiled sweetly at Lin Chen. Waving her hand, she said, "Lin Chen, you'd better not die. I'll be waiting for you on the Demon Geniuses leaderboard. Otherwise, the next time we fight, it'll be boring." Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. He walked out of Dark Island and flew into the air. He opened the peach blossom pouch and released the 2 sisters. "Prince Lin Chen, are you alright?" Qin Miao immediately sized up Lin Chen. "I'm fine, we escaped. However, the crisis has not been resolved, and the Sage Realm experts chasing after me have not stopped, so we have to hurry." Lin Chen smiled. Qin Juyan's heart trembled as she asked in surprise, "The Sage Realm experts chasing after you? Let's talk as we walk." Lin Chen brought the 2 sisters and briefly explained the situation of Dark Island. The 2 girls were both shocked and afraid. Lin Chen had actually provoked a large group of Sage Realm experts. However, if not for this, they would not have been saved. If not for Lin Chen, the 2 sisters would have been buried in the mouth of Dao Tai. However, Lin Chen had gained a lot from this trip to Dark Island. The little demoness had given Lin Chen the treasure vault of the Great Flame True Phoenix, causing his foundation to become even more abundant. However, the most important thing was the information he had encountered and learned. The War God Bracer was still full of doubts. However, this item was definitely Lin Chen's final trump card. Not to mention a punch, Lin Chen could only use it once to flick his finger. 2 times would definitely kill him. Lin Xingchen. Just who was this person? His birthmark actually had a weak reaction to this person. What was even more terrifying was that this person's strength was simply heaven-defying. His life force was as young as the geniuses on the genius ranking, but the geniuses on the genius ranking were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. The Great Flame Sacred Phoenix, which had an extremely strong vitality, was killed by him with a single slash. The mysterious little demoness was defeated by him with 2 slashes. At that time, Lin Xingchen seemed to have been heavily injured. If he had not been so conceited and taken the War God Bracer head-on, he would have died without a doubt. It's really difficult to solve this mystery. I'm still too weak. If I had the strength of a saint, I would have just killed these guys directly. There wouldn't be so much trouble. Lin Chen collected his thoughts and maintained the innate shadow art as he flew, suppressing his aura. This was the southern region. There were many seas and islands. Lin Chen wore the Thousand Illusion mask and transformed into the Jundok Shui. The two girls were shocked. He could actually perfectly disguise himself as the Jundok Shui from the Black Horse Club. He carefully disguised the two girls. As long as they found the territory of a rank 4 faction, they would usually be able to find a large spatial passage that could teleport them back to Xuanyu or the Mystic Realm. Lin Chen also solemnly instructed the two girls to immediately leave him if necessary and return to the Mystic Realm. Little Fairy was able to leave Dark Island so quickly because she had the map of Dark Island. She entered Dark Island after passing by the Mystic Realm. As for the Saints, Lin Chen was not sure when they would rush out from the other side of Dark Island. The three of them flew for half a day and landed in the territory of a rank 4 holy nation, Fu Saint Nation. Holy empires were the ancient empires of the Holy World. Establishing a nation within the sacred boundary was like establishing a sect. It required a saint realm cultivator and a plant of fortune. Holy nations were not divided into ranks. Ancient nations without a saint realm cultivator had already been destroyed in history. On a small island at the edge of Blue Flower Island, there was a pavilion built nearby. A group of elderly and children lined up to receive medicinal pills, cultivation resources, or to express their gratitude, forming a long line. Everyone, don't worry. There will be pills. This epidemic will be controlled. In front of the long line was a clinic. There was only one white-clothed girl sitting there. She was elegant and ethereal, and her slender figure was like a willow branch. She was wearing a cloak, so her face was hidden. She was handing out pills and herbs to the elders and children in the line. Splat. Water splashed everywhere. A group of Yuan Venerate youths returned and laughed excitedly. Grandpa, we hunted a desolate sea fish. Eating the bones of the desolate sea fish will stabilize the epidemic in everyone's bodies. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the surface of the sea was stirred up. A ferocious giant creature with countless barbs on its head appeared and said in human language, "I can eat to my heart's content again. Gar gar gar." The youths were shocked. It was a rank 7 saber-toothed dragonfish. It had followed them all the way. The saber-toothed dragonfish pounced on the group of youths. The speed of a Yuan Venerate was far inferior to that of a rank 7 beast. Whoosh! The white-clothed girl turned into a shadow. She waved her slender hand and set up a battle aura barrier to block the dragonfish's bite. She hurriedly pushed the group away and shouted, "Go to the Imperial Guard commander in the city and help him. Everyone, leave this place quickly." The youths gritted their teeth and used their movement techniques to escape. The group of elders and women were horrified. "Princess, no. Run. Princess is in danger. Come back quickly." This dragonfish's strength exceeded 9 million dragon power points. The white-clothed girl could not block it for long before her battle aura barrier was torn apart. The white-clothed girl's delicate body trembled slightly. The dragonfish bit down, and a fierce and violent blood chi hurricane tore the girl's cloak apart, revealing her true appearance. Chapter 949. Boom tilde. The saber-toothed dragonfish stopped in its tracks and couldn't move forward anymore. When the dark calamity battle aura dissipated, a silver-robed lady appeared in front of her. "Are you all right?" the young man asked without turning around. The lady replied, "Yes, be careful, young master." As soon as she finished speaking, rip tilde, the young man's fingertips flashed, and the dragonfish was cut into two. Its blood and chi were crushed, and its flesh and blood were separated. The saber-toothed dragonfish died with its eyes wide open and slowly fell to the shore. The person who attacked was Lin Chen. He happened to pass by and saw this scene, so he saved it. "All right, it's fine now. I've also taken care of this fellow's companions in the sea." When Lin Chen turned around, the lady suddenly panicked. "No, young master, don't look at me." When Lin Chen's gaze landed on the lady's face, he was suddenly stunned. The lady's temperament and figure were quite extraordinary, but her face was extremely ugly. No, it couldn't be described as ugly. Perhaps it should be said that it was extremely disgusting in terms of appearance. If a person was ugly, it meant that they still had a human face. However, the lady in white in front of him didn't look like a human face anymore. Her facial bones were distorted, and one of her eyeballs was big and the other was small. Her mouth was almost invisible, and there were hook-shaped flesh in front of her nose. Her cheeks were stuck to pieces of purplish-green flesh. It was extremely strange. "No, don't look." The lady quickly put on a second cloak and covered her face as she cried. She was most afraid of others seeing her true face. This was her nightmare since she could remember. If he sees my face, he will definitely despise me. I don't want to hear those voices anymore. The lady instantly recalled the painful memories of her childhood. Countless insults and mockery. She was once called the descendant of the devil, and so on. So beautiful. The young man praised from the bottom of his heart, and the lady was stunned. "Young master, are you mocking me?" The lady was so angry that her whole body trembled. She mistook Lin Chen's exclamation as mocking her. "No, you misunderstood." Lin Chen shook his head and pointed at the crowd running behind her. "The people behind you are crying. You can imagine how important you are to them. Your words and actions are elegant and proper. You're not an ordinary person. You must be of noble birth, but you care about the lives of the common people. Some of them ran towards you just now. They didn't care about their own lives." Lin Chen smiled. "It's true that people judge a book by its cover, but that doesn't stop me from seeing your beautiful heart." His smile made the woman feel as if she was bathed in a spring breeze, and she was slightly stunned. "Woo-woo, princess, you scared us to death just now." A group of old and young people surrounded the princess to protect her, crying. She hurriedly comforted everyone. When she turned back, the young man had already disappeared into the crowd. Fu Saint Nation, Imperial Palace. "Imperial Father, how can you hold a selection without permission? Your daughter has already decided to find my own husband. Look for it myself. With your temper, which man would dare to get close to you? Look at your age and you're still not married. You fight and kill like a man every day. Look at what you're wearing, what a scandal. I've already issued an imperial edict. It's useless for you to be stubborn." In the imperial palace, a middle-aged man dressed in a holy dragon robe criticized his daughter with resentment. She wore a red helmet and looked awe-inspiring. Her long hair was tied up, and she had beautiful eyebrows. Her snow-white face was cold and elegant, and her figure was slender. The most conspicuous thing was her pair of round and full legs. She was nearly 1.9 meters tall. If she wasn't dressed in red, she would definitely be an outstanding beauty. "Me. I don't care. In any case, I won't find a man who's weaker than me. Right now, not many of these men can fight. They're all soft-footed shrimps. Go ahead and choose. When the time comes, I'll beat them all down." The beauty coldly snorted and turned to leave. The middle-aged man was very angry. He was about to fly into a rage when the old servant beside him hurriedly stopped him. "Your Majesty, don't be angry. It's not like you don't know the sixth princess's temper. This girl is taking advantage of my face. I've spoiled her too much. Sigh, before Consort Lin passed away, I had hoped that they could be ordinary women. In the end, my fourth son died early, and my fifth son left home. My sixth son became like this, and my seventh son is even more." When the man in the holy robe talked about Qi, he bitterly and dejectedly said, "I'm a failure of a father emperor." The seventh princess of Fu Sheng country was a princess who caused the entire country to tremble at the mention of her name. She was once the twin sister of the sixth princess. "Your Majesty, there's no need to blame yourself. The seventh princess's situation was truly an accident. Even 2 level 8 alchemists were unable to reverse the poison curse of the Sheng realm. Your Majesty has already done his best." The old servant bowed and reported. The man in the dragon robe sat back on the dragon throne and murmured, "These few years, I've also asked less about Qi. After a while, I'll go and visit her." "Your Majesty, this old servant has another question." "Speak." Although the imperial edict for selecting a son-in-law has been issued, with the temper of the sixth princess, she must at least find a man whose strength is above the sixth princess's. However, The sixth princess was already ranked 63511 in the genius rankings 5 years ago, not to mention now. With the princess's strength, not many people can control her. The man in the dragon robe smiled and said, I've already predicted that in a few days, it will be my 100,000th birthday. I've already sent out a notice to the various countries, inviting the experts of the various sects and factions to a banquet. I've even asked them to bring their own disciples along. I'm afraid that they've already arrived on the island or are on their way there. The old servant bowed and said, Your Majesty is wise. Send out the imperial edict and bring out all the dowry. Some prodigies won't act unless they see a rabbit. If we attract all of them here, it's time for this girl to get married. Lin Chen and the two sisters arrived at the Fusheng Island of Fusheng ancient country. The city on the island was very big. Today, the citizens were very excited, and good news was posted everywhere on the streets. Lin Chen was very curious. After paying the entrance fee, before he could ask anything, a few young girls rushed up to Lin Chen and stared curiously at him. Big brother Tilda, are you also here to participate in the selection? That's right. Big brother is so handsome. Hihi, are you also here because the sixth princess is looking for a husband? Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. The country was really prosperous and the people were at peace. If the people were poor, why would they pay attention to these things? This proved that the ruler of the Holy Empire was someone who loved the people. Although Big Brother is handsome, I'm a person with principles. First, I won't be a son-in-law. Second, I won't be a thief. Third, I won't rob you. A certain Lin's smile was like a blooming rose. Before the girls could react, someone in the crowd shouted, Brother Lin, the sixth princess's dowry is being displayed in the Imperial City Plaza. Everyone, quickly go and take a look. The young girls were very happy. They pulled Lin Chen and ran. Yay! Big brother, come with us to see the princess's dowry. The sisters followed them curiously. These little rascals. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. 15 minutes later, the Imperial City Plaza was filled with a sea of people. It was very lively. The mountains of treasures and silver Saint Origin coins were piled up, dazzling countless people. Peak rank 7 weapons, peak purple tier cultivation techniques, pill recipes, odd crystal fragments, the sixth princess's dowry, everything was there. Lin Chen's eyes trembled. He saw the dazzling 5-colored attribute treasure chests among the dowry. Chapter 950. The Imperial Edict has arrived. By the will of the heavens, the Emperor decrees that those who pass the examination and become the Emperor's son-in-law will be conferred the title of a first-rank official and enjoy a high salary. The dowry will belong to the Emperor's son-in-law, and he can enter the palace to choose a half-orange grade technique. Geniuses from all over the sacred boundary are welcome to participate. Those on the genius ranking will be exempted from the preliminary round and will advance to the selection round. There will be many generous rewards. A eunuch announced the imperial edict, causing an uproar. He could even choose a half-orange grade technique. This was an irresistible reward for any genius. I didn't expect such a generous reward. Looks like I'll have to give it a try. Interesting. Looks like the sacred lord of this country is going all out. I can't keep a low profile anymore. There's even the rare heavenly one holy water. Good guy. Some of the geniuses on the genius ranking hidden in the crowd began to move. The eunuch who announced the imperial edict smirked. This was the effect they wanted. Sure enough, by showing the dowry, the geniuses on the genius ranking would be tempted to participate. Jundok Shui Lin Mao, who was standing in the crowd, was dumbfounded. He was not shocked by the half-orange grade technique, nor was he shocked by the richness of the dowry. It was because there was a 5-light supreme treasure chest and 3 orange crystal treasure chests floating in the middle of the dowry. What the F***CK? It was a 5-light supreme treasure chest. F***CK, there's a spatial barrier set up by the saint inside the dowry. I can't get close to it. I'll have to use the Ars Bracer if I want to. I don't want to be half dead again. Lin Chen stared at the 5-light supreme treasure chest a few miles away from him. He was very tempted. What kind of treasures had he gotten from the 5-light supreme treasure chest so far? Plant of Providence seeds. Orange-grade talent fragments. None of them were inferior. How could he miss out on this 5-light supreme treasure chest? Looks like I can only participate in the selection. I'll take the dowry and then leave. I can't keep a low profile anymore. Lin Chen walked to the registration pavilion at the side and walked to the counter. He took out the Black Horse Club's sect token and slammed it on the table. Number 85880 on the Genius ranking, Black Horse Club, Jundok Shui, registering for the election. As soon as he said this, many people in the hall looked at him in surprise. Someone had actually started registering for the Genius rankings so soon. The disguised Qin Miaoer stared blankly at Lin Chen's back, her eyes dimming. Qin Juyan coldly snorted, "This Lin Chen really doesn't know what's good for him. Juyan, you can't say that about Prince Lin Chen. Maybe he and the 6th princess are in love. Love my ass. He's just a playboy who loves every woman he sees. Juyan, we have no right to interfere with Prince Lin Chen's decision, not to mention that he is our savior. Yes, he's really fast." Number 85,880. Although it's far from the 6th princess's ranking, it's still not bad. The registration officer at the counter was secretly delighted and immediately noted down Lin Chen's name. The little girls looked at Lin Chen's back with their mouths slightly agape. Didn't Big Brother say that he was a man of principles? A little girl in green wrinkled her nose and snorted, "A man's mouth is a liar." Mother was right, the more handsome a man is, the more likely he is to lie. He smells so good. In the Red Moon Palace, the 6th princess frowned as she rummaged through the drawers and jade cabinets in her room. Father doesn't care about me at all. I'm not afraid of those people who came to participate in the selection, but just in case, I have to take out the imperial edict from before. Although I've let 7th sister down, I definitely won't marry a stranger. Finally, the 6th princess found a slightly old imperial edict after rummaging through it. Holding the imperial edict, the 6th princess's expression became much calmer. Outside the square, the registration was in full swing. Many geniuses with extraordinary backgrounds came out to register, causing many people to be stunned. The geniuses on the Genius ranking did not need to participate in the preliminaries and could be directly summoned to the palace. In the palace, Lin Chen and the rest were arranged to rest. The selection would be held the next day. This time, even the emperor would personally come to check on them. Although my cultivation has increased by quite a bit, there's still a time limit to using saint weapons. In order to avoid these problems, as long as I don't meet an opponent who requires my full strength, a peak tier 7 weapon is enough for me to deal with many situations. Lin Chen tapped on the fusion function and ordered, "System, fuse the +13 Dragon Glory and Mooncutter, and the +13 Meridian Sword and Cyan Destiny Sword." Consumed 1 middle grade Heaven's Path points. Fusion successful. Host receives +12 Cyan Destiny Sword and +11 Mooncutter. When a +13 low-grade weapon is fused with a high-grade weapon, it can inherit a +10 to +12 enhancement level. With 2 peak tier 7 weapons in hand, Lin Chen had 2 more weapons that he could use. The prerequisite for inheriting an enhancement level through fusion was that the 2 weapons were of the same grade. For example, if a tier 8 weapon was fused with a +13 tier 7 Dragon Glory, it would be impossible to create a +10 weapon. As long as I step into the Saint realm, I can immediately restore the embryonic form of my Saint Spear and 2 incomplete tier 8 weapons to their peak state. It was not that Lin Chen did not have the ability to restore the Atlas Sword and Azure Moon to their peak state, but after they were fully restored, even if he dripped his blood on them, he would not be able to control the power of the 2 weapons. Even using them would be a problem. If he could not control the power, it would be useless no matter how powerful it was. Only when he stepped into the Saint realm would he be able to unleash the full power of the weapons. Consumed 16 high-grade cultivation technique soul essence. Fused with half-orange grade movement technique Dragon Flash. Lin Chen fused with all his clones at the same time at lightning speed. The next day, the selection of the Holy Son-in-law officially began. The palace was bustling with activity. In the courtyard of the front palace, seats were built in the air. They were specially prepared for the experts who were participating in the selection of the Holy Son-in-law. There were no empty seats outside the palace. Many officials, Island masters, generals, and high-ranking officials were seated. 10 arenas were set up in the air. Each of them was dozens of acres. They could be clearly seen outside the palace. Those who had reached the Heaven Star realm could watch the battle completely by activating their battle chi. All the distinguished guests and participating geniuses entered the venue and sat in the seats in the air. Lin Chen and the two sisters sat quietly at the last row of seats, looking around the room. There was no lack of powerful geniuses in this selection. Some of them were ranked 70,000 or even 60,000 on the genius ranking. They were even stronger than the pavilion master of the Extreme Sky Pavilion, Qin Shaotian, whom Lin Chen had met before. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems like I have to show some of my true abilities if I want to win this competition. Lin Chen was amazed. However, he was no longer the same as he was in the past. When he was fighting against the Dragon Crown Prince, who was ranked 60,000 plus on the genius ranking, he still had to give it his all. However, he was now a second tribulation combat emperor. His cultivation was not much weaker than these top geniuses. The monarch of Fusheng country followed closely behind, bringing his own subordinates with him as they slowly walked out. The king walked with majestic steps. His body emitted a golden holy light that shone brightly. His eyes were filled with a domineering aura that made all living beings submit to him. His dragon aura was domineering. He sat on the dragon throne and laughed. "Welcome, everyone. My daughter has been busy with cultivation in the past few years and has forgotten about this important matter. If I can recruit a holy son-in-law at this event, it will be a relief to me. Let's not waste any more words. Geniuses, please come to the stage according to the group number you received when you registered." Just as the king's laughter fell, a cold laughter like that of a night owl echoed. How can this interesting banquet of geniuses miss out on this old lady? "King Fu, how have you been?" Two ghostly figures appeared in the air. A black-robed old lady laughed evilly and sat down while holding the hand of a beautiful girl. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This old lady was also a Saint Realm cultivator. Moreover, Lin Chen could faintly feel that her pressure was no less than that of the Dark Pavilion's old ancestor, Ying Tianmo, another Saint Realm cultivator. Hehe, I couldn't ask for more. System, activate the Divine Stealing Omen. Chapter 951. This is great. I have 120 rune stones, and all my runes are at level 6 now. It's best if I can get a few more saints, haha. Lin Chen's heart was carefree. He had secretly made a fortune by stealing 2 Saint Realm experts. The king smiled and said, "So it's an old friend, please have a seat." 2 eunuchs floated in the air and sat on 2 thrones. The beauty who came with the old woman bowed and said politely, "Thank you." Her voice was very light, and it was not pretentious at all. It was soft like jade, and it revealed her true feelings. "King, should we invite the imperial advisor over as well?" the old servant whispered to the monarch of Fusheng nation. The king shook his head. "No need. She has no ill intentions. I can feel it." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. These geniuses were all above the first tribulation, and none of them were ranked lower than 90,000. "All of you are talented and beautiful. Everyone, let's begin." The king waved his sleeves, and the son-in-law selection officially began. The son-in-law selection this time was simple, and it did not involve other fields. It was purely based on combat power and talent. This was because the first prince and second princess were in charge of the Fusheng ancient nation. The king knew that the 6th princess needed a man who could defeat her in terms of combat power. At this time, Lin Chen, who was sitting on the opposite side, was part of the second batch. He took his time and looked at the progress of the dragon flash movement technique. I've finished fusing my clone's cultivation memories. Next, I can strengthen it. Look, what do you think of that red-haired kid? He's ranked 81001 on the genius ranking, and he's just like his father. He has a heroic temperament. The Saint Realm old woman's aura was extremely cold, but she was very kind to her granddaughter. She pointed at the red-haired kid on the stage. "Grandma." The gentle girl frowned. "You promised that you're just here to relax. Why are you looking for a husband for me? The old woman laughed. I'm just in the mood. Since you're not interested in him, let's not talk about him. Boom tilde, whoosh, whoosh. In the central battle platform, the saber chi swept over like a tornado, engulfing everything. The moment the battle started, someone had already decided the victor. This person had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a straight nose, and a handsome appearance. He held a three-winged saber in his hand and defeated his opponent in less than 20 rounds. His opponent was a genius ranked 77950 on the genius ranking. It would be difficult for him to even last 20 rounds against him, although there was no need to risk one's life in a martial arts competition, but in a true life and death battle, the result might not be much different. What a powerful move. Who is this person? The Swift Saber Emperor, Lin Yidao, ranked 68522 on the genius list. What an overbearing aura. The spectators discussed animatedly. Many young girls' eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor. Since ancient times, beauties loved heroes. This young man was handsome and cold, attracting the attention of many girls. Even some female prodigies from the royal family couldn't help but be tempted. My good granddaughter, what do you think of him? The old woman asked again with a smile, knocking from the side. The gentle beauty rebuked, Grandma, okay. Our good granddaughter doesn't like him. Grandma won't say anything. In the end, the first round ended in 45 minutes. There were only 10 winners, and all of them were geniuses ranked 82,000 and above on the genius ranking. The geniuses that made it to the next round were among the top geniuses even in the 4th grade sect. Some of them were even ranked at the top of 70,000, and were extremely powerful. The king waved his sleeve, and the saint light rippled like waves. The faint saint light condensed into water droplets and dripped onto the heads of the geniuses that made it through the battles. The injuries and exhaustion of the geniuses all recovered to their original state. The eyes of the geniuses that didn't participate in the battles lit up. If they could recover immediately, then they wouldn't have to worry about exhaustion even if they fought continuously. This is the secret technique of the Fu Saint country, Clear Lotus Holy Water technique. The old woman in black squinted her eyes. Hehe, thank you for your hard work. The second round, begin. The king smiled. With a swoosh, 20 figures stepped onto the battle platform. Lin Chen carried his sword and stepped into the air. His silver robe fluttered in the wind as he gracefully and leisurely stepped onto the second fighting platform. Lin Chen's opponent was a cold and arrogant man with a painting of mountains and rivers in his hand. He had the aura of an emperor that ruled over tens of thousands of miles. Oh! Could this be the 76950 genius rankings overlord, Ao Jiuxiao? This little guy is going to suffer. The king looked at Lin Chen's battle platform. The second battle platform, are you going to get down yourself, or am I going to throw you down? Ao Jiuxiao was extremely conceited and said coldly. Oh, you're quite arrogant. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a handsome smile, I feel that this is too unfair. The crowd didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The opponents in this competition were completely random. If you're not strong enough, don't come up. How can you talk about fairness here? Is there something wrong with his brain? As one of the most handsome men in the sacred boundary, I should give you a fairer chance. If you don't get down from the battle within 3 rounds, I will forfeit. Otherwise, others will say that I'm bullying you. Boom. Everyone's mind went blank. 3 rounds. That's Ao Jiuxiao. Even a genius ranked 69,000 wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Everyone looked at Jundok Shuai's smiling face. This guy really used the most casual tone to say the most arrogant word. Who the hell is bullying who? Damn it, you're courting death. Ao Jiuxiao glared. Boom tilde. The painting in Ao Jiuxiao's hand spiraled into the sky and spread out. Thousands of battle aura avatars appeared one after another. Thousands of majestic mountains, rivers converging into the sea, tigers crouching, and dragons coiling. It was as if a huge painting had spread out and covered the entire area. Immovable thousand katis, wind, forest, fire, mountain. Ao Jiuxiao was pointing at the mountains and rivers. Inside the painting, Thousands of battle chi mountains were gathered, and they all rushed towards Lin Chen in an imposing manner. The battle aura had not arrived, but it was already suppressing the opponent. That's Ao Zhouxiao, right? What a domineering aura. He really has the right to be arrogant. I'm afraid he already has the foundation to reach the 75,000 rank. Who's the kid he's fighting? Ao Zhouxiao used his full strength right away. I'm afraid that kid won't even last 2 rounds. The geniuses in the first round were secretly shocked. The king exclaimed, "This young man's half-orange level mental cultivation method, grand hegemony, has already been cultivated to the mastery stage. If that old man were to use this technique, I'm afraid the entire island would be shattered." Lin Chen smiled faintly and casually raised his hand. "Sword, come." Clang tilde. The green destiny sword was unsheathed, and the sword light whistled like a flash of lightning. This sword. The king and the old woman in black's eyes lit up at the same time. The sword was like a rainbow, and it slashed horizontally to meet the 1,000 mountains. Bang! 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 Thousands of mountains were shattered, and battle aura exploded. Ao Zhouxiao retreated quickly, his face full of shock. What sword technique is this? Lin Chen's sword was able to shatter thousands of mountains, and the momentum of grand hegemony was disintegrated by this sword. Chapter 952. Whoosh. Sword light surged, and the sword returned to his hand. Lin Chen held the sword in his hand. The green destiny sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, and the blade was dark green. Lin Chen smiled and said, "It doesn't matter what sword technique it is. What matters is that I will be the one to use it." Lin Chen held the sword and slashed vertically. The sword aura condensed from thousands of fire dragons was absorbed into the sword, and the flames flickered with starlight as the sword slashed explosively. Rumble. The terrifying sword aura seemed to tear the heavens apart, and it lit up the clouds like a rainbow. Ao Zhouxiao's expression changed. This unknown kid actually had such terrifying attack power. Raging waves engulf mountains and rivers. Ao Zhouxiao used his strongest defensive technique, and the painting of world hegemony transformed into a raging wave that came crashing down. It could topple mountains and overturn seas, destroying everything in its path. Splat. Rip tilde. The starlight sword aura mixed with crimson flames burned the sky, burning the raging waves. The sword split the painting of world hegemony, and all of its momentum collapsed. Ao Zhouxiao was cut down by the sword aura. Blood spurted from his left shoulder, and a shocking sword wound appeared, almost splitting him in half. 5 attribute light balls rolled down from where he was. My hegemony, no. Ao Zhouxiao's eyes were bloodshot, and his flesh was torn apart, revealing his bones. He looked extremely miserable. The heroes were shocked, and the 2 saints were astonished. My God, who is this person? He defeated Ao Zhouxiao in 2 moves. It's too terrifying. When he slashed down just now, it was as if he wanted to split the sky open. I was scared stiff. The prodigies swallowed their saliva. The power of that sword was soul deep. The king exclaimed, "What a mysterious sword technique. It's domineering and unparalleled. The sword technique is mixed with pure power, and the fire element battle aura is extremely pure. The sword technique's grade is not high, but it has a feeling of returning to the origin." Everyone took a closer look. It was one of the 2 names displayed on the platform. Prodigy ranking 85880, 1 swords only, Jundok Shui. Affiliation, Black Horse Club, grade unknown, Jundok Shui. What kind of name is this? Does he have any shame? Black Horse Club. What kind of power is this? The Black Horse Club. Could it be the faction that Lin Chen belongs to? More than a month ago, an unprecedented upheaval occurred in the genius rankings. More than 30 geniuses fell at the same time, and it was this Black Horse Club's doing. This person is actually from the Black Horse Club. All the geniuses cried out involuntarily in shock. This was too ridiculous. There was a difference of almost 10,000 ranks between the 2 sides. The difference in level wasn't just a little bit. It was actually a genius from the Black Horse Club who had insta-killed Ao Zhouxiao. News of what had happened at the Conference of the 4 Powers had yet to reach the southern region. Everyone's impression of the Black Horse Club was still stuck at the fact that 30 geniuses had fallen. The winner is Jundok Shui, the referee announced. Lin Chen politely cupped his hands, sheathed his sword, and took the attribute light ball. Host has received 9 advanced cultivation technique soul essences, 1 advanced wind energy, 1 advanced spirit, 1800 strengthening points. Heavens, that young man is too strong. He actually defeated Meng Hong Saint Empire's Prince Ao Zhouxiao in 2 moves. With his strength, could he be in the top 70,000 of the genius rankings? The spectators gasped in amazement. That godly killing move had stunned everyone. The king flicked his sleeve, and a drop of holy light fell on Ao Zhouxiao's head, healing his injuries in a few breaths' time. He glared at Lin Chen with his red eyes, clenched his teeth and left. He was filled with resentment and unwillingness, but more than that, he was afraid. This person's strength was too terrifying. He was much more arrogant than him. Lin Chen was neither servile nor overbearing as he calmly returned to his seat. There was nothing to be proud of. Ao Zhouxiao was a second tribulation combat emperor, and Lin Chen was also a second tribulation combat emperor. His cultivation wouldn't fall too far behind the geniuses on the genius rankings. His elemental attributes had increased by nearly 1,000 times compared to before the Conference of the Four Powers. The average advanced elemental energy had reached 100 points, which was equivalent to 10 billion intermediate elemental energy. The 240% increase in mental cultivation technique strengthening was extremely terrifying. His pure strength was at the level of a 3 tribulation body refinement emperor. Facing a genius of the same level, as long as he was serious, he could defeat his opponent in 1 move. However, after Lin Chen broke through to the second tribulation combat emperor, his opponents were either Sage Realm experts or Saint Beast. And Lin Xingchen, who was so strong that it defied the heavens. As a result, even though his cultivation had broken through 2 levels, there wasn't much of a difference, but if he was in the genius rankings, it would be extremely terrifying. The old woman in black clicked her tongue in wonder. I didn't expect that even this old woman had misjudged him. Granny, what did this young man use to defeat that young master? The grade of his swordsmanship isn't high. Even the girl in the plain dress couldn't help but be curious. The old woman in black glanced at her and thought to herself, could it be that my dear granddaughter likes this type of young man? His swordsmanship is at most at the peak of the purple tier. However, his sword at the peak of the 7th grade has a unique sharpness that is more than twice as powerful as a weapon of the same level. Even I haven't seen it before. Most importantly, his fire elemental battle chi is awe-inspiring and vigorous. It's the strongest I've ever seen. It's not a power that a second tribulation combat emperor can control. The girl in the plain dress was astonished. If he's so strong, doesn't that mean he's stronger than my royal brother? After saying that, she glanced at Lin Chen. Not necessarily, but even if he's not as strong, he's not too far off. What do you think? Do you like this young man? The old woman in black smiled. The girl in the plain dress mumbled, Granny, if you continue to be like this, I'll ignore you. All right. I won't mention it anymore. The old woman in black beamed with joy. The Black Horse Club is indeed a sect that's in the limelight. Looks like there's something to look forward to this time. The king was secretly delighted. After another 2 hours, the winners and losers of the 20 geniuses were all decided. The 3rd batch, the 4th batch, the 5th batch. There were a total of 100 geniuses participating in the genius list this time. Every one of them was a powerhouse and would be considered outstanding in a 4th grade sect. As for Lin Chen, he didn't pay attention to what was happening on the battle stage. He was wholeheartedly consuming the high-level technique essence to integrate the records of the ancient Saint Odd crystal cultivation secret technique. Now that he had the foundation of 3 spirit plants of fate, he could try to cultivate an odd crystal. The spirit plants of fate absorb the heaven and earth's fate to be born. The odd crystal is formed from the condensation of heaven and earth's energy. It can convert the special energy of heaven and earth into the spirit plants of fate and condense the spirit plants of fate. 3 or more spirit plants of fate are responsible for absorbing energy, compressing energy, condensing energy, and forming an odd crystal, Lin Chen exclaimed in his heart. The ancient god was truly a shocking genius. He could actually create such a heaven-defying technique. He was bold and meticulous, whimsical and meticulous in realizing this idea. In the past, there was Tuor Shung who went against the heavens and changed his fate. He collected information from thousands of races and created the ultimate shadow. Then, there was the ancient god who created the odd crystal cultivation secret technique. The saint's world really is a vast and wondrous world filled with geniuses. Chapter 953. After Lin Chen completely integrated all the records of the odd crystal nurturing secret technique, he couldn't help but exclaim. The first condition for cultivating odd crystals was to need 3 plants of luck at the peak stage. The more plants of luck at the peak stage, the better. Secondly, he needed to absorb a large amount of special energy that could create an odd crystal and transfer it to the plants of luck. He needed to use a special method to absorb the special energy into the plants of luck and split it into several steps to condense a complete odd crystal. Lin Chen glanced at the peach blossom plant pouch and saw that little shadow was curled up into a ball and was in seclusion. After the previous rounds of battles and absorbing a large amount of resources, it began to usher in a small breakthrough and growth. Because this little guy didn't look like a fierce beast, Lin Chen couldn't tell what cultivation level it was at. The second round, begin. While Lin Chen was thinking, a day had passed and the second round of the competition had begun. One step at a time. First take the title of Holy Son-in-law and get the 5-light treasure chest in the dowry. Lin Chen went down the stage and his luck seemed to be extremely good. His second opponent was the divine travel saber emperor Lin Yidao. Sword Emperor versus Saber Emperor. It was a sensational battle. This was the highly anticipated Holy Son-in-law selection battle and some royal families were very optimistic about Lin Yidao. His strength was enough to rank in the top 5. Boom. Clang clang clang. As soon as they entered the arena, the two instantly activated their movement techniques and exchanged blows. The saber aura was like a dragon winding around and every strike was heavy. The saber aura and sword shadows collided and the sword shadows were endless. Lin Chen seemed to be casually swinging his sword, but in fact, the sword light perfectly cut off the saber aura's explosive point. Very strong, they are both at the peak of the second tribulation, but Lin Yidao is more than 2 levels stronger than the guy just now. Lin Chen evaluated in his heart. Show me your full strength, I know you're not ordinary. Lin Yidao coldly slashed his saber at Lin Chen and the sword tip bounced back. When the saber blade was deflected, Jundok Shui smiled slyly. I'm not ordinary, I'm waiting for a prostitute. Bang! The sword light exploded into a field of starlight. Lin Chen used the silent step at full speed, flashed behind Lin Yidao, and slashed at his waist with both hands. Clang tilde. Lin Yidao retreated and turned around. He held his saber and rotated the blade to parry Lin Chen's overbearing sword. Lin Yidao's arm went numb and his battle chi sputtered. He was surprised to find that this sword was even heavier and fiercer than before. Boom tilde. Lin Chen used the silent step again and flashed towards Lin Yidao's back. At the same time, he slashed horizontally at Lin Yidao's neck with his dragon power and kicked Lin Yidao's anus with the 7 deadly pulling force and penetrating force. Yidao Lin was shocked. He hurriedly urged his defensive combat skill to protect his body. The saber beam protected his body as he slashed back. His speed is even faster than before. In addition to his swordsmanship, he also has a strange body-refining secret art. The moment the sword and saber collided, the Jundok Shui disappeared again and reappeared behind him. The Cyan Netherworld sword, which was imbued with fire calamity battle chi, stabbed out violently. F***ck. Lin Yidao almost cursed out loud. Are you F***king done yet? If you're a man, fight head on. Why do you keep circling around behind others? Is this guy crazy? Why does he keep circling behind others? How perverted. Damn it, I'm getting a little excited. Shame. In broad daylight, the world was clear and bright. We're all men, but this Jundok Shui keeps attacking from behind. I even turned off the lights. I suddenly remembered that the Black Horse Club specializes in attacking from behind. How perverted. The spectators outside the Imperial City twitched their mouths. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No matter how he fought, The Jundok Shuai kept circling behind and attacking violently. With his strange speed, his body-refining combat skill, and his swordsmanship, it was impossible for Lin Yidao to defend himself every time. Mother *K, are you still AF King man? Fight me head-on if you have the guts. Lin Yidao flew into a rage out of humiliation. This was the first time in his life that he had fought such a humiliating battle. How could there be such a person in the world? Specialized in attacking from behind? Lin Yidao's body circulated with the brilliance of 5 wind attribute odd crystal fragments. He condensed his battle chi, held his saber, and slashed horizontally. Extreme wind fall. The saber flashed chaotically as wind blades spread out like a huge net. In an instant, they gathered around Lin Chen and blocked his retreat. It's Lin Yidao's half-orange grade technique, the extreme wind fall saber technique. This is the strongest saber technique that blocks all the opponent's retreat. How is that kid going to deal with it? All the geniuses held their breaths. This was a killing blow from more than 60,000 geniuses. Its power was extremely terrifying, and even a 4th Tribulation Combat Emperor might not be able to withstand it. Kai tilde. Rumble tilde. The wind blades collapsed and the killing saber light collided with the Jundok Shuai and exploded. It was an afterimage. All the geniuses were shocked. He actually dodged it. That was the full blow of the divine travel saber emperor. What a powerful spiritual perception. This kid predicted the trajectory of his attack and dodged it in advance. The old woman in black narrowed her eyes. The young man's mocking sneer came from behind Lin Yidao. You don't like to use a sword? Do you want me to take out my spear? What? Lin Yidao was shocked and quickly retreated. Thousands of red flames burned the sky as they flowed on the tip of the sword. Lin Chen raised his sword and slashed down. Rip tilde. With a whistling sound, the orange light of the sword fell and slashed down. Lin Yidao was shocked and raised his saber to block. His defensive technique was like the roar of a true dragon as he activated the true dragon protective art. Kai tilde. Bang. Lin Yidao's defense was torn apart like a piece of paper. Blood splattered everywhere. Dozens of attribute light balls rolled down. This is also a half-orange grade sword technique. It's even stronger than Lin Yidao's extreme windfall. The monarch exclaimed. Lin Chen moved like a whirlpool and slashed at Lin Yidao's head, not giving him a chance to breathe. I forfeit. Swoosh tilde. The tip of the sword was still 2 feet away from Lin Yidao's neck. The sword light was biting cold and sharp, making him break out in cold sweat. The difference between your current appearance and your previous appearance is a bit big. Lin Chen chuckled. Lin Yidao gritted his teeth. Winner takes all. You've won. There's nothing to say. Received 4 Heaven's Path points, 3 Advanced Wind Energy points, 200 Advanced Battle Chi Essence points, 12 Advanced Skill Essence points, 1,150 Strengthening points. Lin Chen, who had taken away the attribute light ball, calmly returned to his seat. His temperament was elegant and spirited, as if he had not experienced a great battle at all. It was a stark contrast to Lin Yidao, who was covered in blood. The Black Horse Club actually has such a strong person. This person's strength is seriously inconsistent with his ranking. If it was a battle of life and death, Lin Yidao would have died. He didn't overdo it. This proves that he is still at ease. The Black Horse Club is really abnormal. The geniuses were speechless. The high-ranking officials and ministers were all amazed. The audience was in an uproar. This young man who suddenly appeared was actually so powerful. A genius ranked over 80,000 defeated a genius ranked over 60,000. The woman in the plain dress looked at him curiously. The old woman in black nodded slightly, her eyes full of admiration. Very good little guy. This kid hasn't used his full strength. It seems that the son-in-law selection is still a bit underestimated. The king flicked his sleeve and healed Lin Yidao. Thank you, king. Lin Yidao cupped his fists. His face looked as if he had eaten feces as he left the battle stage and retreated to the side. So strong. The Qin sisters were shocked. Lin Chen's combat strength had improved by leaps and bounds. When he fought with the young pavilion master of the hidden pavilion, he still had to show some powerful trump cards. Now, Lin Yidao was several levels stronger than the young pavilion master of the hidden pavilion. He could actually defeat his opponent with a smile. Qin Juyan's heart palpitated as she muttered in her heart, "How long has it been? This Lin Chen is a monster." Chapter 954. There were only 32 geniuses left in the third round. Among these 32 geniuses, the lowest ranking was 80101. Most of them were ranked 70,000 or 60,000. There was even one that was ranked in the top 60,000. The sixth princess has arrived. At this moment, a eunuch announced. All the geniuses were shocked. The monarch stared into the distance and smiled. "That lass, she's finally showing some interest." Ripples appeared in the void as the beauty moved gracefully. This time, the sixth princess was not armed. She was wearing a peach-red robe and had a slender waist. She had beautiful eyebrows and long hair that reached her waist. She had a cold face, bright eyes, white teeth, and a tall and slender figure. Her long and slender legs, which were as fair as jade, could be said to be a peerless beauty in the world. Many geniuses couldn't help but swallow their saliva subconsciously. The sixth princess's bones exuded a cold elegance and nobility, but there was also a bit of charm. Her clothes were not revealing, but the temperament between her eyebrows made the geniuses have a sense of abstinence that made them want to conquer her or be conquered by her. "This big sister is so beautiful," the young girl in a simple dress beside the old woman in black exclaimed. The old woman nodded with a smile. "She looks 70% like her mother, but my Yu is still a little prettier." The sixth princess gracefully and slowly walked to her seat. She looked around and took in everyone's details. She felt calm in her heart. "Are these men fighting to become my husband? Or perhaps they're here for imperial father's dowry? None of them are good at fighting. They're only SOSO. The sixth princess's eyes paused on one person for a moment. This person is, the handsome young man in a silver robe had his eyes closed. He was calm and collected. As if he had sensed the sixth princess's gaze, the young man opened his eyes and smiled. His eyes were clear and calm. All the geniuses participating in the son-in-law selection had more or less heard of the sixth princess's beauty. Part of the motive was the dowry. After all, in the sacred boundary, there were never enough cultivation resources. However, the main motive was to become the golden son-in-law of the Holy Empire. However, the sixth princess did not feel the same scorching gaze from this young man as she did from the other men. He was really just smiling out of politeness. In the past, the sixth princess had encountered similar geniuses who pretended to be indifferent in an attempt to attract her attention. However, these people's intentions could not escape her eyes. They were not like this young man's clear eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well. He was completely uninterested in her. "Could it be that this princess's charm is not enough for you?" The sixth princess instinctively felt indignant. "You said that you're participating in the selection of a son-in-law, but you're not interested in the princess. Isn't this ruining your reputation?" Seeing that Lin Chen and the sixth princess didn't seem to have any feelings for each other, Qin Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Coming from an imperial family, the sixth princess put away her small emotions and came to her father. She bowed slightly and sat next to him. The monarch smiled and said, "I thought you wouldn't come." "Father, you must be joking." The sixth princess said indifferently, "It's about my life. How can I not come? No matter who wins in the end, they won't be my match." The monarch smiled faintly. "That's not necessarily true. Among the geniuses who came this time, there are a few geniuses. You might not be able to win." The sixth princess smiled confidently. In terms of battle, she had never lost to anyone of her age. She was the future female martial saint of the Shengfu ancient kingdom. She didn't think that there was a man who could conquer her among these geniuses. In the nearby ancient kingdoms and rank 4 forces, only a few top princes were able to match him. The third round began. With the sixth princess's appearance, the male geniuses seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The moment they entered the battle stage, the battle became white-hot. The male geniuses present had seen many beauties, but the sixth princess's temperament and figure still captivated them. It could be said that her charm was unparalleled in the world. On the fourth battle stage, Lin Chen's opponent came up first. He was dressed in a green robe and looked handsome. With a smile on his face, he looked like a polite, noble young master. It was easy for people to have a good impression of him. This young man was Lin Chen's opponent. His appearance caused everyone's expression to become serious. The two sisters' faces also changed slightly. Genius ranking 64450, Blood Shadow, Chen Wuming. It's him. Chen Wuming, it's that bastard. Qin Juyan gritted his teeth. Lin Chen was curious. You know him? He was the one who sold information about our whereabouts to that green shadow thief, Qi Feiming. As a result, my sister and I were kidnapped. The Chen clan and our Jiyu clan have always had a business relationship. At that time, we didn't think that he would do such a dirty thing. If my sister and I weren't protected by our clan's holy power trump card, we might have been defiled by this bastard and then sent to Dao Tai to be fed. Qin Juyan was furious. Even the pure and kind Qin Miaoer's eyes were filled with anger. It could be seen that she was really angry to the extreme. Oh, so it's a mortal enemy. That's good. Lin Chen smiled. His cold smile revealed an awe-inspiring murderous intent. If it was an enemy, then there was no need to be soft-hearted. He had already provoked a bunch of Saint Stage experts, so what if he provoked the Chen clan? The sacred boundary was so vast that just one domain could accommodate countless forces. He traveled back and forth between the 36 domains with just the 1000 illusion mask and the innate shadow art. Who could catch him? Prince Lin Chen, don't be rash. You can't make any more enemies. Qin Miaoer didn't have time to stop Lin Chen. He leaped into the arena. The sixth princess stared at Lin Chen's arena with interest and snickered in her heart. Jundok Shui? What kind of name is that? Is there anyone who praises themselves like that? The other battles either had a huge disparity in strength or were too low in level to attract her interest. Chen Wuming's ranking was only 1,000 places away from the sixth princess's. Although the sixth princess's ranking hadn't changed 5 years ago, Chen Wuming was still very powerful. Black Horse Club, I've heard of your name. You're very arrogant. Chen Wuming smiled gently, but there was an imperceptible trace of viciousness in his eyes. This person was a ruthless character. Lin Chen ignored him and turned to look at the king. King, I hope this battle can be changed to a life-and-death battle. Only one person can enter the arena. I hope the king and the judges won't interfere. Wow. The moment these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Even the sixth princess's expression changed slightly. The expressions of the old woman in black and the king were a bit unexpected. A life-and-death battle? This was a genius ranked 65,000th on the genius list. He was almost 2 levels stronger than Lin Yidao. Did this Jundok Shui have absolute confidence? A life-and-death battle as soon as they met. Before the king could speak. Hey. Why are you making decisions on your own? I'm not going to have a life-and-death battle with you. Chen Wuming waved his hand and rejected. Don't think that I don't know the style of the Black Horse Club. You're a group of lunatics who don't care about life and death. Just follow the rules of choosing a son-in-law. If I can win, I'll win. If I can't, I'll withdraw. Hey, so angry. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This person was really cunning. Chapter 955. Young friend Jundok Shui, this life-and-death duel requires both of you to agree to it. It can't be established. The monarch smiled but was secretly shocked. This kid was like a peerless sword hidden in a scabbard. Blood would be spilled when it was unsheathed. He was obviously at ease in the battle with Lin Yidao, so no one could say who was stronger between him and Chen Wuming. Moreover, Chen Wuming had a powerful background. If he died here, it would be troublesome. Alright, then let's follow the rules of choosing a son-in-law. Lin Chen smiled faintly. He would never change his choice when he wanted to kill someone. TSK. How did I offend you? You want to have a life-and-death duel with me as soon as we meet. Chen Wuming clicked his tongue in wonder. His expression was full of calmness. I don't need a reason to kill in the Black Horse Club. Lin Chen stood in the wind with the green destiny sword in his hand. Fine, I'll play with you. Let's see if your sword skills are better or your mouth is better. Chen Wuming had a meteor-like scythe hanging on his body. It was dark and full of murderous intent. The crowd held their breaths and the high-ranking officials focused. The referee gave the order and the atmosphere of the battle exploded. Begin. Rip tilde. Chen Wuming shot out a peak rank 7 scythe. It was bloody and curved like a crescent moon, tearing at Lin Chen from the side. Blood demon killing claw. Chen Wuming stretched out his claw for the surprise attack of the scythe. His right arm shone with the brilliance of 3 odd crystal fragments. The dark red claw on his right hand was a peak rank 7 weapon. He could perfectly control 2 peak rank 7 weapons at the same time. His strength was completely different from the previous geniuses. The claw marks were like rainbows, and the scythe curved like a crescent moon flashed with fatal murderous intent. They surrounded Lin Chen from the left and right. What a terrifying murderous intent. Chen Wuming is a 3rd Tribulation Combat Emperor, but this move is so terrifying that it could even kill a 4th Tribulation Combat Emperor. No wonder he's ranked 64450 on the genius list. Some of the top generals of the Holy Empire looked solemn. This kid looked gentle, but his murderous intent was stronger than those who had been on the battlefield. He was definitely a ruthless character who had killed countless people. In the blink of an eye, a sudden change occurred. Boom tilde. At this moment, the situation changed abruptly. The expressions of the old woman in black and the monarch changed drastically. A grayish-white talisman fell from the sky above Chen Wuming's head. Demon suppression sainthood. When the grayish-white talisman exploded, the space became particularly slow and stagnant. The speed of the sickle hook and the blood shadow claw went from an extremely fast state to extremely slow. What? Chen Wuming's expression changed drastically. The transformation of his battle aura was extremely slow. It was extremely difficult for him to even circulate his movement technique and retreat. Clang. The moment the grey-white talisman exploded, a sword hum that sounded like a dragon's roar was unsheathed, reverberating through the 9 heavens and resounding throughout the entire imperial palace. In that instant, Lin Chen activated his 7-fold transformation ultimate moment talent. His body was covered in a dark green light, and his pure strength skyrocketed to 99 million. The blazing and violent battle aura of the fire calamity rose above Lin Chen's head. His silver robe fluttered, and the blazing flames were like lines of fire, instantly burning Lin Chen's entire body. He looked like a god that had descended to the mortal world. The sword in Lin Chen's hand was flowing with the aura of an extremely powerful and domineering king. The might of a saint could suppress the heavens. An 8th grade sword? Isn't he using a pinnacle 7th grade sword? Why did it change to an 8th grade saint sword? While the monarch and the old woman in black were shocked, Lin Chen's shoulders trembled. Endless fury burned through the universe and gathered on the Atlas sword. Lin Chen held the sword with both hands, and the pure strength in his hands exploded as he slashed down fiercely. It was a furious slash. Sword fury raises the sky. The orange sword rainbow condensed by the Atlas sword flashed rapidly, and an aurora flashed in front of most people's eyes. The sword rainbow was like the first radiance of the aurora, and when it slashed down, the aftershock of the sword aura instantly annihilated Chen Wuming's attack. Their attacks were not on the same level at all. Rip tilde. The orange sword rainbow split Chen Wuming into 2 halves on the spot, and the aftershock of the fire calamity sword aura ignited and burned him in an instant. Dozens of attribute light balls floated in the air. Chen Wuming, dead. Crack tilde. Kai tilde. Bang. The sword rainbow flashed and disappeared, and with a kai, the battle stage was split into 2 halves. Lin Chen's sword split the battle stage, which was dozens of acres wide, and there were still traces of the fire calamity burning on the surface of the cut. Bang tilde. Flowers fell from the sky, and golden light shone brilliantly. A golden light exploded above Lin Chen's head. One sword's only, Jundok Shui, affiliation, Black Horse Club, grade unknown, advanced to 64450 on the genius rankings. Silence. A deathly silence. One sword shocked the heavens. Chen Wuming didn't even have the chance to cry out. Under the restraint of the slowing rune, he was cut into 2 halves by Lin Chen's sword. Instant kill with one sword. He didn't even give the other party a chance to call for surrender. He was so strong that it made one's scalp tingle. The sixth princess stood up slowly, and her waist-length hair fluttered in the wind. A powerful battle aura swept over. For the first time, the cold and arrogant sixth princess's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light and battle intent. She didn't expect to find a worthy opponent in the selection contest. Without a doubt, this Jundok Shuai was qualified to fight with her. I've misjudged him twice. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Even I couldn't see through the secret technique that sealed the void. The power of that sword was infinitely close to an orange-grade sword technique. Plus, he used a holy sword to kill him instantly. Even I can't reverse the situation. The king and the old woman in black were amazed. This guy hid his strength too well. Chen Wuming's strength was ranked in the top 3 of the candidates in this contest. The fact that the Black Horse Club's Jundok Shuai could kill him in an instant was equivalent to advancing to the finals. After using the sword just now, he calmly put away his Tier 8 sword without any burden. He would definitely win this time's son-in-law selection. What a domineering sword! The lady in the plain dress stared at Lin Chen's back in amazement. I didn't even use the charging rune and killed this guy. I don't know if I'll have a chance to wrestle with a sage after I reach the peak of the 5th Calamity Combat Emperor. Lin Chen walked over slowly and collected the storage ring, attribute light balls, and odd crystal fragments that Chen Wuming dropped. Obtained 1200 points of high-grade blood, 5 points of high-grade thunder energy, 4 points of high-grade rune energy, 2 points of high-grade mental power. Host decomposed 9 odd crystal fragments. Obtained attribute points, 5 points of high-grade thunder energy, 7 points of high-grade wind energy, 3 points of high-grade water energy. Obtained special attribute points, 19. 5 million points of red lotus demonic flame, 24 million points of dragon ice demon, 18. 8 million points of thousand ruthless yin wind. Lin Chen decomposed all the odd crystal fragments that he obtained from the sacred flame phoenix's warehouse and the odd crystal fragments that Chen Wuming dropped. The number of his high-grade blue rank shorekill skills had reached 13. Because the odd crystal fragments that he obtained were relatively large, almost 1/9 or even 1/8 the size of an odd crystal, he obtained more attribute points after decomposing them. Prince Lin Chen, Qin Miao looked at Lin Chen gratefully while Qin Juyan pursed his lips. Lin Chen smiled casually. It's fine, this kind of person is a scourge. As for the two of you, if anything happens to me, follow Fu Sheng Ancient Kingdom to find the spatial passage here and return to the mysterious domain. Ensuring your safety is the most important thing. Chapter 956. In the 4th round, Lin Chen's opponent directly forfeited. The 5th round was the final round of the competition to choose a son-in-law. The genius ranked 62045 on the genius ranking gave up after a few rounds with Lin Chen. The Black Horse Club's Jundok Shuai stood at the end. Ha ha ha, good. I didn't think that my Saint Fu country would have such an outstanding son-in-law. Congratulations. The king beamed. Although Lin Chen had defeated Chen Wuming, it wasn't a big deal. In the arena, there were rules. Life and death were still in the hands of the participants. Chen Wuming's skills were inferior, but with the Saint Fu ancient country's foundation, as long as Jundok Shuai became the son-in-law, the Chen clan would not dare to touch him. Finally passed. Once I get the attribute treasure chest in the dowry, I'll think of a way to escape. Lin Chen exhaled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Wait a minute, father. You know my condition. The 6th princess finally stood up. Lin Chen frowned. Condition? Could there be a change at this juncture? The king said with some dissatisfaction, Liu you've already seen your son-in-law's strength. Why do you need to fight again? His strength is enough to convince the masses. Son-in-law? You're calling him your son-in-law so quickly? The 6th princess raised her eyebrows. The king coughed lightly. The beauty said calmly, his strength is strong, but the prerequisite is that he can defeat me. The 6th princess waved her hand and a green light flowed. She held the cyan moon saber in her hand and wore a long robe and armor. She looked majestic as she stepped into the arena. Jundok Shuai, defeat me and you'll pass the competition. I, Yu Qingli, will not marry a man weaker than me. Lin Chen's heart was filled with an inexplicable anger. Damn it, Didn't we agree that there would be no problems if I passed the competition? Why are you still doing this? The officials and commoners couldn't help but hold their breaths. The sixth princess was going to fight personally. She was hailed as the future female martial saint of Fusheng ancient kingdom. Her talent was number one, and her comprehension was number one. The other princes and princesses were far inferior to her. There was no one in the royal family who could be compared to him. Would the Jundok Shui be a match for him? Lin Chen's expression was somewhat cold as he turned to look at the monarch. Monarch, this should be the last condition, right? The monarch's expression was a little awkward. This is my daughter's decision. Little friend, please don't hold back. Just fight with all you've got. All right, a monarch doesn't go back on his words. I believe the monarch this time. Lin Chen leaped into the arena, facing the sixth princess, Yu Qingli. Her saber weapon, Azure Moon, was at the peak of the 7th rank. It was surrounded by a sharp aura that resembled the glow of the moon. Just by releasing a strand of saber energy, it could slice through the void and crush the air. Wait a moment, how do we determine the outcome? Lin Chen raised his hand. No matter what, it was still a son-in-law selection. He couldn't possibly beat him to death like he did to Chen Wuming just now, right? Deal with me the same way you dealt with Chen Wuming. We'll fight until we can't fight anymore. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched when he heard Yu Qingli's words. He had never seen such a strange request before. Beat you to death. Swoosh. A saber energy curved like a crescent moon burst out from Yu Qingli's saber light. It was like a long river that entrenched itself, and the saber disc twisted towards Lin Chen. Sevenfold transformation, ultimate moment. Lin Chen's pure strength and mental power skyrocketed. He gripped the green destiny sword tightly and slashed horizontally. The sword light moved like the stars and cut through the saber energy. Although Lin Chen's battle chi cultivation didn't break through to the next realm due to the amplification of the sevenfold transformation, it was more powerful than all the third tribulation battle emperor. Take out that secret technique of yours that can seal off space, Jundok Shui. Yu Qingli stepped into the air and charged towards Lin Chen. Her saber light flashed and 4 spiraling saber energies slashed towards Lin Chen from 4 different directions. Lin Chen held his sword and slashed diagonally, turning around and slashing horizontally. He evaded all the saber energies and smiled indifferently. I will judge whether you are worthy of my use or not. Also, thank you for the compliment. Everyone knows that the Black Horse Club is full of handsome people, so I hope that the princess will keep a low profile. Glib tongue, take my saber. Yu Qingli was like a sonorous rose that bloomed on the battlefield. She was like a goddess of war who had entered the battlefield. Her saber techniques were endless, fast, and steady. Every saber had been tempered thousands of times, and all of them slashed towards Lin Chen's blind spot. Clang, clang, clang. The saber light and sword shadows, one green and one red, collided violently in a split second. Both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle. Yu Qingli's movement technique was extremely fast. She actually suppressed Lin Chen, who had activated Ultimate Moment. 7-star slash. Faint green flash. The red sword light was like a straight rainbow. An extremely fast saber light slashed horizontally and cut Lin Chen's sword light in half. Rumble. Lin Chen's 5 forces in one palm hit her lower abdomen. All 99 million dragon power points were gathered. Clang. Her leg armor flew across the air to block the attack. The beauty's long and beautiful legs exploded with a terrifying strength. She leaped into the air and with a high kick, she spun around like a windmill and blocked Lin Chen's palm strike. Whoosh. After his palm was blocked, Lin Chen stabbed out with his sword in a reverse grip. The sword light whistled and stabbed diagonally towards Yu Qingli's neck. Murderous intent was revealed. Yu Qingli's tall figure slid back like a beautiful snake. Her saber turned and slashed down, blocking Lin Chen's sword. Whoosh. The sound of wind splitting rang out. Yu Qingli raised her leg and kneed Lin Chen's waist with a light green wind-type battle aura. Bam! The shockwave exploded. Lin Chen raised his left arm and struck with an elbow. The metal calamity mystic handle circulated. At the same time, He blocked the opponent's knee and her wind-type battle aura. Bam! 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 Boom! The two of them fought with speed, dazzling the eyes. The two figures flashed rapidly. The Jundok Shuai, who had always suppressed others with speed, was suppressed by the sixth princess Yu Qingli. Her wind-type battle aura was originally good at speed. Even the infinite silent steps enhanced by the ultimate moment talent was at a disadvantage. The swordsmanship was fierce and tricky in close combat. The saber technique was a terrifying body-refining technique. The two of them seemed to have met their match and were locked in a fierce battle. They fought fiercely all the way from the sky to the battle stage. The weak could only see countless shadows crisscrossing. Those below the second Calamity Battle Emperor level couldn't even see the battle. Lin Chen, who had activated the ultimate moment, could completely crush the geniuses in the 70,000 genius rankings. But now, he could only fight evenly with Yu Qingli. Without a doubt, the two of them have the combat power of the top 60,000 genius rankings. The top geniuses looked dignified. This battle was completely unknown. You haven't made me fight with my full strength yet. Take out your trump card and that shocking sword. Otherwise, you won't be my opponent. Yu Qingli warned, and the speed of her saber technique suddenly increased by 30%. I will judge whether it's worth it. Lin Chen was not surprised and smiled indifferently. Don't tell me you think that my trump card is only those two moves. Then I'll force you out. Yu Qingli slashed vertically and her saber technique suddenly changed. Her entire body released a faint light of lightning-type odd crystal fragments. The saber light was as fast as lightning, and the dense lightning saber marks instantly suppressed Lin Chen. It's the sixth princess's specialty, the half-orange grade lightning flash 1,000 kills! The general's morale was boosted. Yu Qingli attacked with her full strength and her cultivation was immediately revealed. She was actually a fourth Calamity Battle Emperor. Her cultivation was 2 full realms higher than Lin Chen's. It was a complete suppression. Chapter 957. The cultivation of a fourth Tribulation Battle Emperor stunned everyone once again. Yu Qingli was indeed the #1 genius in the history of the Fu Saint Nation. Her exceptional talent could be said to be at the peak of a 4th grade force. She would be considered one of the best even in a 5th grade force. Lin Chen still smiled without any ripples. You've always wanted me to hold the sword. So you actually like my big treasure sword that much? Actually, I'm the best at drawing my spear. Rumble. Clang. Lin Chen pulled out the skyscraping sword. His saintly aura filled the sky and the domineering aura of a king swept across the entire arena. Hiss. He's serious. He's really drawing out the saint sword. Mother **K, this guy dares to kill the princess. The corners of the geniuses' mouths twitched violently. On the contrary, some of the high-ranking officials cast disdainful looks. Worried about the princess? The one who should be worried is that guy. Although the 6th princess's ranking wasn't the highest in the arena, her ranking on the genius ranking had remained unchanged for 5 years. Her current strength was not as simple as the ranking. I can only use the saint sword for a limited time. In addition, the rune's energy is extremely limited. I won't use the level 6 runes to avoid wasting their energy. I'll suppress her directly. Lin Chen made up his mind and struck out with his sword, shattering Yu Qingli's lightning blade shadow. Swoosh. Yu Qingli's shadow exploded. Her real body flashed above Lin Chen's head. Her speed was so fast that most of the 5th Tribulation Battle Emperors couldn't see through it. Lin Chen was shocked. Her speed was ridiculously fast. Clang. Lin Chen's mental consciousness reacted extremely quickly. In an instant, he blocked Yu Qingli's attack with his blade. Rumble. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. It was so fast that Lin Chen could barely react. He turned around and slashed his blade behind him. The blade and the sword collided. Lin Chen took advantage of the momentum and sent out dozens of mental attacks behind him, shattering one side of the arena, but he still missed. Yu Qingli's body jumped like lightning, leaving only a faint shadow in the arena. Even Lin Chen was surprised. Yu Qingli's laughter came. Good reaction. Your mental strength is very strong. Again. Swoosh. Swoosh. Rumble. Wind and thunder moved at the same time, whistling as they rolled up, forming snowflake-like blades of lightning that shot towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen swiftly brandished his mighty heaven sword, 7 extremes force, and spirit shock. These 3 types of attacks were launched in quick succession. Lightning and saber chi exploded, leaving behind a large area. I didn't expect this girl to have learned it to such an extent. She even learned the 1,000 katis of lightning blaze. This is a little difficult. The monarch couldn't help but reveal a troubled expression. Wasn't this bullying? 1,000 katis lightning blaze was the most difficult secret skill to cultivate in the Fusheng country's royal family. The reason was simple. It was because it was a half-orange grade movement skill. A half-orange grade movement technique was even rarer than a half-orange grade mental cultivation technique. Because movement-type combat skills were too difficult to create and pass down, many saints did not even have a half-orange grade movement skill. Its rarity was second only to a complete orange grade combat skill. You have a good daughter. The black-robed old woman transmitted her voice to the country lord using battle chi, and the latter replied with a forced smile. That little guy is going to lose. Unless he uses that strange spatial ceiling technique just now, he might have a chance. The black-robed old woman shook her head. A half-orange grade movement skill could be said to be unbeatable. Yu Qingli's strength and cultivation base were already around the 57,000 genius ranking. With a half-orange grade movement skill, her strength was ridiculously strong. Unless her opponent had a movement skill of the same level, she would be unbeatable even if she fought against a genius ranked 50,000. This was the absolute suppression of movement skill speed. Grandma, is this young master going to lose? The girl in the plain dress asked curiously. The black-robed old woman smiled and said, he is not weak. He is just unlucky. This girl's strength and talent are indeed a little heaven-defying. But it's good that he loses. He is quite compatible with my good granddaughter. He is still suitable to be my grandson-in-law, haha. The girl in the plain dress said with a straight face, Grandma, you can't joke with people like that. Although she didn't hate the Jundok Shui, she didn't have a good impression of him either. Rumble tilde. The lightning blade flashed rapidly and broke through many of Lin Chen's attacks. Although his sword technique and attacks were fast, Yu Qingli was faster than him. He's going to lose. Most of the strong fighters present felt their hearts skip a beat. As expected, this Black Horse Club was still a little weaker than the #1 genius of Fusheng country. He only lost because of his foundation and age, because he was still quite young. Lose. Jundok Shui, this princess acknowledges your strength. Yu Qingli slashed horizontally, and the lightning blade flashed so fast that everyone felt a flash of lightning. Rip tilde. The blade cut through the Jundok Shui figure and slowly melted. Yu Qingli's beautiful eyes moved, showing some confusion. It was actually an after-image of a light-type battle aura. Could it be, Rip tilde? Host has activated the complete passive talent, Assault. Power bonus, 300%. The moment the system screen popped up, the blade slashed at Yu Qingli's back. Clang tilde. Rumble tilde. The blade and sword surged, colliding with each other and creating tearing marks, disturbing the airflow. With a faint crack appeared on Yu Qingli's peak 7th tier armor. Lin Chen floated in the air, his silver robe fluttering with a faint pure white light like soft water. In the brilliance, there was a faint dragon shadow moving back and forth. Lin Chen's figure tilted slightly. Rip tilde. The blazing white light shone from his body. His whole body seemed to have turned into a white dragon, and the dragon shadow disappeared in a flash. Yu Qingli's face changed greatly. You have it too. The monarch and the black-clothed old woman's expressions instantly turned grave. A second tribulation combat emperor could display such a terrifying speed. There was no doubt that he also had a half-orange grade movement technique, and it was at the perfect level. His movements were so smooth that it didn't seem like he had just started cultivating it. How many trump cards did this young man have? Rip tilde. The mighty sky sword slashed horizontally, and Yu Qingli was caught off guard and exploded into a sky full of lightning and wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The earth-shattering sword slashes were like meteors, turning into a storm and slashing down rapidly. Yu Qingli waved her saber, and the saber shadow was like an airtight saber wave, colliding with the sky full of sword rain. Bang! Bang! The saber light was shattered. Both of them used their movement techniques to fight with saber and sword techniques, but they were completely suppressed by Lin Chen. His speed was more than twice as fast as Yu Qingli's. Host has activated a passive talent, tear the opponent's defense. Rip tilde. A tearing sound was heard, and Yu Qingli's battle chi defense was broken, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. One move to decide the winner. Yu Qingli suddenly held her saber with both hands, and the green moonlight surged from the saber. She slashed at Lin Chen furiously. The saber chi flashing with the green moonlight turned into a long rainbow dragon, roaring angrily in the sky and pouncing on Lin Chen like a frightening dragon. It's the 1000-moon green dragon. My god, the 6th princess has even learned this move. This is the saber technique closest to an orange grade inheritance technique in the Holy Empire. Chapter 958. Kaboom! Lin Chen's entire body was burning with anger. His sacred sword was dyed with the fire calamity battle aura. Lin Chen raised his sword and slashed the dragon. The orange sword light slashed down, and the anger burned the heaven and earth, turning into a furious sword slash. Rip tilde. Bang tilde. The two decided the victor in one move. Wind, lightning, and fire calamity exploded, forming a rolling tornado that went straight to the top of the palace. How's the battle? It seems to be a draw. This Jundok Shuai is too strong. He still hasn't used that space-sealing secret technique. Did he hold back for the princess? That's not a big deal. He's here to participate in the son-in-law selection. Of course, he has to treat his future wife well. This kid has the demeanor of an expert swordsman. While the geniuses were looking forward to the battle, there was a tearing sound. Bang! 2 flying daggers collided in the void, creating countless sparks. Everyone was shocked. These two still had a trump card. Both of them knew the flying dagger technique. The tornado dispersed, and 2 golden daggers flashed past. With a boom, they cut into Yu Qingli's armor, causing her lips to bleed. Boom! While Yu Qingli was hit by the 2 flying daggers, Lin Chen's body turned into a white dragon and appeared behind her. Lin Chen's fist was like a dragon, ruthlessly and savagely aimed at her slender waist. She hurriedly activated Lightning Blaze 1000 Catties to dodge the attack. Who would have thought that Lin Chen would follow her like a shadow and follow up with another punch? Yu Qingli gritted her teeth and activated the defensive battle technique, Moonlight Glass Body. The battle aura of the battle armor turned into a glass of moonlight, and her entire body became tough and indestructible. Bang! Lin Chen's punch hit her, but it didn't hurt her. Under the multiple layers of protection, this punch didn't hurt Yu Qingli much. So handsome, sir. Yu Qingli was a little flustered, but before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chen had already reached out with lightning speed and grabbed her tall and slammed her onto the floor of the stage. Whoosh tilde. Bang. The moonlight glass body cracked slightly. Azure Dragon Possession. Lin Chen infused the power of the Dragon Emperor into his body, and his pure strength skyrocketed to over 70 million. His strength was comparable to a 4 Tribulation Battle Emperor. The entire process was practically just a spark of flint. Lin Chen grabbed her calf and fiercely smashed Yu Qingli's entire body again. Attribute light balls rolled down. Yu Qingli was a 4th Tribulation Combat Emperor and a genius on the genius ranking. The quality of the attribute light balls she dropped was quite high. Lin Chen smashed them even more vigorously. A series of loud rumbling sounds rang out. Yu Qingli's entire person was like being whipped around by Lin Chen. Countless people's mouths were slightly agape. Those with low mental fortitude even had their mouths twitching. It was 2F** King Brutal. The future female martial saint of the Fu Saint Nation was being whipped around like a whip. Everyone was shocked to see this. Who the F***ck said that this kid has a good demeanor. I'll blow his head off. F***ck. This is too scary. Is he still human? He can even lay his hands on the princess. The lips of the geniuses trembled. When they saw this Jundok Shuai's elegant demeanor, they thought that he was some noble young master. Now, they could see that he was simply an unparalleled demon. A minister quickly stood up and cupped his fists towards the king who was sitting in the void. Your humble servant begs your majesty to stop this battle. Something will happen to the princess. Yes, your majesty. This person is inhumane. The ministers all tried to persuade him, but the king only raised his hand and said expressionlessly, I know what I'm doing. My beloved ministers, please sit down. Grandma, he's so brutal. The girl in the simple dress leaned towards the old woman in black. The old woman smiled and said, this kid is indeed brutal. If it's a battle of life and death, he will naturally use everything he has. But he controlled his strength very well and did not completely beat this girl to death. Otherwise, the king would have already made his move. Yu Qingli felt as if her entire body was being torn apart. She had never suffered such terrible torture in her life. Her armor was cracking, and her moonlight glass armor was already broken. Her snow-white skin was covered in blood. He didn't even give me a chance to surrender. So brutal. So painful. Yu Qingli wailed in her heart. This time, I'll let this girl suffer a little. I'll let her know that there's always someone better out there. This kid is the one who can subdue her, and is suitable to be her husband. The king thought to himself. After a round of beating, until Yu Qingli could no longer drop any attribute light orbs, Lin Chen finally threw her to the side. He clapped his hands and shrugged. The princess told me to treat Chen Wuming the same way from the start. In a normal battle, this is how I treat my enemies. I wonder if the princess is satisfied. To be honest, I've never seen such a strange request. Host has received 3 high-grade wind energy points, 2 high-grade thunder energy points, 3,000 high-grade battle chi essence points, 4 high-grade rune energy points. Lin Chen collected the attribute light orbs that were scattered in the air. The attribute values that Yu Qingli had dropped were very high. At this time, Yu Qingli was lying on the ground. Her armor was broken, and her dress was stained with blood. Her white and delicate skin was pale, and she looked pitiful. She was no longer as valiant as before. Yu Qingli was at a loss for words. She looked at Lin Chen with eyes that revealed some fear and a complicated expression. This young man looked elegant, but in reality, he was a beast in battle, domineering, wild, and brutal. No matter how good his swordsmanship was, he didn't seem like a swordsman at all. Cough, cough. I announce that our young friend Jundok Shuai has passed the son-in-law selection convention. Qingli, do you have any objections? Yu Qingli gritted her teeth. No objections. The king waved his hand, and a holy light shrouded Yu Qingli. Her injuries began to quickly heal. The whole place was in an uproar. They had been shocked by Lin Chen's brutal means. Only now did they realize that the 6th princess, Yu Qingli, had been completely defeated. This kid's combat strength is at least on par with the 50,000th genius on the genius list. He's too monstrous. What kind of monsters have the Black Horse Club cultivated? I can't be envious. Just by that movement technique, his strength has surpassed everyone on the genius list. The geniuses on the genius list were envious and amazed. This Jundok Shuai was really strong. No one was convinced. Ha ha ha, congratulations. One of my worries has finally been settled. The king chuckled and stood up. He looked straight at Lin Chen and said with a smile, young friend, this time, wait a minute. At this time, Yu Qingli suddenly spoke again. Everyone looked at her. You can marry me, but you have to follow the rules of the imperial edict. You have to marry my twin sister, 7th royal sister, as well. Yu Qingli's words were shocking. At the mention of the so-called 7th royal sister, everyone's expression changed slightly. Nonsense. What do you take my imperial edict for? The king was enraged. His eyes were fierce and fierce. Lin Chen was a little puzzled. He didn't understand everyone's reaction. According to common sense, wasn't marrying 2 people a good thing? Why did all the geniuses look like they had seen a ghost? Yu Qingli opened her storage ring and held an old imperial edict in her hand. She smiled faintly and said, Father, a monarch doesn't take his words lightly, right? The king's expression changed slightly when he saw the imperial edict in Yu Qingli's hand. Chapter 959. By the will of the heavens, His Majesty decrees, today, His Majesty decrees that 6th Princess Yu Qingli and 7th Princess Yu Yulan will only marry one person. Yu Qingli spread out the old imperial edict and read out the contents concisely. The king's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect this girl to still have the imperial edict from many years ago. The king once got drunk and had fun. At that time, the two girls were still young. The sisters were born together and their hearts were connected. He promised that they would marry one person and even let him personally issue an imperial edict. At that time, the king thought that it was just a child's nonsense. Coupled with the fact that he was drunk, he doted on the two sisters and issued an imperial edict. He didn't expect Yu Qingli to still have this imperial edict after so many years. If it was a normal situation, the king wouldn't say anything. The king didn't joke and just follow the imperial edict. However, it was different now. 7th Princess Yu Yulan was no longer the same as before. She had encountered an accident that changed her life. Even if she didn't die, her entire person had changed. I didn't expect you to even scheme against me. Is it so difficult for you to find a man? The king's eyes were filled with anger. Yu Qingli clenched her teeth. I don't want to marry a stranger. The father and daughter were about to quarrel when Lin Zun's voice echoed. Your Majesty, there's nothing to say. We, the Black Horse Club, have always been famous for our handsomeness, longevity, and specialty. To me, there's not much difference between one princess and two princesses. When these words came out, everyone present opened their mouths wide. Everyone's first reaction was, is this kid crazy? Could it be that he doesn't know about 7th Princess Yu Yulan's situation? Yu Qingli frowned. Jundok Shuai, do you know what's the situation now? Lin Chen thought, I don't care about your situation. I just want the attribute treasure chest in your dowry. I have a large group of Sage Realm experts chasing after me. I don't care if it's 1 or 2 princesses. Even if it's 100, I have to agree first. Elder sister, let me talk to him. At this time, a crisp voice sounded like the collision of pearls and jade, pleasant to the ear. A woman in a white dress flew through the air. She was wearing a cloak, and her figure was delicate and slender. Her aura was concealed. Many people's expressions turned ugly when they saw this woman. Some of the geniuses on the genius rankings didn't even bother to look at her. Young master, if you had seen me like this, would you still want to marry me and my sister? The woman took off her cloak, revealing a horrifying face. Her facial bones were deformed. One of her eyes was bigger than the other. Her lips were almost invisible due to the parasitic flesh. There was a hook-shaped flesh in front of her nose. Pieces of purplish flesh stuck to her cheeks. It was extremely strange. It was a face that could not be described as ugly. It was an extremely disgusting face. Blurg tilde. Many of the geniuses on the genius roll almost vomited when they saw it. 90% of the people didn't want to look at the woman in white. Her delicate hands were trembling slightly. It was obvious that she wasn't calm at all. Everyone's gazes were like sharp knives stabbing into her heart. Qin Juyan and Qin Miao covered their cherry lips with their delicate hands. Their beautiful eyes were filled with sympathy and heartache. The corners of Qin Miao's eyes were already glistening with tears. 7th sister, you didn't have to come out. Yu Qingli hugged her sister tightly as tears streamed down her face. The 6th princess, who was tough and indomitable, was also weeping at this moment. Yu Qingli didn't want to marry. A large part of it was because of her sister. Her life was too tragic. In her heart, she would rather find someone who was willing to take care of her sister. That was why she worked so hard to cultivate and become extremely strong. She also declared to her father that she would never marry a man weaker than her. However, her true motive was to secretly find a man who could accept her younger sister. Sigh. The king's palm trembled a few times as he slowly closed his eyes. Forget it, Grandma, why is that big sister like this? The girl in a plain dress looked at her grandmother with tears in her eyes. It's a poison curse cast by an extremely powerful Saint Realm expert. Even a first-grade Saint Realm alchemist would find it difficult to remove it. Moreover, a portion of her facial features have already been destroyed, and some extremely terrifying toxins will be discharged regularly. The old woman in black shook her head. This girl's fate was indeed bumpy. She didn't commit suicide after experiencing such a thing. It was already considered an extremely strong state of mind. The two girls were once twins. They were as beautiful as flowers and as beautiful as the moon. However, one day, an enemy Saint Realm expert from Fusheng Ancient Nation infiltrated their country. In the end, although that Saint Realm expert was killed by a few Saint Realm experts from Fusheng Ancient Nation, he left behind a vicious poison curse on the royal family. As a Saint Realm cultivator, she did not suffer much. However, there was a poison curse that hit the seventh princess at that time. This beautiful and kind-hearted girl turned into her current state. As long as a normal man saw the seventh princess's appearance, he would feel both physical and psychological disgust and disgust. Not to mention marrying her. Just one look at her made one's stomach churn. Most importantly, her face and body were poisoned. Fatal toxins would be released regularly. Who would dare to use their life to marry such a person? If you can accept my sister, then I'm willing to marry you. If you're like those ordinary people, then I'll also give you a generous reward. I won't let you participate in this son-in-law selection for nothing. The sixth princess wiped her tears and said seriously to Lin Chen. She noticed that the young man was staring at her sister. So it's you. Lin Chen sighed. This woman was the kind-hearted woman he had met when he first entered the Saint Fu ancient kingdom. The seventh princess's body trembled. She said in a self-deprecating tone, I have disappointed young master. I am sorry. Disappointed? I am not disappointed. Lin Chen laughed heartily. He didn't have any expectations. Naturally, he wasn't disappointed. He was just a little surprised. Didn't I say before that people are judged by their appearance? He looked seriously at the seventh princess and smiled. But this doesn't stop me from admiring your beautiful soul, right? Yu Qingli and Yu Yulan trembled. Hypocrite. Damn it, is this kid addicted to acting? What a snake. These people from the Black Horse Club are full of bullshit. They even go against their own hearts. Would a man want such a woman? The geniuses on the genius ranking mocked. Yu Qingli's expression was solemn. Does young master Jundok Shui mean that you are willing to accept my sister? Yu Yulan also felt a strange sense of expectation. She stared at this young master who had once saved her life. She was very nervous. However, Lin Chen continued. I am only choosing a son-in-law to marry the sixth princess. How can I force the seventh princess to marry me? The moment he said this, the sisters felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. Look at this B*****. What does he look like? Damn, who was the one who said that one or two more princesses wouldn't be too much? Does he still have any shame? A fence-sitter who swings with the wind. I despise this kind of trash the most. The geniuses sneered and ridiculed without restraint. Their eyes were full of contempt and disdain. The admiration they had for Lin Chen earlier had vanished without a trace. Chapter 960. Including some ministers and generals, their faces were also very ugly. Some of the people who had followed the sixth princess knew that she had deep sisterly feelings for the seventh princess and was very protective of her. This Jundok Shui said I admire your beautiful soul on the surface, and then immediately said I'm only here for the sixth princesses. T. Wasn't he here to humiliate her? Get off the stage, you are not qualified to humiliate the seventh princess. The ministers condemned Lin Chen in speech and in writing, cursing and scolding him. The gentle and moving girl in a simple dress was disappointed. How can he say one thing and do another? This young man's character is not very good, hey. The old woman in black shook her head, and the Qin sisters looked at each other, their faces full of doubt. In their impression, Lin Chen was not such a person. Even the monarch's face became particularly gloomy. Yu Yolan's heart was like a heavy blow, and she didn't know what to say, but she said in a sad and self-deprecating tone, I have made things difficult for the young master, my ugliness has brought trouble to the young master. Yu Qingli's pretty face was furious. Then, Lin Chen waved his hand and smiled. How can it be difficult? I only said that I am here for the sixth princess, but I don't want to force the seventh princess. Whether you want to marry or not is completely up to the princess. And in my opinion, The seventh princess's marriage is not the most important thing now, but to treat the poison on your face. As soon as these words came out, it aroused the anger of the crowd. Are you mocking my sister's appearance? Yu Qingli's beautiful eyes were red and bloodshot, and she coldly shouted with a murderous aura, this Saint Realm poison curse, even the Saint Realm alchemist that royal father spent a lot of money to invite couldn't do anything about it. How can it be as simple as you to judge with just a few words? At this time, Lin Chen smiled confidently with a bit of evil charm. Is that so? Then why don't you let me try? Maybe I can restore the seventh princess's appearance. Lin Chen's words stirred up 1,000 waves. Even Yu Qingli and Yu Yulan were stunned at the same time. As soon as these words came out, the audience was silent at first, and then there was a wave of ridicule and sneers. Is there something wrong with this kid's head? The monarch paid a huge price to invite a first-grade saint-grade alchemist from the southern domain to personally examine the seventh princess's current situation, but he was still unable to reverse the situation. Does a little brat like him dare to say that he's more outstanding than a tier 8 alchemist? A hint of anger appeared on the monarch's face. Initially, he thought that this young man was not bad. His temperament and strength were top-notch. Now that he looked at him, his character was simply full of nonsense. A bunch of short-sighted fellows. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with these noisy fellows. He looked straight at the monarch and said with a smile, Monarch, if I'm not wrong, even if the seventh princess's curse is broken, it won't be able to recover her poisoned facial features, right? And if the detoxification fails, it's very likely that it will cause her death, right? Lin Chen's words caused the monarch's body to tremble. Yu Qingli's fury came to an abrupt end. This answer was exactly the same as the answer of the saint-grade alchemist he had invited. Only the monarch and the two sisters knew the answer to this question. It was precisely because of the huge risk that the saint-grade alchemist admitted that the success rate was less than 10%. For less than a 10% chance to gamble his daughter's life, he had to pay a huge price to invite a saint-grade alchemist to take action. Even if he was the monarch, he couldn't afford it. Could this brat also be an alchemist? How did he see through it? Our Black Horse Club's endurance is hard enough, and our hearts are set on fire. Specialties are specialties, and being handsome is just a standard. The handsome guys who can join our club are all tier 8 alchemists. It's a small matter. Lin Chen rubbed his chin and smiled coquettishly. Can't say it's a small matter. It seems a bit crazy. It's a medium matter. Many people snorted disdainfully. Tier 8 alchemists on average? Dreaming in the middle of the day? I think he's gone crazy. Has he gone crazy from being a fence-sitter? Saint-grade alchemists are even rarer than saints. I've seen a saint once, but I haven't seen a legendary saint-grade alchemist with my own eyes. Does he think they're cabbages? The genius is ridiculed because tier 8 alchemists on average was 2F** king ridiculous. Even storytellers wouldn't dare to boast like this. Only a small number of tier 4 forces would have a saint-grade alchemist overseeing them. Even after countless eras, the sacred Fu ancient country had not cultivated a single saint-grade alchemist. Can you really cure Yulan? At this time, Yu Qingli excitedly grabbed Lin Chen's hand and smiled confidently. I'm 80% sure. Even if I fail, I can protect 7th Princess's life. However, the materials will have to be provided by you guys. No problem. Little friend, as long as you can remove Yolan's poison curse, we'll take care of the materials. The monarch had also spoken. Just based on Lin Chen's ability to see through Yu Yolan's poison, he must be extraordinary. One had to know that the saint-grade alchemist hired with a large sum of money had spent 3 days to observe Yu Yulan before coming to this conclusion. There's another condition. I need 7 days of treatment. During this time, 6th princess must follow me throughout the treatment. Her presence is indispensable to the recovery of 7th princess. As for the result of the son-in-law selection, after the treatment, 7th princess will decide for herself. Lin Chen spoke cheerfully and wittily, revealing the confidence of being in control of the entire situation. This caused Yu Yolan's eyes to be filled with new hope. Could she really be restored to her original state? No problem, we promise you. It just so happens that 7 days later is our 100,000th birthday. Even if you don't succeed, We won't blame you. However, you must ensure 7th Princess's safety. No problem. Lin Chen and the monarch hit it off. All the ministers and geniuses on the genius list were puzzled. Why would the monarch of a country, trust this kid so much? Combat strength, potential, and alchemy ability were two completely different things. Let's wait for the day of the birthday banquet to watch a good show. This kid talks big. I want to see what skills he has. The son-in-law selection ceremony temporarily ended. The results were announced again at the emperor's birthday banquet, causing everyone to be surprised. No one would have thought that the son-in-law selection ceremony would end like this. Why did Lin Chen suddenly stay? According to the original plan, he should have taken the attribute treasure chest in the dowry as quickly as possible and then fled. However, in today's battle, he was surprised to see that in the depths of the palace, there were many attribute light balls. In other words, there might be a large number of attribute light balls in the depths of the palace. He planned to stay first and act according to the circumstances. On the other hand, he did have a way to treat Yu Yulan. However, he needed to consume Long Qingguo and spend some effort. This was because he had a technique that the entire sacred boundary did not have. The black-clothed old woman and the plain-dressed young girl stared in the direction Lin Chen left. The old woman and the young girl were filled with doubt and curiosity. Even a first-grade saint-grade alchemist was helpless against a problem. Could he solve it? Chapter 961. Inside the Red Moon Palace, the king had something important to do and left temporarily. The 6th princess brought Lin Chen's group, Yu Yulan, and 2 imperial physicians at the peak of the 7th rank. These two are, Yu Qingli asked the 2 women behind Lin Chen. We are the personal maids of the Jundok Shuai's young master. Qin Miao quickly waved her hands. Although Lin Chen had disguised them, their temperament and figure were extraordinary. Yu Qingli saw through the clues at a glance. However, she didn't expose them. Instead, she asked Lin Chen, "What is the method you're talking about?" "My method has several steps. Now, 6th princess, you go and prepare these materials first. Also, remember to use clear glazed jade to carve your face." Without another word, Lin Chen carved a large list of medicinal ingredients and threw it to Yu Qingli. Although he had 2 plants of fortune at their peak, no one would complain about having too many resources. Yu Qingli took the list of medicinal ingredients and frowned slightly. The expressions of the 2 imperial physicians at the peak of the 7th rank changed slightly. The items on Lin Chen's list were priceless. None of them were ordinary. She didn't question the need for medicinal ingredients. Instead, she asked curiously, "What do you want my face for?" Lin Chen shrugged. "Of course it's useful. Otherwise, do you think I have nothing better to do? I'm a shameless person." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. "Prepare as fast as you can. I'm going to start treating the 6th princess." Lin Chen waved his hand. Yu Qingli said, "The 2 imperial physicians here are the most. Let them stay where they are. If there are any problems, my 2 maids will assist me." Lin Chen's old and experienced appearance made the 2 imperial physicians angry. Seeing his confident appearance, Yu Qingli didn't get angry and tried to persuade him. She believed that people with strength had their own temperament. This Jundok Shuai was the same. To Yu Qingli, fighting was one of the easiest ways to understand others. During her battle with Lin Chen, she could feel that the other party was frank and straightforward. Even if he wasn't a gentleman, he definitely wasn't an evil person. In the end, only Yu Yulan, Lin Chen, the Qin sisters, and an imperial physician were left in the room. No matter what, the 7th princess was still a member of the royal family. It was impossible to completely hand her over to Lin Chen alone. What if he had some secret plans? "Young master, what should I do?" Yu Yulan nervously asked. "Eat it and go to sleep. When it's done, you'll be as beautiful as ever." Lin Chen handed her a pill. This was a top-grade 7th order pill that Lin Chen had refined in advance with his avatar in the peach blossom pouch. It could numb the senses of the entire body. Yu Yulan nervously swallowed the pill. Not long after, she felt dizzy and began to lie down. The imperial physician's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something, but when he saw the serious expression on Lin Chen's face, he swallowed his words. Whoosh! Lin Chen summoned all of his avatars and disguised them as Jundok Shui and appeared in the secret room. This is the destiny plant pouch? The imperial physician was shocked. Lin Chen and all of his avatars were fully focused as they took out countless silver needles from the storage ring. These silver needles were as thin as hair and there were tens of thousands of them. The imperial physician roughly counted that there were at least 60,000 needles. Lin Chen formed a seal with both hands and controlled the 60,000 silver needles with his spiritual power. He slowly pierced them into the purplish-green flesh on the seventh princess's face that was swollen due to the poison. Just controlling so many silver needles at the same time required the spiritual power of a half-step saint to be able to do it. He first activated the fire calamity battle chi. Chi tilde chi tilde chi tilde. A series of purplish-green poisonous fog rose up. The imperial physician was shocked. What are you doing? This will kill the seventh princess. How could this be a method? Simply burning the poison would also burn the seventh princess's head because the poison had already penetrated deep into her head and not just her face. The imperial physicians had already tried this method a long time ago, but it was impossible. Damn it, shut up. If you continue to be noisy, get out. Lin Chen was highly focused as he shouted coldly and shocked the imperial physician. The fire calamity battle chi in the silver needles controlled by him and his avatars was very limited, but every needle pierced and burned a small wound deep into the seventh princess's face. Whoosh! Lin Chen and his avatars slowly pierced the needles deeper into the seventh princess's face, leaving behind 60,000 small wounds. Apart from her eyes, the rest of her face was covered. Lin Chen then immediately poured his clear jade dew into his cheeks through the minimally invasive opening. Whoosh! Whoosh! Intense corrosive smoke immediately rose from the seventh princess's face. The clear jade dew had the effect of purifying the impurities in one's spiritual power. The reason why this poison curse followed the seventh princess was because the poison had locked onto her spiritual power. Lin Chen continued to control the silver needles, urging the fire calamity battle chi to burn. Time passed by minute by minute. Miraculously, the purple and blue abscesses on the seventh princess's face began to disappear and reduce. He had truly achieved the effect of removing the poison. However, the imperial physician was sweating profusely. Because the seventh princess's life force was gradually decreasing, the poison curse was being removed and the seventh princess's life was about to enter the gates of hell. A day and a night passed. Yu Qingli used many treasures from the treasury, and when she returned, she found that Yu Yulan was on the verge of death. And her face was severely burned, not a single piece of flesh was intact. It was extremely miserable, causing Yu Qingli's heart to tremble. If not for Lin Chen's serious expression, she would have gone crazy. At the last moment, Lin Chen let the Qin sisters grind Longqingguo meat and let the unconscious seventh princess swallow it. The other half of the colorful Longqingguo meat was mixed with 4 kinds of treasures and covered the seventh princess's face. A miraculous thing happened. Her poison curse was slowly being removed by Lin Chen, but her life was being saved by Longqingguo, and her burned cheeks began to magically grow new granulation and tender flesh. Success! Young master is really a god. The imperial physician was shocked and overjoyed. Yu Qingli cried tears of joy. It was not over yet. Lin Chen smiled confidently. Next is the main event. As I said, my goal is to restore the seventh princess. Yu Qingli's delicate body trembled. Restore? Could it be that her sister could really be restored? Not to mention restoring her, even if she had the appearance of a normal person, Yu Qingli would be satisfied. Her sister had suffered too much because of this poison curse. At this time, Yu Yulan was still unconscious and did not feel any pain. Knives. Lin Chen stretched out his hand and the sisters immediately handed over 6 knives as thin as cicadas' wings. It's time to show the real technique. Lin Chen and his doppelgangers revealed a coquettish smile. Holding delicate knives in their hands, the 6 of them danced agilely and precisely on the new granules that had grown because of the burns of the seventh princess, cutting off some of the damaged bones and granules. The energy of the Longqing fruit was enough to regenerate her. What technique is this? Yu Qingli revealed an unparalleled shock. She had never seen such an exquisite technique. It could actually modify a person's appearance. Chapter 962. This is our Black Horse Club's divine plastic surgery technique. Lin Chen smiled. The knife did not leave any marks. The gentle and strong vitality of the Longqing fruit healed Princess Qi's face again and again. Under Lin Chen's molding, a devastatingly beautiful face was gradually taking shape. That's right, Lin Chen planned to use plastic surgery to restore 7th Princess from the beginning. Removing the poison curse was not a problem for him. He had the help of his doppelganger. Even if he was not a saint-level alchemist, he could still control the spirit like a saint-level alchemist. And what he wanted was a perfect restoration. Lin Chen had learned many knife techniques and also learned vanishing shadow flying knife. His knife control skills were far beyond the level of ordinary plastic surgery. Secondly, Longqingguo was a sacred healing item. It could regenerate flesh and bones, and its energy was gentle and majestic. It could perfectly heal the face that had been destroyed after removing the poison curse. When the new flesh buds grew, Lin Chen could restore Yu Youlan's facial features to the most perfect state. And after that, there would be no sequelae. Her cheeks would be as pure and natural as before because even the new skin and flesh buds would be Yu Youlan's own. Perfect, just like this in the end. When Lin Chen put away the knife, he took a piece of clear glass jade that 6th Princess had prepared in advance and stuck it on Yu Youlan's face. Looking at it now, Yu Youlan's embryonic face only had flat flesh buds, nothing could be seen. But Longqingguo's energy would heal her step by step. This piece of clear jade was engraved with Yu Qingli's facial features. After it was completely restored, most of the new flesh buds would grow and restore according to the template, and finally take shape. Lin Chen covered Yu Youlan's face with a layer of veil and cloth, and smiled indifferently. Done, let 7th Princess rest for a few days. Don't remove the gauze for the time being, so as to avoid accidents when the face is restored. The two old imperial physicians were so excited that they couldn't speak. It could be said that it was an eye-opener. Yu Qingli looked grateful. After dismissing the two old imperial physicians and leaving the secret room, she turned to face Lin Chen. Thank you, Jundok Shui. I sincerely apologize to you for my previous offensive actions. Yu Qingli thanked with tears in her eyes. With Yu Qingli's insight, how could she not see the power of Lin Chen's supreme skill? At the very least, her sister's poison curse had been removed and her life had been preserved. As for her appearance, she would be satisfied even if she could only revert to the appearance of an ordinary person. He didn't dare to hope for too much. His always full of surprises, the Qin sisters were amazed. Qin Juyan stared at the side of Lin Chen's face with a complicated expression. From the moment the two sisters met this young man, there was no ordinary moment. Every action he took was unique, but every time he did it, it was shocking. Cut the crap. You can't thank me with words. Lin Chen put away his clone and smiled evilly. He lifted the 6th Princess's chin and asked, How do you want to thank me? Yu Qingli's cheeks flushed red. Looking at the young man's deep eyes, there was a hint of mystery hidden in them from the beginning to the end. It was unfathomable, but it made her want to find out more about him. Feeling the strange gazes of the two sisters behind him, Lin Chen coughed and said, I'm just joking. Let me ask you, where's your dowry? Take me to get it. Dowry? If it's the dowry, it's still in the palace square. It's a spatial barrier set up by father. I can't open it. Recently, father has been out on a tour, so we'll have to wait a few days. Even Yu Qingli didn't know why, but the moment he asked about her dowry, she felt a sense of loss in her heart. He really didn't come for her, and he didn't have any interest in her at all. F***ck, what time is this old emperor going out on a tour? It's been 3 days. What if those Sage Realm experts have already come out from the Island of Darkness? Lin Chen's mouth twitched a few times. He then said seriously, Then it shouldn't be a problem for you to bring me into the palace, right? Yu Qingli looked at Lin Chen doubtfully. No problem. With my authority, I can bring you in and out of the palace freely. In the past, Yu Qingli wouldn't easily bring people in and out of the palace. But no matter what Lin Chen's background was, at least he saved Yu Yulan. Just this kindness was enough for her to repay Lin Chen with everything she had. Because only Yu Qingli knew that the reason why her sister Yu Yulan was poisoned was to protect her. If it wasn't for her sister's kindness, the one who would be poisoned would be her. After settling down the Qin sisters and Yu Yulan, Yu Qingli left with Lin Chen. Fusheng Ancient Country, Saint Palace, inside a saint monument. This place was a forbidden area. But today, Yu Qingli took a huge risk to bring Lin Chen into the saint monument. This place had once buried the fallen sages of the ancient country's history. It was extremely cold and eerie. Lin Chen was overjoyed. This place was filled with attribute light balls, and there were even a large number of rare spirit attribute light balls. One light ball was one high-grade spirit point. He ferociously picked them up, touching the ground, or summoning the Dragon Emperor to transform into his human form to collect the attribute light balls with her. This scene caused Yu Qingli's face to be filled with astonishment. Host has received 1850 strengthening points, 4 intermediate heavens path points, 11 advanced cultivation technique soul essences, 4 advanced fire attribute energy, 3 advanced light attribute energy, 3 advanced lightning attribute energy, 7 advanced spirit, 5 advanced rune energy. Lin Chen randomly touched the ground and obtained over 120 advanced rune energy and 30 advanced spirit points. His advanced elemental energy had also increased greatly, and his strength had soared. This was an extremely good harvest. Lin Chen's spirit points had also increased, and he had already begun to advance towards the half-step saint level. Now that I have 342 rune energy and 9 other Shorekill skills, I won't have to rely on the R's wristband to fight against a saint. Lin Chen chuckled. This time, the Fusheng Ancient Country's harvest was not small. Hey! That direction is the orange crystal's light. Lin Chen did not know what to do as he sprinted forward. 6th Princess Yu Qingli was puzzled. What is he trying to do? When he arrived in front of a saint monument, the dark orange attribute treasure chest started to spin. Lin Chen excitedly grabbed it. Host has opened the orange crystal treasure chest. Half-orange grade battle skill, sky riding first and second scroll. Hiss. Another half-orange grade battle skill. Lin Chen looked through it slightly. This was a metal elemental spear battle skill. Metal elemental, main attack, secondary defense, indestructible, and extremely sharp. The first scroll of sky riding could be used to cultivate the sky riding metal energy to protect oneself. The second scroll was the offensive sky riding divine spear. Staying was indeed the right choice. This is equivalent to obtaining 2.5 orange grade battle skills at the same time. Lin Chen was overjoyed. Luckily, he did not blindly choose to leave after taking the dowry. Then, something that surprised Lin Chen even more happened. The divine dragon blood jade that had been sealed in the storage ring all this time was actually emitting a faint glow at the same time. The divine dragon blood jade is reacting. Lin Chen took out a piece of divine dragon blood jade from the storage ring. The blood jade emitted a murderous aura and a domineering dragon shadow. It was actually reacting to this saint monument. Who is buried in this tombstone? Did he have any special constitution or bloodline when he was alive? Lin Chen hurriedly asked Yu Qingli. She looked at the monument for a moment and said, "It's the 1205th king. It's said that he has the bloodline of the ancient Taishi dragon." Lin Chen was stunned. Ancient Taishi dragon? Chapter 963. The inheritance of the dragon god blood jade is most likely related to the ancient Taishi dragon. Then, my next bloodline attribute must be the ancient Taishi dragon bloodline in order to obtain the inheritance of the divine dragon blood jade. Lin Chen then asked Yu Qingli for all the records of the 1205th emperor and carefully studied them. When he returned to the Red Moon Palace, the 7th Princess Yu Yulan had already woken up. "Young Master Jundok Shuai, am I really all right? I feel an itch on my face." Yu Yulan, who was wrapped in bandages, excitedly held Lin Chen's hands. "Yen, I can assure you that the princess's curse has been completely removed. After a few days of recovery, the princess will obtain a new appearance," Lin Chen said with a smile. Yu Yulan felt like she was in a dream. Being able to remove the curse was already a blessing. Obtaining a new appearance. She had never even thought of such a thing. After comforting the 7th princess, Lin Chen found the sixth princess and entrusted the Qin Miao sisters with an escape route. With Yu Qingli's strength and cultivation, it was most suitable to bring them to the spatial passage of the sacred Fu ancient kingdom. And now was not the time for Lin Chen to return to the mystic domain. The mystic domain had most likely stirred up a storm, and the saints had already come out. He wanted to travel through the southern region and find a spatial passage to other regions. The sacred Fu ancient kingdom only had a spatial passage to the mystic domain. At night, Lin Chen went into seclusion. He opened the peach blossom pouch and poured all the heavenly one holy water he had collected in the name of healing into the pure gold tree seed. It quickly nourished and grew. With the heavenly one holy water from the sixth princess's dowry and the energy from the gold saint origin coins, it should be able to quickly grow the pure gold tree seed to its growth stage. System: I want to strengthen the movement technique Dragon Flash. Lin Chen currently had 5.66 million points. After spending 950,000 points and experiencing more than 10 failures, he finally managed to upgrade the half-orange light attribute movement skill, Dragon Flash, to plus 13. Overall upgrade, 240%. Lin Chen needed to upgrade the plus 15 strengthening ability. Unless it was absolutely beneficial, he would not easily strengthen it. The strength of Dragon Flash had been perfectly displayed in the battle with the sixth princess. It was an essential escape method for Lin Chen. System: I want to practice sky control. Consuming 29 advanced cultivation method soul essences to fuse cultivation memories. For the next 3 days, Lin Chen remained in seclusion, occasionally checking on the seventh princess's recovery. On the seventh day, a strange phenomenon appeared in the peach blossom plant pouch. Little shadow had broken through. Its appearance changed from a black cloud to a pitch-black dragon with monstrous devil will. It was 15 meters long and had just begun to show its power. For the first time, the advantage of combining the bloodlines of the Demon Clan, the Dragon Clan, and the Dark Shadow Clan was revealed in its appearance. Not bad, little guy. Can you break through the space seal of the Sage Realm now? Lin Chen asked. Little Shadow left the peach blossom plant pouch and attached itself to Lin Chen's clothes. It transmitted its consciousness. Below the third level of the Saint Realm, there shouldn't be a problem. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Looks like you'll be able to speak after a while." At this time, an old man's voice came from outside the door. Young Master Jundok Shuai, His Majesty has heard of young Master Jundok Shuai's prowess. His Majesty has urgently issued an imperial edict to reward young Master Jundok Shuai greatly. He has also instructed us to bring young Master Jundok Shuai to the Saint Palace to choose the reward and the sixth princess's dowry. This imperial edict was equivalent to directly recognizing Lin Chen as the emperor's son-in-law. Little Shadow hid in Lin Chen's clothes and smiled. "Finally, I can see what treasures are in the attribute treasure chest in the dowry." Lin Chen pushed open the door and followed the old man all the way to the basement of the Holy Palace to build the Saint Palace. Inside the Saint Palace were all cultivation methods, secret manuals, and battle techniques accumulated by the Fu Saint country over countless eras. There were a total of 3 levels. The old man actually led Lin Chen all the way to the 3rd level. There were no more than 10 cultivation methods here. All of them were half-orange rank cultivation method. According to the rules of the son-in-law selection ceremony, the emperor's son-in-law could also choose a half-orange rank cultivation method in addition to the dowry. Half-orange rank saber technique Burning Sun, half-orange rank defensive battle technique Black Demon Body Tempering Art, half-orange rank battle technique Demon Saint's Furious Finger, half-orange rank hammer technique 17 Absolutes. Lin Chen read through all the half-orange rank cultivation methods and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The king of Fu Saint country was really generous. He even took out half-orange rank cultivation methods for the emperor's son-in-law selection. Most third-rank sects only had 1 or 2 half-orange rank battle techniques. In the end, Lin Chen chose the half-orange rank archery technique Lucky Feather. His sword techniques, saber techniques, physique refinement techniques, spiritual power, spear techniques, and assassination techniques all had half-orange rank cultivation methods. Only his archery technique was lacking. In Lin Chen's hands, a half-orange rank cultivation method could unleash the power of at least an orange rank battle technique. Then, the old man led Lin Chen to the treasury and activated the king's interspatial jade slip to remove the spatial barrier. If the emperor's son-in-law doesn't have enough space in his storage ring, when the old man took out his storage ring and smiled, Lin Chen waved his hand, and all the dowry went into the peach blossom plant pouch. Providence plant pouch? As expected of the emperor's son-in-law, his foundation is really strong. The old man was secretly shocked. Host has opened a 5-light supreme treasure chest and 3 orange crystal treasure chests. Received orange rank passive talent fragment, supreme god possession, 2/4, 400,000 enhancement points, 1,000 high-grade cultivation method essence points, 2,000 mid-grade heavens path points. Supreme god possession fragment. That's great. It's almost there to upgrade the enhancement ability. If I can upgrade the 9 calamities of creation to +15, it might really be comparable to an orange rank cultivation method. Before Lin Chen could finish rejoicing, more than 10 beautiful maidservants walked in, bowing slightly. Emperor's son-in-law, please take a bath and change your clothes. Lin Chen was stunned. Oh my god, I forgot that I'm the emperor's son-in-law today. I've never thought of being the emperor's son-in-law. I heard that there will be many Saint Realm cultivators attending the king's 100,000th birthday celebration. Hehe, brother Chen, I'll steal a bunch of attribute points before running away. How wonderful. If Lin Chen ran away secretly, it would definitely bring shame to the Saint Fu ancient kingdom. But he had cured the 7th princess of her curse, so he didn't owe anyone anything. After all, he had never planned to be a good Samaritan. At night, in the palace square, thousands of sects came and presented their gifts. The entire square was packed with people. There were envoys from various countries, prime ministers, marshals, and even the king himself. There were even old monsters who had not appeared for a long time, and even Saint Realm cultivators. Even the genius ranking list's geniuses had gathered. It was a scene rarely seen in 1,000 years. The Saint Fu ancient kingdom's strength has increased by quite a bit. This guy is purposely using the birthday celebration to show off his country's strength. Haha, I heard that the 6th princess of the Saint Fu ancient kingdom has found someone she likes. I didn't think that they would actually find someone who could defeat the #1 genius in the history of the Saint Fu ancient kingdom. 5 old monsters sat together, laughing and chatting. Each of them had their own thoughts, but their eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. There were tens of thousands of tables in the palace. Those who could enter were either rich, noble, or powerful cultivators. Ha ha ha, I thank all of you for coming. As a heroic laugh rang out, 2 figures stepped out from the dragon throne, the king of the Saint Fu ancient kingdom, as well as the Saint Realm state preceptor. Chapter 964. That's the current monarch of Fu Saint Nation. Hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. Becoming a saint in 100,000 years, he is indeed a genius. The envoys from various nations and sects were secretly shocked as they sized up this new monarch. The monarch had just taken his seat when another announcement sounded. Prince Jing Feiyan of Yang Nation has arrived. Prince Fang Jian of Qingyu Nation has arrived. Prince Mo Lingxiao of Longyang Nation has arrived. When the names were announced one by one, everyone was shocked. Ranked 51400 on the genius list, Jing Feiyan and 51398 Fang Jian? Even Mo Lingxiao of 50,500 is here. I heard that they were Princess Yu Qingli's #1 pursuers back then. Hee, they must be unhappy and want to learn from our saint son-in-law. There will be a good show this time. The moment the 3 princes appeared, their auras overshadowed all the other geniuses on the genius list. They were all the top geniuses on the genius list, and none of the geniuses present could compare to them. After the 3 princes greeted the monarch, they each took a seat and the atmosphere was tense. The old woman in black brought the girl in a simple dress into the hall and sent a voice transmission to the monarch. Bratu, did you offend some forces? The monarch and the grand tutor looked at each other in confusion. Don't blame me for not reminding you. There are several Saint Realm cultivators who don't have invitations at your birthday banquet today. They also hid their auras very well. They should be Saint Realm assassins. One of them is even seriously injured. I'm afraid it's not easy to sneak into your birthday banquet despite being seriously injured. The old woman's warning shocked the monarch, but his expression did not change. He and the Grand Tutor looked around. There were saints who sneaked into the banquet. If they were willing to get injured to sneak in, things might not be so simple today. As the monarch of a nation, the monarch could not be weak and could not ask the guests to leave. He could only act according to the situation. Grand Tutor, go and inform the patriarch. The monarch sent a voice transmission. The Grand Tutor nodded seriously and disappeared in a flash. Just as the Grand Tutor left, the eunuch's announcement sounded again. Saint son-in-law has arrived. Sixth princess has arrived. Countless guests were shocked and immediately focused their eyes. Two figures slowly walked out of the imperial palace. The beauty wore a bright red robe, and she was gorgeous and graceful. Her skin was tender, her brows were thin, and her snow-white face carried a smile. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and a strand of coldness and nobility was emitted from her bones. Her pair of slender and round legs looked down upon the countless women present here, and she was an outstanding beauty. This is the sixth princess. My God, the last time I was lucky enough to see her was when she was armed. If the sixth princess were to put on her armor, she would be the future martial saint of Fu Saint country. If she were to put on her makeup, she would be a beauty that could topple countries and cities. Many men were stunned by this scene. When everyone saw the young man next to the beauty, their eyes lit up. The young man's long hair was tied up, and he wore a red robe with a crown on his head. His back was straight, and his face was like jade. His eyes were deep and tranquil, and the corners of his mouth held a confident but not conceited smile. When he smiled and nodded his head, he exuded a handsome and unrestrained charm that made people exclaim in admiration. What a handsome and confident young man! The two of them walked side by side, a beautiful young man, beautiful and elegant, a perfect match. The appearance of Jundok Shui caused quite a stir. That's the Lord Saint's son-in-law? He's so handsome. His name is Jundok Shui, how can he not be handsome? I heard that the Lord Saint's son-in-law already has the battle prowess of the 50,000th genius ranking. He and our princess are a match made in heaven, quite a match made in heaven. Countless officials and envoys discussed among themselves. The second princess, who was sitting next to the monarch, was gentle and charming. She smiled and said, "So this is Sixth Sister's son-in-law. He is indeed a dragon among men. Even I could not see through him." The first prince, who had a chiseled face, was even more concise. Calm and collected, with the aura of an overlord. The more the king looked at this young man, the more he liked him. He couldn't help but sigh at his good luck. "Father. Greetings, Your Majesty." The two of them walked up to the king and bowed slightly. "Ha ha ha, good, good. Dragon and Phoenix are auspicious. My 100,000th birthday, and I have a Lord Saint's son-in-law, what a double blessing." The king was overjoyed. At this moment, a cold-looking young man in a jade robe stepped forward. This young man was the Prince of Yang Nation, Jing Feiyan. "Your Majesty, our Yang Nation has vast lands and abundant resources. Today, we specially present a birthday gift." He opened the green box in his hand, and the bright light stunned everyone present. A section of green-bearded ginseng was lying quietly in the green box, full of spiritual energy and strange phenomena. It's the green ginseng, an 8th-level treasure that can only be found by chance. It is said that directly consuming it can extend the lifespan of a saint by 20,000 years. This Yang Nation is really generous. Some envoys and the genius ranking gasp. It wasn't over yet. "Ha, our Qingyu Nation also has something for you, Your Majesty." The young man in white held a fan and laughed heartily, exuding the aura of an overlord. It was Prince Fang Jian of the Qingyu Nation. He presented a green scroll and said with a smile, "This is the 8th-level forging manual of the Qingyu sacred sword. My father specially ordered me to give it to you, Your Majesty. As the saying goes, the sacred sword deserves a new king." Gasp. The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air rose and fell one after another. Sacred artifact creation scroll? That was too extravagant. Although their country had already spent thousands of years to produce 2 to 3 sets of the Qingyu sacred sword scrolls, this amount of wealth was still shocking to the world. "Ha ha ha. The two of you are really generous. How can our Longyang Nation fall behind?" We specially present an 8th level embryonic pill to your majesty. The stocky Mo Lingxiao also stood up and opened the box. The radiance of the sacred embryonic pill shone in all directions. Oh my god, even an 8th level embryonic pill is out. Are these guys crazy? No. Their gift this time is not so simple. These 3 princes used to be the number 1 suitor of the 6th princess. Some of the high-ranking officials secretly cursed. The genius-ranking geniuses were already shocked speechless. Haha, these guys are quite interesting. Let's wait for a good show, haha. I'm also very interested in that young man. At the VIP table specially set up for the saints, the invited saints all saw through it but did not say anything. Yes, I'm very touched by your kind intentions. The king smiled on the surface but cursed in his heart. This group of brats was here to cause trouble. They were clearly targeting his holy son-in-law. Sure enough, after the 3 princes made their move, Prince Jing Feiyan of the Yang nation said with a faint smile. It's said that this Jundok Shuai's son-in-law has an extraordinary background. Today is your father-in-law's birthday. Brother, don't tell me you didn't prepare a gift. If you do, can you take it out and let us broaden our horizons? Fang Jian of the Qingyu nation immediately put on a serious expression and said, Your Excellency Feiyan, this brother of the Jundok Shuai comes from a sect that claims to have an average 8th level alchemist. His gift must be extraordinary. Am I right, handsome brother? Mo Lingxiao did not say anything and simply looked at Lin Chen with a cold smile. Everyone stared at Lin Chen. Some were curious, some were expectant, some were sneering and disdainful. Most of them were not optimistic about Lin Chen. The gifts of the 3 princes were each more valuable than the last. As the son-in-law of the emperor, he should at least present a congratulatory gift of equal value. Otherwise, he would be weaker than them. At least in terms of style, he would lose by more than 1 level. Ha 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 ha. To everyone's surprise, the Jundok Shuai looked up to the sky and laughed. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. When he looked at the 3 princes, he waved his finger and laughed. The 3 of you. Vulgar, very vulgar, very vulgar, 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 vulgar. So vulgar that I laugh out loud, so vulgar that I can't stand it anymore, so vulgar that it's a disgrace. The whole place was suddenly greeted by a strange silence. Chapter 965. Everyone was dumbstruck. This Jundok Shuai really didn't make a sound, but once he did, it was shocking. He actually said that the 3 princes' gifts were unbearably vulgar. So vulgar that he laughed out loud. Oh my god. One had to know that even some saints who had just entered the saint realm might not be able to afford the gifts of the 3 princes. An 8th grade embryonic pill and a scroll to make a saint artifact. Who would dare to use these things as gifts without the support of an ancient sect? How could he describe such a gift as embarrassing? There was no limit to how arrogant he could be. Many people subconsciously felt their hearts twitch a few times. If such gifts were disgraceful, wouldn't they have to dig a hole and bury themselves in it? Ha ha ha. Interesting. You are very interesting. It seems that the gift prepared by the holy son-in-law is unique in the world. Today, I want to broaden my horizons. Today, I want to see what kind of gift this Jundok Shuai can bring out that is more valuable than my 8th grade embryonic pill. The 3 princes laughed mockingly, revealing their sharpness and aimed directly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled lightly and said, In this world, the things that can be bought with money are just ordinary things. Am I right, Your Majesty? Lin Chen asked the monarch with a smile. The monarch broke out in a cold sweat. What was this holy son-in-law doing? Wasn't he putting him on the spot? You are right, holy son-in-law. The monarch's expression did not change as he nodded. In fact, he had already secretly begun to think of a way to smooth things over for Lin Chen. The first prince looked deeply at Lin Chen. The second princess rested her chin on her hand with great interest. She instinctively sensed that this young man was not so simple. Sitting to the side, Yu Qingli was anxious. How can he be so reckless? All eyes were on Lin Chen. Even the sage realm experts were interested in him. Could it be that he had prepared some unique gift? Everyone, the present that I'm about to present will be one of a kind in this world. It's a treasure that only the Black Horse Club can present. Please make room for me. Lin Chen had some of the banquet tables in the plaza vacate an empty space, and ordered the eunuchs to set up a high platform. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation. What was he trying to do? Lin Chen waved his hand and said with a smile as the moonlight shone on the stage. Men, bring out my zither. Qin. Everyone at the scene was baffled. Don't tell me you want to offer a song. No matter how awesome your song is, it's useless. What other people gave were genuine treasures, and you gave a song. Jing Feiyan sneered, deliberately mystifying and showy. Fang Jian shook his head and laughed. It seems that I have overestimated him. No matter how good the song is, what's the use? Mo Lingxiao crossed his arms, his face full of disdain. Sun Yue asked curiously, Grandma, the old woman in black stared at Lin Chen with interest. This little guy doesn't look like a reckless person. Let's watch a good show. Lin Chen clapped his hands as an expensive zither was brought up. Next, let's welcome 7th Princess Yu Yulan to the stage. Boom. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. 7th Princess Yu Yulan? That was the extremely ugly and disgusting princess who was cursed and had her facial features ruined by poison. Many sects and holy empires knew about this princess's deed. This was because the Holy Fu ancient empire had personally invited a rank 8 alchemist for her. Whoosh. The curtain was pushed open, and Qin Juyan and Qin Miao appeared with a lady in white with a gauze on her face. The 3 ladies walked up the high platform in the plaza, and everyone was puzzled. Some of the Holy Empire's envoys even started to frown with disdain. Wasn't it disgusting to invite this disgusting princess to such an occasion? Even a rank 1 saint alchemist couldn't do anything about her poison curse. It was said that only a rank 4 saint alchemist could remove it. A 4th grade saint grade alchemist, this level was simply like a great Buddha. None of the forces present were able to move him. I didn't expect Lord Holy Son-in-law to put on an ugly duckling show for us. Do you want everyone present to be unable to attend the banquet? Jing Feiyan couldn't help but sneer. He had seen the 7th princess's ugly side before. What he meant was that he wanted everyone present to be unable to attend the banquet. Lin Chen smiled. Shut your mouth and watch quietly. You. Jing Feiyan's mouth twitched. Lin Chen stepped onto the high platform and stood beside the nervous and trembling 7th princess. He held her hand and said with a smile, Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. Lin Chen looked around and said with a smile, The present I want to give to the king is not that kind of ordinary gift. This is a big gift from the Black Horse Club to the king. Please accept it. The hand holding the veil gently pulled, and the gauze wrapped around the 7th princess was removed. Some people had already closed their eyes and didn't want to look at the extremely ugly 7th princess. However, the next moment, everyone was shocked. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Some of the high-ranking officials stood up at almost the same time. Even the sages who were present were moved by this. The whole place fell into a strange silence. When those who closed their eyes opened their eyes in confusion and saw the beautiful face, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. The king suddenly stood up, his whole body trembling. The 6th princess covered her face and cried. A ray of moonlight shone on the beauty's face. Her expression was slightly nervous, but she was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Her beautiful face was tender and rosy, and her eyebrows were like the distant mountains in the spring of February. Her pair of ethereal and gentle eyes were flowing with ripples, and her nose was as exquisite and delicate as mutton jade. Her thin lips were like a dot of red, and her slender and delicate figure was reflected on her white dress by the faint moonlight, revealing an otherworldly beauty. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her white dress was covered with moonlight. She was like a fairy under the moonlight, gentle and moving. Her gentle eyebrows were like water, and she was like a banished fairy. The beauty looked at the past, and with one glance, she could topple a city, and with another, she could topple a country. That night, the moonlight and the stars were especially bright. Everyone, are you scared by me? Yu Yulan nervously grabbed Lin Chen's sleeve. Lin Chen laughed. Ha ha ha, 7th princess, they are stunned by your appearance. Miao, take the picture. Qin Miao held up the ancient mirror and smiled sweetly. Princess, please look. When Yu Yulan saw herself in the mirror, she was stunned. Is this really me? Yu Yulan covered her cheeks, and 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down. Could this be a dream? The 7th princess was once shunned by countless people because of the poison curse. Even though the king protected her, those harsh and sarcastic words never stopped. Her life once fell into the darkest moment. She once asked herself if she was still fit to live in this world after being poisoned by the Saint Realm poison curse. At this time, her appearance in the mirror was 90% similar to the 6th princess. But the 7th princess did not have the coldness of the 6th princess. She was more gentle and tender, like an orchid in an empty valley. The 7th princess is really cured. I knew that such a kind person like the 7th princess would definitely move the heavens. At this time, a group of elders, women and children rushed into the square, and all of them rushed to the high platform with ecstasy. They were the people that the 7th princess had helped. Chapter 966. Chia, my Chia. The king cried emotionally. Of course, he wanted to invite a saint-level alchemist to save his daughter, but he was not only a father, he was also the king of a country. He had to be responsible for his people. Every time he thought of this, he would feel pain in his heart. Who would have thought that this holy son-in-law, who had appeared out of nowhere, would actually cure her? He even helped her recover her looks. How is this possible? I've seen 7th princess's face before. She was so ugly, like a monster. What is going on? He really did something that a saint-level alchemist couldn't do. The 3 princes were shocked. He really did it. Sun Yue covered her red lips with her white hand, and her beautiful eyes were full of surprise and curiosity. The old lady in black's eyes shone brightly. This child will definitely become someone great. Even the saints could not stay calm. This was a problem that even a saint-level alchemist couldn't solve. Not only did he get rid of the curse, he also did something even more heaven-defying: recover her looks. Many people knew that 7th princess's facial features were already damaged. Even if the curse was removed, it was impossible to recover. How did he do it? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock, and their scalps were tingling. This is heaven-defying. This is 2F** king ridiculous. A saint-level alchemist couldn't even get rid of the curse. Not only did he get rid of the curse, he even recovered 7th princess's looks. This is definitely a heaven-defying method. Jundok Shuai's son-in-law is invincible. Too invincible. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations. The officials of Fu Saint Country were all cheering excitedly. The geniuses on the genius list could not calm down for a long time. 7 days ago, they still thought that the Jundok Shuai was just bragging, saying that he could get rid of 7th princess's curse and recover her looks. To them, it was a complete fantasy. But now, thinking about it, it was terrifying. He had once said that the Black Horse Club's members were all level 8 alchemists. Now, it seemed that this was not a baseless claim. This was the meeting gift that only belonged to the Black Horse Club. It was too stunning. It was too heaven-defying. Compared to this, what 8th grade embryonic pill, what Saint Artifact Creation Scroll, what 10,000-year-old green ginseng, they were all trash. One had to know, how great of a price did it expend to invite a saint-level alchemist to take action? What's more, it was something that even a saint-grade alchemist couldn't resolve. But Jundok Shuai did it. Furthermore, it was done perfectly and flawlessly. The moonlight shone on the fairy-like white-clothed princess. At this moment, she became the center of attention. History seemed to be frozen at this moment. However, the melodious sound of a string being plucked suddenly reverberated throughout the entire arena. Yet, the candlelight roams the night, the midnight stars are like running friends, caressing every scab on your wound. The young man plucked the strings of the zither, and his voice spread throughout the square of the palace. Why do you still occasionally lose control of your tears? I invite you to look carefully at the gap in your heart. There is gentleness in the cracks. The sound of the zither was pleasing to the ear. The young man plucked the strings and smiled. At this moment, the one who has grown to love is on her way. I know that she has traveled through wind and rain, not even the sun and dusk, crossing the sea of people just to embrace you. At this moment, the moon is high in the sky, the starlight in her beloved hand. I know that she has braved the wind and waves to go to the darkness. I feel the same way, and I give you the hope of redemption. On the high platform, the moonlight shone on the beautiful woman's face. The faint starlight adorned her jade-like hands, illuminating the darkness surrounding her. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. The sound of the zither and the beauty under the moonlight perfectly fused together. It was like a scene that had been passed down through the ages, engraved in everyone's memory. At this moment, the one who has grown to love is on her way. I know that she has braved the wind and rain, not even the sun and dusk, crossing the sea of people just to embrace you. At this moment, the moon is high in the sky, the starlight in her beloved hand. I know that she has braved the wind and waves to go to the darkness. I feel the same way, and I give you the hope of redemption. When the cherry blossoms flutter in the wind, the beauty of the world is intertwined with you. The song ended. Everyone was still immersed in the aftertaste of the song. Countless women's eyes were already filled with tears. Yu Qingli and Yu Yulan stared blankly at the young man playing the zither. This is the gift I present to the king on behalf of the Black Horse Club. I don't know if the king is satisfied with it. The young man put away the zither and stood up. His smile stunned everyone. I know that she has braved the wind and waves to go to the darkness. I feel the same way, and I give you the hope of redemption. I know that she has braved the wind and rain, not even the sun and dusk, crossing the sea of people just to embrace you. After being cursed, which part of the seventh princess did not experience darkness? But the seventh princess had never succumbed to the curse. She had helped many refugees and became the most beloved princess of the ancient kingdom. How many women like her were there? Just like the phrase Jundok Shui, the beauty of the world is intertwined with you. Wasn't this song reflecting the life of the seventh princess? A rare genius. This child is truly a peerless talent. I really envy Fushan country. They have really picked up a treasure. The saints were filled with amazement. In this life, they had seen many geniuses, but they had never seen a young man with such talent. He is really too outstanding, too unique. Sun Yue stared at the back of the young man. This scene of going through the darkness and finally welcoming the light was like a fairy tale dream. Good. 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 The king said good 3 times and rushed up the stage. He was so emotional that tears fell. He hugged his daughter and looked at her from head to toe. He had already heard the news that this saint's son-in-law had removed the curse on his daughter. But he never thought that he could even restore her face. This was something that even a saint-level alchemist could not do. Ha ha ha. Saint's son-in-law, this king is really grateful to you for this gift. Tell me, what do you want as a reward? The king laughed loudly. Lin Yiqian smiled confidently and said, King is too polite. This is a meeting gift from me representing the Black Horse Club. How can I talk about those tacky things and rewards? Lin Chen added another sentence in his heart, I will be running away soon. Consider it as a dowry to make up for your loss. Good, good. Qi according to the imperial edict, you and Liu will be married to the same husband. Are you willing? The king was overjoyed and asked the seventh princess with a smile. Yu Yulan came back to her senses. She was nervous and shy. She was as beautiful as a fairy. She nodded happily and said, Yen. Yu Qingli's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the side of Lin Chen's face. For the first time, she actually revealed a bit of tenderness. Tenderness like water. Anyone could see that this proud daughter of heaven was truly moved. Many experts and sects' envoys congratulated and the atmosphere was pushed to the climax. The 3 princes sitting in the corner were livid. They did not dare to let out a fart. They wanted to give Lin Chen a show of strength, but they did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. He even hugged 2 princesses, left and right, making countless people envious. Compared to this, their congratulatory gifts were truly unbearably vulgar. Chapter 967. What a genius. The old woman in black couldn't help but sigh. Sun Yue nodded seriously. Yes, he's really outstanding. My dear granddaughter, are you tempted? The old woman in black smiled. Sun Yue blushed and said, Grandma, it would be a lie to say that she didn't have a good impression of him. Of all the young women present, There was probably not a single one who didn't submit to his monstrous methods and unique charms. Lin Chen's gaze turned to the Saint's VIP table and activated the stealing Omer. Consumed 10 intermediate talent points. Stealing attribute points, 40 advanced rune energy, 20 advanced light energy, 20 advanced fire energy, 100 advanced technique essence, 50 intermediate heavens path points, 20 advanced light energy. It felt so good to steal the Saint Stage's attribute point. If there are a few more banquets like this, I'll be able to level up by stealing attribute points. Lin Chen was secretly delighted. At this moment, Lin Chen's Eye of Nine Tribulations had detected that some saints hiding in the dark were about to make a move. He sat in the VIP table with the 6th princess on his left and the 7th princess on his right. He had a glass of juice in his hand and a coquettish smile on his face. This scene made some of the geniuses on the genius ranking twitch their mouths. This guy really deserves a beating. As for the saints on the same table, they would ask him questions from time to time, trying to find out more about him and his background, but he would just brush them off. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lin Chen began to look for an opportunity to slip away. 3 figures found Lin Chen's VIP table at the same time. Holy son-in-law of the Jundok Shui, does the Longyang Holy Kingdom have a custom of making friends with martial artists? Do you dare to fight with me? In a world where the strong are respected, strength is the foundation. Today, I, Jing Feiyan, have met the Jundok Shui's holy son-in-law. I wonder if I can accept this martial fate. Haha, I also want to spar with the holy son-in-law. It was the princes of the 3 kingdoms. They actually invited Lin Chen to spar at the same time. It was obvious that he wanted to get back at them. They were originally the pursuers of the 6th princess, but not only had Lin Chen ruthlessly slapped the 3 of them in the face, he had also married the 7th princess, who was extremely similar to the 6th princess, but had a completely different temperament. Hugging 2 beauties. That's good too. It's good to exercise after dinner. Lin Chen stood up, and the venue immediately cleared out a vast empty space. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation. Who would he choose? Was it Fang Jian from the Qingyu Kingdom or Jing Feiyan who ranked the lowest? Lin Chen waved his hand casually. I'm in a hurry. The 3 of you can pack up together. Handsome is very busy. The 3 of them were stunned. All the guests, envoys, officials, and nobles were stunned. The 3 of them were packed together. It wasn't like they were eating vegetables. 1 against 3. Was he crazy? Heavens, how arrogant is this holy son-in-law? The 3 princes are all from the 4th grade holy kingdoms. In the past, few people had surpassed them. The 3 of them had fought with the 6th princess before, and they were evenly matched. If the 3 of them joined forces, even a 5th tribulation combat emperor would die. The geniuses of the genius ranking furiously twitched their eyebrows. The 3 of them were 4th tribulation combat emperors and ranked at the top of the genius ranking. They had the foundation to challenge those of a higher realm. If they joined forces, it wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1. All the experts present, except for those of the Saint realm, regardless of age or seniority. No one dared to say that they could fight the 3 princes alone. This Jundok Shui's holy son-in-law was only a 2nd tribulation combat emperor. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't defeat the 3 of them. What's wrong? You think it's unfair? How about I give you a handicap of 1 hand? Lin Chen sneered. The 3 princes were completely enraged. Today, I'd like to see what the new holy son-in-law of the Fuxing ancient kingdom is capable of. This is the first time I've met someone more arrogant than me. The 3 princes floated in the air aggressively. Yu Qingli was anxious to say something, but the king grabbed her. His eyes became particularly sharp as he smiled. It seems that my holy son-in-law has extraordinary means. How much did he save during the son-in-law selection ceremony? The 4 of them floated in the air, each occupying a corner. The king personally set up a spatial barrier to make room for the guests from all directions to look forward to the battle. Clang tilde. The 3 princes took out their peak 7th grade weapons and treasured weapons one after another, and their auras were overbearing. Jing Feiyan from the Yang nation held a flaming halberd in his hand and a robe with a roar of a fire dragon on his shoulders. He stepped on the thunder fire profound wheel and controlled 3 peak 7th grade weapons at the same time, looking majestic. Fang Jian from the Qingyu nation held a 3-foot-long sword. His eyes were like stars as he released 7 odd crystal fragments from his body. His sword aura shone brightly, and a sword aura filled the sky above his head. Mo Lingxiao from the Longyang nation held an axe in his hand. His murderous aura was like a dragon, and his veins were squirming like dragons. His skin was covered in dragon scales, and his battle aura was unstoppable. It was like thousands of mountains standing there, and his aura alone suppressed countless guests, causing their expressions to chain. Many prodigies on the genius roll swallowed their saliva and said with difficulty, "What a terrifying aura. If we go up, I'm afraid we won't even be able to take one move." The 3 princes are the top 50,000 prodigies on the genius roll. Each of them is a son of heavenly providence and is terrifyingly strong. I believe that the Jundok Shuai can take on one of them, but it's impossible for him to take on 2. 3 is even more ridiculous. Almost no one present thought that Lin Chen would be a match for the 3 princes. Even the sages were interested and observed carefully. Rumble tilde. The axe flashed, and Mo Lingxiao made the first move. He slashed at Lin Chen with his axe, and his 99 million dragon power swept out in all directions. Big river soared from the heavens. Fang Jian slashed diagonally, and the light from the odd crystal shards covered the surrounding aura. The sword suppressed the 9 heavens, and a mighty sword light that was hundreds of feet long fell from Lin Chen's head. Brilliant dragon halberd. Jing Feiyan's halberd was like a dragon flame flying into the sky. The battle aura dragon circled behind Lin Chen and attacked furiously. All the prodigies on the genius roll were horrified. Countless guests sucked in a cold breath. Half orange rank, and another half orange rank. The 3 princes were full of murderous intent. How was this **king exchange of pointers? They were clearly trying to take the life of the Jundok Shuai. The 3 of them had received information in advance that Lin Chen had the same battle strength as the 6th princess Yu Qingli, so they didn't hold back. Their attacks surrounded Lin Chen in an instant. However, all the sages' eyes suddenly narrowed. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 princes' attacks collided with each other, and smoke filled the sky. When the battle aura dissipated, their faces changed slightly. "We missed. How is that possible? My swordsmanship has locked onto his aura, it's impossible to miss." When the 3 of them looked around, the king shook his head in disbelief. His movement technique is several times stronger than before. It's almost the strongest movement technique under the orange rank. He actually held back so much in his battle with Liu Er. Although Lin Chen's dragon flash was perfected, he hadn't strengthened it yet. Now, he was using the +13 dragon flash. He dodged the 3's attacks almost immediately. Boom tilde. A grayish-white talisman suppressed demons and froze the universe, causing the space around the 3 princes to become extremely stagnant. Their battle auras were circulating at the speed of a turtle. What? The 3 of them were shocked. Lin Chen, who was behind the 3 of them, raised his sword and slash. Sword Fury Sky. Chapter 968. 7 Transformations, Ultimate Moment. Azure Dragon Possession. Pure strength, mental power, and battle chi surged. Lin Chen's aura skyrocketed. Consumed 6 high-grade rune energy. Activated level 6 slow, level 6 recharge, level 6 penetration rune. The moment the slow rune trapped the 3 of them, Lin Chen raised his sword, Atlas, and unleashed Sword Fury Atlas to the maximum. The raging flames and the sharp and domineering sword light combined into one. The orange sword light slashed in all directions, burning and destroying everything in its path. Rip tilde. Boom tilde. The 3 of them subconsciously activated their life-saving trump cards, but they were too slow. They were sliced by Lin Chen's sword. The 5 Saint Realm guests were horrified. Orange grade sword skill? He actually has an orange grade sword skill? That's not right. He's only a 2nd Tribulation Combat Emperor. How could he learn an orange grade sword skill? The old woman in black was shocked. She had misjudged this guy time and time again. She didn't expect him to be so reserved. Yu Qingli was shocked and stunned. If this sword skill was used on the day of the son-in-law selection ceremony, she would definitely die. When the sword light dissipated, The king stood beside the three princes. At this moment, the three of them were severely injured. Jing Feiyan's right arm was broken, Fang Jian's stomach was almost cut open, and Mo Lingxiao's shoulder bone was exposed, dripping with blood. The king was using his saint power to heal the three of them. The three of them were still filled with fear. They didn't have the chance to defend against that sword, and they didn't even have the chance to use the life-saving item left by their king. If King Fu had acted a little later, the three of them would have died. He's actually this strong, that's too scary, I actually wanted to challenge him. The three of them lost their will to fight, and their teeth were chattering. This son-in-law hid his strength too well, he really knows how to cause trouble for me. I almost made a huge mistake. If these three little guys died here, I'm afraid a four-nation war would break out immediately. The monarch was shocked and sighed. His secret technique gradually stabilized the injuries of the three people. The severed arms immediately healed and reconnected. Fortunately, he had acted in time. Lin Chen deactivated the ultimate moment and the 7-layered transformations. He stepped through the air and collected the elemental ball of light. Obtained 11 advanced rune energy, 988 advanced battle aura essence, 850 advanced HP, 14 advanced cultivation soul essences, 5 advanced fire energy, 1 advanced spirit, 2 advanced wind energy, 5 intermediate talent points. He scratched his head and laughed. I'm sorry, guys. I drank too much just now and got a little drunk. I didn't know how to control my strength. Are you okay? All the geniuses. Who are you trying to fool? You were clearly drinking fruit juice. How can you get drunk from drinking fruit juice? Too shameless, this person. He was clearly aiming to kill the three princes just now. This holy son-in-law is too cruel. On the surface, he was all smiles, but when it came to killing people, he was never polite. It's better not to provoke him in the future. He even chopped up the princes of the three kingdoms. Many of the high-ranking officials' mouths twitched. Just as the king healed the three princes and was about to smooth things over, the situation in the palace square suddenly changed. The eyes of all the saints turned especially sharp. Rumble tilde. The space fluctuated, and the airwaves were crushed. An old hand suddenly tore through the void and grabbed at the top of Zheng Deshuai's head, appearing without any warning. The speed of the attack was so fast that even the king could barely react. There was no way he could save Lin Chen. A saint is attacking? Who is it? Who dares to interrupt King Fu's 100,000th birthday celebration? Some of the elite's hearts skipped a beat. Whoosh tilde. Zheng Deshuai's body was covered in a dark aura. In an instant, he dodged the hand's grab. In the next moment, Lin Chen appeared on the high platform. Indeed, there are some tricks up his sleeve. Two figures appeared like ghosts, shocking everyone present. A saint. A saint was attacking the holy son-in-law, Zheng Deshuai. The three princes and the geniuses on the prodigy ranking were stunned. This Zheng Deshuai dodged the sneak attack of a saint. That move just now wasn't something that could be reacted to with just a simple movement technique. How many tricks did he have up his sleeves? Who are you? Do you not care about the rules of the Fu Saint ancient nation? Two voices shouted, and two figures appeared from the south and east. A man in green and an old man with white eyebrows floated in the air. They were the Fu Saint ancient nation's advisor and a Saint ancient nation's grand elder. The king immediately appeared beside Lin Chen and said in a low voice, "You attacked the holy son-in-law of the Fu Saint ancient nation. I'm afraid you are looking down on us. People from the Black Horse Club, whoever dares to protect him will die." The two men in black said coldly. Their attitude was extremely domineering. There was no room for negotiation. "We are from the mystic realm's hidden pavilion. You better mind your own business, or else the country will be destroyed." The masked Saint ancient nation's grand elder gave a threatening warning. Before the king could say anything, countless pillars of light rose from the sky outside the palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spatial light beams gathered together to form a cube, sealing off the entire vast imperial city in space. The eyes of the grand elder and the king narrowed. To seal off such a large area of space, it would take at least 7 saints to do it. In addition to the 2 in the field, didn't that mean that there were actually 9 saints? Most of the people present could not help but feel fear. These people did not come with good intentions. Young master, are you all right? Yu Yulan and Yu Qingli were about to move. Lin Chen shouted, "Don't come near me." Rays of holy light descended, and the palace was filled with a murderous aura of danger. People from the Black Horse Club are indeed monsters. Jundok Shui, that Lin Chen must be hiding in the peach blossom pouch. He killed the 2 saints of the hidden pavilion and the first saint of Fen Ji Yu. You have to pay the price. 8 saints appeared at the same time, and the palace was filled with shock. All the geniuses stared at Lin Chen with trembling mouths. This Black Horse Club killed 3 saints. Elder of the hidden pavilion, Ying Tianmo, and the pavilion master of the hidden pavilion, Ying Tianmo, the president of the 4th rank Chamber of Commerce, Lian Wanjin. The honored guests of the sage stage all had a dignified look on their faces. The king's face was even more serious. Including the 2 saints, there were a total of 10 saints here. Even the Fu Tian kingdom could not ignore such a lineup. Unless they gathered all the saints, but the other party would not give them the time to do so. Ha ha ha, so what if there are 10 saints? 16 saints couldn't catch our vice director, and 10 saints want to catch me, the handsome de? Lin Chen laughed and said to the king, "King, this is the enemy of the Black Horse Club, the son-in-law of the Fu Sheng country. I'm afraid the Jundok Shui will not be able to enjoy it. I hope the king will not interfere. A man must bear the consequences of his own actions. We cannot drag the Fu Sheng country into this." Lin Chen's words stirred up even more waves. He did not want the Fu Sheng country to interfere. Did he want to face the 10 saints alone? Chapter 969. Without giving the king a chance to express his opinion, Lin Chen stepped into the air. His body was wrapped in dark shadow demonic qi, and he stepped onto the white light of a dragon. He traveled through the void with 1 step. "You want to leave?" The pavilion master of the dark pavilion, who was dressed in black, exploded with black light and shot out. The black light shot to Lin Chen's side and condensed into his figure. He suddenly struck out with his palm. Puchi tilde. The palm tore through the void, but it hit nothing. Ying Mie was stunned. It's fine if this kid can travel through the void with 1 shadow, but how is his movement technique so strong? Wang, wang, wang. A boundless sword aura that wanted to subjugate all living things rose up furiously. The swordsmen in the palace felt a chill in their hearts, and their bodies trembled in fear. Sword Saint. This is the Sword Saint's Sword Dao. The Sword Saint has made his move. Sword Saint Qin Zhentian slashed through the sky and cut through the white light dragon shadow that had just flashed to the other side. Rip tilde. The sword light shattered, and the afterimage was destroyed. Another afterimage? Qin Zhentian squinted his eyes, and his sword eyes were like fire. Hiss. The 3 princes and the geniuses on the genius ranking took a deep breath. Jundok Shui dodged the attacks of a Saint Realm expert. This wasn't a coincidence. The heavily injured Ying Tianmo had a serious expression. When we participated in the Conference of the 4 Directions, those little bastards from the Black Horse Club hadn't reached such a terrifying level yet. Even that Dark Shadow Clan member had made a breakthrough. If we let him continue to grow like this, wouldn't it be terrible? It's only been a few days. Baleful aura surged as a ghost head blade slashed through the air. Lian Wanjin's grin echoed. Jundok Shui, you killed Dai Hua. Today, I'll make you pay with your blood. The blade aura turned into 10,000 slashes, and Lian Wanjin only slashed once, creating 10,000 blade scars. The blade scars shattered Lin Chen's afterimage, but they still didn't hit him. Lin Chen flashed several dozen kilometers away again. His eyes scanned the entire area as he activated the God-stealing omen, consumed 11 intermediate talent points, stolen attribute points, 50 advanced dark energy, 200 advanced rune energy, 200 advanced cultivation soul essences, 10 advanced spirit. Lin Chen exclaimed in delight as the high-quality attribute points poured into his body. Ying Mie, another Sage Realm assassin, Lian Wan Jin, and Qin Zhentian. This was the first time Lin Chen had met these Sage Realm experts, and Lin Chen had stolen extraordinary attribute points from them. Stealing 50 points of advanced dark energy in one go was much more than absorbing a dozen-odd crystal fragment. In the instant that Lin Chen activated the God-stealing omen, All the saints took a closer look. Dark shadow devil chi circulated around his body, and the pair of purple-red wings on his back were magnificent. The veins on the wings were exquisite, and the feathers shone brightly. With a slight flap, there was the power of a phoenix's flame shuttling back and forth. He actually has a pair of sacred phoenix wings. This kid has a destiny plant pouch. Lin Chen must be on him. Capture him. We've already sealed off the space in the Imperial City. He can't escape. No matter how fast he is, he won't be able to withstand our siege. The 10 saints revealed their killing intent as they moved together and attacked Lin Chen at the same time. Who the hell wants to fight with you guys? Bye-bye. Lin Chen laughed as he patted the great flame phoenix wings and used Dragon Flash. With Little Shadow's possession, Lin Chen's body shuttled through the void. With the combination of the two, his speed was even faster than many Sage Realm experts tearing through space. Father, can you help him? Father. If you don't help, he will die. The 7th and 6th princesses hurriedly begged the king. The latter gritted his teeth and was about to take action when his face suddenly froze. Swish tilde. Swish tilde. Lin Chen retreated again and again until he reached the edge of the spatial enchantment. When the 10 saints thought that he was a turtle in a jar, his figure flashed and actually passed through the spatial enchantment that the 8 saints had painstakingly set up. The 10 saints were momentarily dazed and dumbfounded. What was going on? Even someone as strong as Ying Tianmo couldn't pass through the spatial enchantment formed by the 8 saints in an instant. We've miscalculated. It's that carnate dark shadow. It has broken through and evolved. It can see through our spatial enchantment now. After it, everyone watched as the 10 saints couldn't catch a war emperor. They were all dumbfounded. Is this Jundok Shui still human? 2 days ago, the saints had rushed out of the Dark Island, and the 2 saints of the Dark Pavilion had also arrived. The 10 saints split up to search for Lin Chen. In the end, they heard about the Black Horse Club in Fusheng Nation and rushed to the Fusheng Nation's palace to hide. They even gathered the 8 saints to set up a spatial enchantment just to be a turtle in a jar. But they didn't expect that the carnate dark shadow would break through it. Little Shadow released a bolt of purple lightning and entered Lin Chen's body. Kai tilde. A moment later, the blood-red mist in his body dissipated. Lin Chen patted Little Shadow, who was attached to him, and said, "Not bad, little guy. After breaking through, you can even remove Ying Tianmo's mark." Little Dark Shadow smugly condensed the purple lightning into 2 words, boring. Among the 10 saints who were chasing after Jundok Shui, Ying Tianmo's expression changed slightly. This little bastard's methods are getting more and more profound. He even saw through my secret tracking technique. We can't lose him. If we do, we won't have another chance. The saints looked at each other and activated their secret movement techniques. Their speed of shuttling through the void became even faster. With 10 saints following me, death is like the wind, always by my side. Since I'm going to do it, I'll turn the entire southern region upside down. Zhen de Shui smiled coquettishly and put on his self-made sunglasses. Southern region, North Night Island. North Night Island belonged to the 9 Underworld sect. This sect was notorious for raping, robbing, killing, and robbing. They also nurtured young prodigies to be their own cultivation cauldrons. They were all vicious people. Although the 9 Underworld sect didn't have grades, they had the foundation of a 3rd-grade sect. The southern region unanimously classified them as an evil sect. They had been domineering for 10,000 years, and their foundation had grown stronger. Today, the 2 saints of the 9 Underworld sect had gathered together with many evil sects of the 2nd-grade level to discuss how to divide and conquer the 2nd-grade sect's territory. North Night Island, Main Hall. The saints of the evil sects had gathered. The men were cruel and ruthless, and some were sinister and cunning. The women were seductive, and some were beautiful and murderous. Today, we've gathered all of you here to discuss how to deal with Blazing Sacred Temple and Shen sect. When the time comes, the disciples of the sects will divide equally. The men will eat, the women will be nurtured into cauldrons, and the spirit plants of providence will be taken by all of you. What do you think? In the main hall, 2 elders smiled sinisterly. These 2 sects are only 2nd-grade sects. With the 7 saints here, we have the ability to take them down. An old woman smiled sinisterly and said, "You 2 old fogies will be the vanguard. Who can guarantee that they will be able to escape unscathed from the final counterattack of 2 saints?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became strangely silent. The 5th Tribulation Battle Emperors in the main hall had sinister expressions. They looked like they would start a fight at any moment. The meeting hadn't even started for 15 minutes when the door was kicked open with a bang. All the saints of the evil sects were shocked. They hadn't sensed any traces of someone approaching. A purple-clothed youth slowly walked into the main hall. He carried a green bow on his back. His face was like jade, and he held a paper fan in his hand. There was always a smile on his face that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. His eyes were as clear as jade, and they were like green willows in the spring breeze. He was gentle and refined, like a delicate and pretty scholar. The youth's smile was charming. "I'm one of the 6 stars of the Black Horse Club. I'm the arrogant Shintoku Sho of the Jianghu. I was passing by this place, so I decided to go shopping and steal some attribute points." Chapter 970. As soon as the Shintoku Sho entered the hall, he activated the stealing omen on all the heretical saint. Consumed 14 intermediate talent points. Stolen attribute points, 50 advanced rune energy, 20 wind energy, 100 advanced technique soul essences, 10 advanced spiritual power, 50 intermediate heavenly Dao points, 30 intermediate talent points. Awesome. If only he could find a few more groups of saints and steal as much as he could. They were all attribute points. Lin Chen transformed into the Shintoku Sho and continued to escape, toying with the saint. At the same time, he wanted to use the saints to steal more attribute points for him. Danger often coexisted with profit. Lin Chen would never let go of any chance to become stronger. "Kid, do you want to die?" 2 heretical saints questioned the Shintoku Sho. "Hehehe, is there something wrong with your brain, little brother? Why did you come here for a stroll?" "I like guys with a lot of brains." A beautiful woman at the saint realm chuckled. Her seductive charm hid a bit of fierce killing intent. The Shintoku Sho sat casually in the hall with the other saints. "I came here for a stroll and to get rid of all the heretical idiots." The Shintoku Sho smiled faintly. Boom. The atmosphere in the hall instantly tensed up, and the atmosphere was especially solemn. "Ha ha ha, interesting. You want to kill 7 saints with just 1 war emperor?" A red-browed saint laughed in anger. Just as he was about to grab him, there was a bang. "Sect Master, this is bad. The island's formation has been broken," the heretical experts immediately reported. The 7 saints were shocked. The Shintoku Sho waved his hand. "Calm down. When the handsome guys from the Black Horse Club go out, they usually bring a dozen saint bodyguards with them. It's nothing special." The 7 heretical saints were horrified. They could sense that there were already 10 saints on North Night Island. Numerous shocked gazes were cast on Jindeshio, and they were filled with disbelief. Did he really have 10 Saint Realm bodyguards with him? What kind of immortal power was this 2nd generation from? How could he be so perverted? In a 2nd grade sect, there were only 1 or 2 saints. A 3rd grade sect would have at least 3 saints, and there would only be 1 saint overseeing the sect. Very few 3rd grade sects would have 5 saints. Sage Realm experts weren't as common as cabbages. In the past, they either had to go out to gain experience for the expenses of the sect, fight for the position of the sect, or cultivate in seclusion. Why did he bring 10 of them out at once? Wouldn't that be equivalent to having 2 top rank 3 sects with him? "Get out here." Without another word, Ying Mie and Lian Wanjin launched a frenzied attack on North Night Island's headquarters. Just as North Night Island's headquarters was about to be reduced to rubble, a fingerprint that was more than 10 acres in size came crashing down. Bang tilde. The sword light that tore through space cut through the fingerprints, and the heretical saints levitated in the air. "Wait a minute, everyone. We're only here to capture this brat. It has nothing to do with you." Mist Saint and Cicada Saint stepped out and immediately sent telepathic messages to the heretical saint. With the lesson learned from the battle with Dao Tai, these saints wouldn't be so easily instigated by Lin Chen. The 7 saints were stunned. So they weren't bodyguards. Before the Sage Realm experts present could come back to their senses, Zhenduxiu snapped his fingers. Targets hostile to the host within a radius of 10,000 miles have been locked on. Activating the blue rank Shorekill technique, Thousand Suns burning the sky, Abyss violent wind, Dark Yin 9 thunder, Sky Yin ice corrosion, whoosh tilde, bang. Dozens of terrifying thunderclouds exploded, and tens of thousands of sun-burning flames descended. A pitch-black tornado appeared out of nowhere and locked on to all the saints present. What the hell is this? Oh no. This energy is tracking our aura. Quick, defend. The saints' expressions changed. Lin Chen moved and used his movement technique. Little dark shadow entered the void and moved forward. Bang, bang, bang. Sun-burning flames burned the sky, and thunderclouds exploded. Countless lightning dragons descended. All the saints were covered in flowing light. Holy light protection. However, the aftershock of the Shorekill technique shattered a large number of heretical combat emperors. They didn't even have a chance to dodge before they were reduced to ashes. Received 1,320 battle aura essence, 1,000 high-grade health points, 10 high-grade technique essences, 5 mid-grade talent points, 10 high-grade rune energy, 4 high-grade fire energy, 850 strengthening points. After some of the heretical combat emperors died, they dropped attribute light balls. Lin Chen took all of them, and his attribute points increased by 1 point. Little guy, full speed ahead. Lin Chen flapped his great flame phoenix wings and used dragon flash. Light calamity battle aura and little dark shadow moved through the void. In an instant, they traveled hundreds and thousands of miles. I still have 9 blue rank Shorekill techniques left. I can't use them recklessly. Suddenly, Lin Chen's heart tightened. A thunderstorm appeared behind him. It was the master of the hidden pavilion, Ying Mie. He was willing to risk being injured by the Shorekill technique just to catch up with Lin Chen. Bang! Ying Mie stretched out his palm. Faint purplish-black claw marks burst out from his fingers and tore through the void toward Lin Chen. Kid. Die. The holy light claw marks passed through the encirclement of the Shorekill techniques. Although most of their power was weakened, it was more than enough to kill a combat emperor. Lin Chen was caught off guard. Almost instinctively, he circulated the golden calamity battle aura around his body and formed layers of golden curtains. The purplish-black claw marks pressed down on Lin Chen's chest. Kai. Rip tilde. The half-orange grade defensive technique, Heaven's Ride, which was in its ultimate state, combined with Lin Chen's golden calamity mystic gang, could almost withstand the full force attack of a 5 calamity combat emperor. However, under this claw attack, it began to crack. Azure Dragon Possession. Slow Rune. The moment Lin Chen vomited blood, he instantly used the Slow Rune and Azure Dragon Possession. The Dragon Emperor's defense was added to Lin Chen's body. Coupled with the delay of the Slow Rune, he pulled away from the claw marks in an instant. Lin Chen dodged the final attack of the claw marks. Woo-woo. Little Dark Shadow let out a mournful cry. It was worried about Lin Chen and itself. That claw attack just now had severely injured it and Lin Chen. Lin Chen vomited blood and suddenly shouted, "Little guy, run." Lin Chen released the severely injured Dragon Emperor and quickly escaped with Little Dark Shadow. Ying Mie was once again surrounded by the Shorekill techniques. Although he was slightly injured, his mouth curved into a sinister smile. 15 minutes later. Damn it, we let that kid escape. Lian Wanjin was flustered and exasperated as he cursed. Qin Zhentian's expression was so gloomy that he wanted to kill someone. His sword aura surged violently. Our people. Who the hell is that kid? I've never seen such a strange attack before. We couldn't even dodge it. The 7 heretical saints were all furious and filled with killing intent. The overall strength of the heretical saints was slightly inferior to Lian Wanjin and the others. Facing that wave of Shorekill techniques just now, they had almost been injured even after putting all their efforts into defense. They simply couldn't take care of their subordinates. Now that they had come back to their senses, they were almost completely wiped out. Today was an important meeting of the heretical sects. Those who died were all ruthless characters and elites who had killed countless people. They were all core members of the heretical sect. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. He took my attack head-on, and that dark shadow is also heavily injured. He won't be able to run far. His dark shadow won't be able to recover in a short period of time. The Black Horse Club that lost its innate dark shadow is nothing to worry about. We'll seal off all the nearby territories. We'll definitely be able to capture him. Yingmie sneered and turned to look at the heretical saints. Hehe, everyone, we're also chasing after this kid. If you join us, you might even be able to get a share of the loot. A mountain stream flowed with the sound of a clear spring. At this moment, the body of a youth covered in blood floated over from the river. Most of his clothes were torn, revealing the youth's slender figure. Ah, someone died. A girl screamed. Wait, he doesn't seem to be dead. Oh, sister, he's so big, don't look around. You'll have nightmares. Chapter 971. Where did this Black Horse Club come from? How did they offend so many Saint Realm experts? Now, even the heretical Saint Realm experts want to deal with them. The old woman in black, who was hiding in the clouds, exclaimed in surprise. Ever since Jundok Shuai broke out of the encirclement, the old woman in black had been tracking the 10 saints. This young man had refreshed her knowledge again and again. Just that unavoidable attack alone was already ridiculous. If a Saint Realm expert had such a trump card in a battle of life and death, he wouldn't even be able to dodge it. It could be the deciding factor of life and death. Grandma, will he be all right? Sun Yue, who was beside her, asked worriedly. The old woman in black laughed. Haha, you like him? This time, Sun Yue only shook the corner of her grandma's clothes. She didn't answer her grandma's question. An outstanding man could always attract an outstanding woman. With Jean de Shuai's talent and charisma, it would not be an exaggeration to say that his performance in the Fu Saint Nation was unparalleled. This young man has a powerful background. I can only see if there's a chance to help him. This is beyond my ability. The old woman in black took her granddaughter and flew in the direction where Lin Chen had disappeared. In his dreams, Lin Chen faintly dreamt of an earth-shattering handsome figure shaking his head and leaving. Chief, don't go. What did I do wrong? Lin Chen shouted with all his might in his sleep. The man threw a book at Lin Chen's face without looking back. Lin Chen picked it up and read it. The Single Machine King's Secrets of Acting Tough, Volume 2. In a palace, 2 Saint Realm experts sat in a secret chamber. Their faces were extremely gloomy. The 5th Tribulation Battle Emperors beside them didn't dare to breathe loudly. What happened? How did Wu Ming die? Didn't he go to participate in the son-in-law selection? We've already sent out our fastest spy. We should know soon. His ranking has been replaced by someone from the Black Horse Club called Jundok Shuai. This guy has a strange background. The 2 sages' expressions were gloomy and uncertain. Suddenly, a few terrifyingly powerful auras descended from the palace. A saint has come to my Chen family. Not just one, but more than 4. Both saints narrowed their eyes and shuttled through the void. In the hall of the palace, the person in the lead was the master of the secret pavilion, Yingmie. The 2 saints of the Chen clan appeared in the palace and said indifferently, "Friends, why have you come to our Chen clan?" "Hehe, we're here to provide you with the information you want." Yingmie smiled indifferently. "As far as I know, the genius of the Chen family, Chen Wuming, was recently killed by a kid from the Black Horse Club. That group of brats is very likely to have fled to the territory near your Chen family." "What?" The 2 saints' eyes were sharp and fierce. Yingmie smiled faintly, as if everything was under his control. "How about it, everyone? Let's talk about cooperation. With your Chen family's territory, it shouldn't be too difficult to find a few people." "Leader, no." Lin Chen woke up from his dream and found himself in a room, covered in cold sweat. He subconsciously covered his brother and his anus. Fortunately, he was fine. He then touched his storage ring. Everything was still there. Lin Chen looked and found that he had changed into a brand new set of green clothes. His expression was slightly pained. He vaguely remembered that after he was severely injured by the master of the secret pavilion, he had the Dragon Emperor and Little Shadow take him away at full speed. He had used the 1000 illusion mask to change his aura and appearance. The attack of a saint is really crazy. Even with 90% of its power, it could still easily break through my strongest defense. If I hadn't used the rune of delaying and the Dragon Emperor's possession at the last moment, I'm afraid I would be dead by now. Lin Chen felt a lingering fear. That claw had almost taken his life. On the surface of Lin Chen's body, there was a faint reddish-gold membrane. This was because he had consumed a large amount of red gold vines. His third low-grade spiritual plant of luck, the red gold tree, was a red gold vine. Its specialty was the red gold vine, which had the miraculous effect of filling the blood and strengthening the body. Refining the red gold vine could greatly increase the defensive power of the body. Even if Lin Chen didn't circulate the Golden Calamity battle force, he would only be scratched by a punch from a second Tribulation Combat Emperor. This was also the important reason why he wasn't killed by a saint. Oh right, how's the little guy? Lin Chen's consciousness returned to the peach blossom pouch. At this moment, the dragon-shaped little shadow had shrunk into a black cloud and was surrounded by purple lightning. Lin Chen's silver Saint Origin coins had decreased by about 800,000 Saint Origin coins. In Lin Chen's dowry and the Sacred Flame Phoenix's inventory, 357th grade pills and 30 Longqingguo pills had decreased. This little guy must have eaten the pills and Longqingguo because it was injured. Looks like I have to wait for it to recover first. System, Ultimate Restoration. Lin Chen's body was covered in colorful light. After using Ultimate Restoration and chewing 2 Longqingguo pills, Lin Chen's injuries had only healed by 70%. His Dragon Emperor was also heavily injured and was recovering. Lin Chen let the Dragon Emperor consume a large amount of healing pills and Longqingguo pills to quickly heal the Dragon Emperor's injuries. Although I'm sorry to the Fu Saint Nation's monarch, there's no other way. Dragging them into this will only implicate them. Lin Chen wasn't worried about the Qin sisters. He had already instructed the 2 girls to immediately return to the mysterious realm through the spatial tunnel in Fu Saint Nation if there were any changes. Uncle Yi, if you don't come and see him, he might die. His injuries are too severe. My sister and I can't do anything with our alchemy skills. A young girl's voice sounded from outside the door. 3 figures pushed open the door and entered. 2 beautiful girls stood on the left and right. The elder sister's hair reached her waist. She was cold and beautiful, full of vitality. The younger sister was youthful and lively, pure and sunny. Her gem-like eyes twinkled. The hemp-robed elder had a helpless expression. This old man might not be able to heal him. Chem. The 3 of them had just entered the room when they were shocked. The heavily injured youth that they picked up had already gotten up. Lin Chen got off the bed and smiled at the 3 of them. Thank you for your help. May I ask where this is? The green-robed elder sister's face was filled with disbelief. You're so heavily injured. How can you get up so quickly? Quickly lie down. Lin Chen shrugged and smiled. It's fine. My body is as hard as my brother. If you don't believe me, feel it. Lin Chen stretched out his hand. The green-robed elder sister walked forward to check his pulse. Hey, young master, what method did you use? You were still heavily injured yesterday. The green-robed elder sister was shocked. The younger sister swayed her twin ponytails. She lifted Lin Chen's wrist and curiously checked his pulse. Her face was filled with amazement and curiosity. It's true. When we picked you up yesterday, you were almost dead. How come you're so much better now? The 2 sisters were high-grade rank 7 alchemists. Yesterday, they didn't have much confidence in healing Lin Chen's injuries. Today, he was at least 70% recovered. I'm really. Long Chunbua. Thank you for saving my life. Lin Chen flicked his finger and 2 storage rings fell into the hands of the 2 girls. He smiled. It's nothing. Please accept my respect. The 2 girls checked the contents of the rings and were shocked. The storage rings were filled with 100,000 silver Saint Origin coins, 10 scrolls of pill recipes, and 1 scroll of alchemy handprint. This young master's background is not small. He took out 100,000 silver Saint Origin coins in one go. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.